going to get this meeting going. Thank you everyone for being here. I believe we have the most packed house we've had since we came back in person. Before we get started, I want to give everybody here a snapshot of how tonight's going to go, just so that we have clarity on the agenda. We're going to be swearing in a new Planning Commission member, having general public comment. We'll then get into our first item. We will get through the presentation for the first item, have public comment on the item. Then we'll go to general commissioner and committee comments or questions. Then HCPC will have discussion and a potential motion on a recommendation related to the item. Then after that, the Planning Commission will have discussion and then do potential motions for recommendations on a zoning text amendment, a general plan amendment, and a zoning map amendment. So we're going to get things started. Thank you everyone for being here tonight. We're going to call the meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. And we're going to get started with our planning manager, Andrew Triple, administering the oath of office to our newest planning commissioner. Come up, Jessica.
Great, thank you, Chair. And good evening, Ms. Moses. I'll go ahead and administer your oath.
Great.
I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Jessica Moses, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Charter of the City of Petaluma, and the Constitution of the State of California,
the Charter of the City of Petaluma, and the Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution.
Already. I currently have one in my hand. Just wanted to ask the clerk if there had been any comments received prior to the meeting.
None for general public.
Thank you very much. And now I will call, so far, the one general public comment I have, which is for Nicola.
I'm addressing you because I care about Petaluma, our community, and making it the best it can be. Now, I know we're all busy, and let's take a moment to talk about something that can really make a difference: communication. We've got some incredible projects and programs happening in our city, but sometimes it feels like everyone knows the facts or doesn't know the facts. That's a shame, because we're all in it on the same page and we can accomplish amazing things together. So here's my pitch. Let's work together to step our communication game. I'm not talking about some fancy high-tech solution. I'm talking about good old-fashioned collaboration. Let's break down those bureaucratic walls and get all of our city commissions and committees on the same page, talking to each other. Imagine if every citizen knew what projects were in the pipeline, what programs were available, and how they could be involved. It's not just about transparency, it's about making our community stronger. Informed citizens are engaged citizens, and engaged citizens build a resilient and vibrant city. Now I get it. We all have specific areas of focus. It's easy to get a tunnel vision. But imagine if the Planning Commission knew what the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission or the Senior Advisory Committee was up to, and vice versa. We could find synergies and share resources and amplify our impact. Let's not make it a bureaucratic nightmare. I'm not asking for endless meetings or complicated procedures. I'm talking about a simple, regular exchange of information, a comprehension education campaign, which would increase everyone's understanding of what is happening and what is possible about the changes that are afoot. Maybe a quarterly meeting of stakeholders, or a newsletter, a community bulletin where each commission and committee can highlight what they're working on. Simple, right? But hey, let's not forget about technology. In this age of social media and instant communication, there's no reason we can't leverage those tools and keep our citizens in the loop. And a tweet here and a Facebook post there, it all adds up. I now chance that this can be a bit scary. And this is about making Petaluma even better than it already is. It's about empowering our citizens and fostering a sense of community. So let's break down those silos, open up those lines of communication, and show everyone that Petaluma is a city where the people are actively involved in shaping the future, not just reacting when there is a divisive issue. Today, we can make Petaluma the shining example of community engagement. All that I'm asking for is for each of the commissions and the committees to make an effort to get on board and to do this.
Thank you very much. And we have one more general public comment from David Keller.
Hi, good evening. David Keller, Petaluma River Council. I just wanted to note, at least as of last Monday's city council meeting, there is no camera on this podium. So whoever is speaking from the public to you as seated representatives has no appearance on the camera. Worse, whoever's operating the controls runs the countdown clock across the screen. In fact, that happened during the city council meeting last week, where city council was getting staff reports and the countdown clock went up as well. It never used to be that way. Whoever's operating the camera needs to give this spot, the person who is at the public podium, the opportunity to be on the camera and to be seen and not just heard behind some countdown clock. So whatever control you have over that, whatever staff control has over that, I really appeal to you to change that ASAP. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. That is the end of the general public comments that we have received so far. So I will close general public comment, and then we will move on to the next part of our agenda. We currently have no presentations for today's meeting, so we will not be holding special presentations. And we do not have minutes to approve since this is a joint meeting, so we will be moving past that. And we're moving straight to public hearings and matters of consideration. And with that, I will invite our Community Development Director, Brian O., up to talk about the item we're going to be looking at today in the presentation we're going to be receiving.
Thank you, Chair Hooper, and welcome, Commissioner Moses. You picked a fun one for your first meeting. So, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, committee members, my name is Brian O., Director of Community Development for the City of Petaluma. I'm joined here this evening by our staff, and we have done a number of study sessions, and I'll just pause for one moment if, Isabel, do you mind? Yeah. So as we work to get the presentation uploaded, there we go. So good evening. Again, Brian O., Director of Community Development with the City of Petaluma. I'm joined here by staff this evening, and a culmination of a number of study sessions, a number of studies and documents, environmental review that has culminated into a staff recommendation this evening for both the commission and committee to consider. Tonight's presentation and deliberation will focus on the overlay itself, and so we are prepared to have a in-depth presentation and facilitation of a public hearing. Isabel, next slide. And I just wanted to kick off this conversation, and then I'll.
Is there a way to get sound turned on for folks in the hallway?
Is it my volume or is it the speaker?
You can hear it now? Okay.
Okay, that was just me. All right. And it sounds like there's some chairs available in the front as well. All right, good evening. Brian O., Director of Community Development with the City of Petaluma. There we go. I just wanted to welcome our members, our community members here, Vice Mayor, our commission, as well as committee. We've had a number of study sessions throughout this year, a number of studies, everything that has been available to the public for review. And this evening is a culmination of that. And so we are concluding the study sessions and what staff has prepared. We have a detailed presentation. We're here to answer any questions. But our intent this evening is to facilitate a public hearing focused on the overlay itself. And so I just wanted to touch on a couple points before I turn this back over to Chair Hooper. The city is in the midst of a general plan update process, so we're roughly halfway through this effort. And so this is very much built on existing plans and policies. There's a number of our community members here that had spent countless hours with respect to existing policies as well as the vision. And so what I have here up on the screen is just a snippet. We started the general plan update process in the throes of the pandemic. And a couple of the big points I just wanted to highlight here, as we start to look forward for the next 25 plus years, two of the principles that we really are focusing on comes down to infill for land use. So how do we develop and evolve our city, our town, without expanding out? So we have some really great policies. Again, a number of our community here played critical roles in adopting our urban growth boundary and really pushing us to look within, so what we call infill. And so that's, how do we maximize the existing developable land within our city? And so Petaluma, like it says on the slide, we're relatively a built-out city, and so we look for opportunities. We just had the ribbon cutting last week for our second smart station, Petaluma North. And so we have these big game-changing catalytic sites and projects that we're looking to help shape the city that we're wanting to be. That said, we have a history, we have a charm here with the city here. I've been a resident here for 3.5 years now, and day one, it's readily clear the vision and the effort that the city and our city leaders have put into sustaining and retaining and preserving our historic resources. And so that's still very much, one of the North Stars that our team, our staff, our community has worked diligently to preserve, and that is built into the proposed overlay. And so with those two big concepts, we look at the different issues, the different opportunities, and they point us to within. So how do we focus on development within our downtown with respect to our historic resources? We prioritize infill, and let's focus on our corridors. So this was another concept that came through really clearly was, how do we focus our development along our key corridors, Petaluma Boulevard, North, Washington, and the like. And then additionally on top of that, we're a changing climate. So with respect to future planning, sea level rise, the change in our weather patterns, how do we adopt and plan for that future with the higher sea level? And with that, I will turn it over to Chair Hooper to facilitate and kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. And one thing I'd just like to say before we go into the first item, we have all seen the litany of comments that have come in. We've also seen a lot of the comments that have kind of come up online. And I just want to say in a snapshot of what tonight is and what tonight isn't. We are talking about the overlay. As a planning commission, as HCPC, together we're looking at everything that goes into that, all of the zoning map, the general plan amendment, the zoning text amendment, all of the work that goes into potentially recommending and enacting the overlay. We are not looking at the hotel. I know the hotel fundamentally comes up when you're talking about this, but from a planning process perspective, that will be at a future hearing for us. So whether or not whatever we do tonight, we're not making a decision on the hotel. I just really want to reiterate that because I know there's been a sentiment out there that we're trying to rubber stamp multiple things at the same time. That's not happening today. We're looking at and we're evaluating the overlay as it's proposed and as it's been most recently modified. So with that, I'm going to announce the first meeting item. It's a recommendation to the Planning Commission and the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee to conduct a joint public hearing to consider and recommend approval of general plan and zoning amendments, otherwise known as subject amendments, to the City Council as required to adopt and implement the proposed downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay. To do this, it would include a Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee resolution to recommend to the Planning Commission adoption of the subject amendments, a Planning Commission resolution to recommend to the City Council adoption of the initial study/mitigated negative declaration prepared for the downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay and the proposed EKN Appalachian Hotel, a Planning Commission resolution to recommend the City Council adopt the general plan amendment, and a Planning Commission resolution to recommend the City Council adopt the proposed zoning amendments. Now, before we move into the presentation, I want to ask now if any planning commissioners need to recuse themselves, and if so, state the reasons for the recusal.
Hello. I don't think I need to recuse myself. I just wanted to disclose that I do work for the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and as part of my agency's duty, we do review documents submitted by developers that involve the investigation and cleanup of contaminated sites, and the Appalachian Hotel is one of those sites. I don't work for the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board, which would oversee this project. I work for the North Bay. We are under the same agency, the State Water Resources Control Board, but I have no say in the outcome of this project because it's not in my region. That being said, I still did talk to the attorneys about this, and they said it was not a reason to recuse myself, but I'll let our city attorney talk to that, and so that you feel comfortable that I don't have to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bauer. Good evening, commissioners, committee members, and staff and members of the public. I'm Eric Danley, the Petaluma City Attorney, and Commissioner Bauer's correct. She raised that issue with us, which we appreciate the chance to check to make sure there's no issue with respect to her participating. And as she just gave the description of her role with the regional board, I think you can even tell from that description that she has no financial interest in what's being considered tonight, the overlay or the application for the hotel development project, which is not before the bodies tonight, as Chair Hooper has indicated, and also given the role that Commissioner Bowers described, there's no competing loyalties issue. There's no conflict between her role for the regional board and her responsibilities as a planning commissioner. So I just wanted to confirm that our concurrence with her conclusions about that, and thank her for raising that issue.
Oh, and then I wanted to invite Jessica to also.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to similarly flag that I have an office space at Keller Street Cowork at 140 Keller Street, which is in sub-area C in the proposed overlay. I raised this with the city attorney and was advised that because it's on a month-to-month lease, it's not a conflict of interest, so I would not need to recuse myself.
Thank you, and I'll just add that's absolutely right, and thanks, Commissioner, for raising that issue with us. And just to clarify and confirm for folks, the Fair Political Practices Commission rules regarding potential conflicts based on interest in real property do not treat month-to-month leases as a real property interest that could create a potential conflict. Thanks very much.
And checking now, see if there's any HCPC members who need to recuse themselves. And are there any HCPC members that need to recuse themselves at this point? Okay. Thanks.
Excellent. I also want to announce that because this is a public hearing, it does require both the Planning Commission and HCPC to disclose any ex parte communications that folks may have. Start with Darren, then to Janice.
I guess how broad is ex parte? I feel like I've talked to everyone about this, but I'll say in general, I've talked to a lot of different citizens on both sides of this issue. I was very careful not to talk to other planning commissioners and reveal any of my opinions until our hearing.
And Chair Hooper and members of the community, if I could just clarify too, the fundamental focus of ex parte communication disclosure is communications with applicants and stakeholders with respect to the project, such that there might be information in those contexts that might relate to the decisions, to make sure that's in the record. So we assume and understand that the legislative body members are hearing lots of things in the public and engaging with them just as their role requires, but that the fundamental focus of the ex parte disclosure is communications with actual stakeholders regarding the application to help you consider whether you have any to disclose. So thanks very much.
Rick?
Yeah, just disclosing that I did get a presentation from the applicant over a year ago, the early stages of the project. They, presented their concept of the plan and stuck to listening mode and left it at that.
Yeah, you might want to get closer to the mic.
Okay.
sir.
I did get a presentation from the applicant of the hotel, which of course is not on the agenda tonight, but is affected by the overlay, about a year ago. So heard out their conceptual plans and left it at that.
Thank you, Rick. Vice Mayor?
And I have had communications with the applicant for EKN. And, sorry, these things are short, that's the problem. And also, I walked the site with Chairman Hooper and Chairman McErland, which is always a hard name to say.
And I will disclose that I also walked the site with Vice Mayor Thompson, and I haven't had any communication with the applicant, but similar to Darren, many communications with people in support and opposed to this, just trying to get feedback.
I had a brief discussion with the planning manager regarding this project and the process. I also talked briefly with Commissioner Thompson and walked the site, and talked briefly with Commissioner Rakusa, just comparing notes.
Any ex parte communication from HCPC members?
You got to get close.
Any ex parte communication from HCPC members?
Nothing beyond emails from regular citizens.
None.
Okay. Yeah, I had an applicant's presentation at a Petaluma Gap Wine Growers Alliance. That was the only thing that I had. Thanks.
Excellent. Well, with that, we will now move on to the presentation. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and I'm going to invite Planning Manager Andrew Turpel to introduce staff and explain the process.
Great, thank you, Chair. This evening's presentations for the meeting item will be conducted by staff members Greg Powell, Principal Planner, Isabel Castellano, Historic Preservation Specialist, and Olivia Irvin, Principal Environmental Planner. And then applicant presentations by the EKN Development Team, including Ebby Nachjavani, Barbara Maloney, and Mike Jolly. I would remind and ask all presenters to speak loudly and clearly into the microphone. For the members of the audience, this sound system is a bit challenging, so please bear with us because it does become difficult to continue to lean over and speak into the microphone when it's about an inch away from you. So please bear with us and recognize that it's not our intent to not be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And this is Isabel Castellano speaking. I do want to thank everyone from the public audience joining us today in the special meeting, and like to thank the joint session today between Planning Commission and the HCPC. Very similar to the staff report that we've shared out For the overlay project, our presentation concludes in a similar manner, where we provide an introduction of what the role is per commission, including the HCPC and the Planning Commission, and head into a description of the public hearing process, which we are part of today. The presentation will include a brief background into the overlay and include details for the project description in terms of the entitlements that are being sought out for today. The presentation will also include an overview of the California Environmental Quality Act that we have here speaking up in details for the overlay. We will address the historic preservation in terms of the city of Petaluma and its relationship to the overlay. And then, of course, go over the overlay details in depth, how the project it has its components related to what is being proposed per sub-area. And as part of any other project, we do provide a summary for the public comments and the outreach and the feedback that we've been receiving so far. And concluding today's overlay overlay presentation is a staff recommendation. First and foremost, the role of the HCPC today is to recommend the zoning amendments to the Planning Commission. This calls to the recommendations for the zoning amendments. The HCPC is to consider what is outlined in the staff report, the supporting documentations to the public, and reflect on the public comments. The HCPC would consider the project relative to the applicable findings, and this is the recommendation to Planning Commission as we have joint hearing today. And the role of the Planning Commission is to consider the adequacy of the draft initial study, the mitigated negative declaration, along with the review and recommendation of the draft M&D and the amendments to City Council. The role of the Planning Commission is to, again, consider the staff report and the supporting documentations, along with public comments, and consider the project relative to the applicable findings. And I do appreciate everyone's patience as we go through today's presentation to cover the overlay in the depth that we're seeking for, to understand the general contents, what are being changed. So part of the public hearing for today is the staff presentation, receiving the public comments, having the HCPC deliver a discussion based on questions with staff and the applicant, and concluding with recommendations. And as mentioned with the introduction of the project, there are 4 actions for today. The HCPC, again, recommending for zoning amendments to Planning Commission, and then the subsequent actions from Planning Commissions, which are 3 different recommendations to City Council. So this is the first step in a multi-stepped process to get to public hearing with the conclusion of presenting it to City Council. And following a brief summary and background from Brian O's presentation, an overview of the project related to the overlay, it did begin as an application for a hotel as a submittal, and this was initiated through a historic site plan and architectural review, and it included a conditional use permit. Following the review from this initial application, staff determined that the project required additional amendments for the scope that they are seeking. Through that development, there was the conversation and array and development of a zoning overlay. To briefly discuss what a zoning overlay would allow for developments for increased intensity in the downtown area. With this overlay, the scope developed, again, to address other portions outside of the zoning that includes more of a targeted scope that allows for housing and economic opportunity. So this has continued to develop and has flourished from one hotel application, but to an overlay that seeks to promote housing and economic opportunity. As part of the overlay, the PC and the HCPC have gathered multiple times as part of this project for study sessions. So far, there have been 3 study sessions held this year to communicate the development, the interests, any details related to the formulation and development of the overlay, and those were held starting this summer from June, brought forward to both PC and HCPC. The revisions brought again in August 8th for a Planning Commission, and finally in October 3rd for the HCPC. And I'd like to introduce Greg for the opportunity to develop the details and discuss of the overlay development in terms of the evolution and the development for the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. My name is Greg Powell, and I'm the principal planner working with Isabel on this project. The slide that you have up on your screens now shows a few things. The first is the dashed line represents the study area. Prior to developing where the overlay should be, the city decided to look at a portion of downtown to study, to consider where the overlay should be and where it shouldn't be. This was presented to the Planning Commission and the HCPC in June, and from that June meeting, the overlay, which is shown sort of in the shaded area, represents about 11 blocks within the downtown. The study area was defined primarily to abut the CPSB zone to the north and to the east, and to include what's been mapped as the theater district. From the June meeting, the overlay was changed. As you can see on this slide, there's 3 sub-areas, A, B, and C. The feedback from the June meeting was that the overlay was overbroad. It covered too many parcels, potentially conflicted with the historic district, and included residential areas. So the direction was to reduce the overlay. The A, B, and C areas largely avoid historic properties, and I say largely because 2 sites within sub-area A and 1 site within B are mapped within the historic district, although the buildings are not historic. Sub-area C abuts the historic district, but does not include any mapped properties. Also, the residential areas were avoided by the remapping to sub-areas A, B, and C. A component of the evolution of this overlay from the June meeting to the August meeting to October in front of the HCPC and then into today was how to address the height that was originally proposed in the June overlay. Originally, the proposal was to allow a by right increase above 45 feet. In August, that was changed to say a conditional use permit would be required. So the overlay that's being presented tonight would require a conditional use permit for any building to exceed the existing 45-foot height limit. There's also additional criteria included in the overlay to go from 60 feet to 75 feet. And the criteria is listed in attachments A and D. There's an exhibit in both that shows you the zoning criteria for the conditional use permit to go to 60 feet, and then the additional criteria that applies for any building to go to 75 feet. Another component of the overlay that's pretty much been standard since June is a change in setbacks and the addition of step back standards. The city does not have step back standards today, but in the overlay, if adopted, there would be step backs to address historic buildings and any residential building that is nearby. And these are detailed in Exhibit 4 in Attachment I. And the idea behind the step backs is that if you have a historic building on one side or the other, you would want to perhaps push the upper floors back to provide some relief and some air to let the public view of these historic buildings be maintained. There's also step back requirements for residential properties. Something that's new that was not presented to the HCPC or the PC before is a requirement for lot coverage. The original overlay proposal was to allow 80% lot coverage to be moved up to 100% lot coverage by right. The ordinance language is presented to you in attachments A and D tonight requires a conditional use permit. So the by right standard that's in the zoning ordinance today of 80% may only be exceeded if a conditional use permit is granted by the Planning Commission. And there's specific findings that are listed in attachments A and D for that. Something that was generally provided to the Historic Commission in October was this pedestrian and facade activation zone. That is the criteria for how that would work has been refined, and I'll touch on that in a moment. Let's go on to the next slide. Hopefully we're not beating this to death, but we just want to make it clear that tonight the HCPC and the PC has the ability to make a recommendation on CEQA, and that recommendation would be to the City Council. The General Plan Amendment recommendation would go to the city council as well, and that is a recommendation made by the planning commission. There's also zoning text amendments and zoning map amendments proposed for tonight. And HCPC has a obligation or an opportunity to make a recommendation to the planning commission, and then the planning commission has the same to make a recommendation to the city council. Let's move on to the next slide. So the staff report has a number of sections in it that talk about sort of the setting, the policy guidance that's existing or proposed. And the first section I'd like to talk about, which is also detailed on page 5 of the staff report, is the location of the overlay. The overlay is in an area that is transit rich. It's close to the SMART station. It includes the transit mall. There's a number of bus lines and a main thoroughfare, the Petaluma Boulevard, that runs north and south through the overlay. Portions of the sub-area C are also within the central Petaluma priority development area, and there's goals and policies that direct what's to happen in the PDA. The overlay is also within the downtown general plan sub-area, and as you can see on the slide, it's considered, the downtown's considered the heart of Petaluma. And there's the National Register District overlays this, and there's 4 parcels that are in the district that are also in the proposed overlays. And then finally, the Washington Corridor General Plan sub-area. It's at the north of the sub-area C, and as you can see, it's conceptualized as a mixed-use arterial. Let's move on to the next slide. Bear with us when we're going to do something that I think is a little different, but there were some questions at the August meeting about what does the sub-area B, A, or C look like? So we developed this thing that's called a flyover, which shows a bird's eye view of, in this case, sub-area A. And Isabel's going to push play, and don't worry, we can hit replay, we can hit pause. But this shows the 2 blocks that comprise sub-area A. And I'm not allowed to talk while I look at it, so I don't want to get dizzy, but you can see, if you could pause it after it, no, that's fine. So the hotel site is at the right corner, top edge of this. You can see it, it's brown, it's where it's grass. The Ace Hardware is to the left. The Bank of the West, or the former Bank of the West side, is the next parcel to the, is there a way to get to a cursor? Does that work? How good. Of course, that's pretty small up there. But anyway, there's 1 block that includes the site of the hotel, the Ace Hardware parking lot, and the Bank of the West, former Bank of the West site. And then there's 1 block to the southwest that includes, again, more parking lots and actually several vacant buildings sites, plus there's the 7-Eleven on the corner of Petaluma Boulevard and D. And would the commission like that we replay that, or do we have a sense of what sub-area A looks like?
Can't really see it very well back here.
I think replay.
Why don't we replay it again just so that everybody has a chance to see it who might have been back in the hallway?
Yeah, but and thank you for working with this, even though it's maybe not new technology. It's the first time we've utilized. Maybe hit pause. And so in this view here, the central Petaluma specific plan area is to the right of the red polygon. That's where the theater square, and there's a parking garage and different things. And then the river is sort of at the north, or this, oh, sorry. Just highlighting that the river is at the top of this image. The central Petaluma specific plan area is to the right of this red polygon. There's a park to the southwest along across D Street. Let's hit play again. The historic area includes about 2/3 of the vacant hotel site and the Ace Hardware site. So the hotel is 3 parcels. 2 of them are mapped within the historic district. And then the hardware store is on 1 parcel, and that is mapped within the historic district. And the rest of the district is sort of off image to the bottom and right as you look at this drawing, or sorry, this aerial view. And we have some images later on in the presentation that show the full extent of the historic district and its relationship to the overlays. Let's move on to sub-area B.
Really, Really quick before you move on to sub-area B, I just wanted to ask, I know for us on the dais, it's easy enough for us to see this because we have a screen right here. Is there an angle from this that anybody was having a hard time with? I just want to make sure we don't move past. Yeah.
Well, it would be nice to know the historic district as map on part of this.
Do we have an overview of the historic district on this? I mean, he just explained that it was part of that one parcel in the corner.
We will show a map in depth of where the historic district falls under and the parcels. This is just to get a general sense of the context, where the residential, commercial areas are. I just want to share that with the audience that we will go further in depth to the historic districts.
Excellent. Yes, sir, in the back.
I've got a question back on the view, I guess, looking south with the vacant lot on the left and East Hardware. How, looking at the adjacent, how adjacent the development is to commercial, how adjacent is it to residential? Can you point to residential properties adjacent to commercial development?
So Chair Huber and folks, it's going
Yeah.
to be,
It's
this hearing is going to take a while tonight, and staff has quite an extensive presentation, and they're just getting started, so.
So I recognize that. What I'm trying to address here is just making sure if there's any confusion over this, since we're using this new view,
Right.
to prove that there's clarity. Since the last time we had a hearing, it was pretty hard for people to track through Google Maps. I just want to make sure we're showing this off and it's actually having the effect. That's all. And to that point, though, I should put a pause on. I'm not asking for general questions from folks who've attended because that's not part of this. But if anybody had a hard time seeing a view of this, that's all I'm asking for now, if that's acceptable to folks.
Because staff are going to be presenting the other sub-areas and describing to what they're adjacent, et cetera, as they continue with their presentation. So there'll be a lot more contextual information that they present. Thanks.
Absolutely. Okay. With that, we'll move forward with sub-area B. Thank you for your patience.
So sub-area B includes two parcels. Both are occupied by banks. Adjacent to one of the bank sites is a parking lot. So let's hit play. So to the bottom left of the image is the city's parking garage. There's the Petaluma grocery store. You want the speed? I want to use your cursor as much as you can to show what you're talking. Okay. Didn't feel like it showed up enough. Do you want to do it? Are there any questions from the commissions about sub-area B?
We're not doing general questions now.
Just if you guys have any questions for me.
No, but we're
Okay,
not,
got
we're
it.
not doing those questions
Okay,
now. We
let's
want
move
the
on to C then.
presentation. Only reason I was interjecting before was to make sure that the aerial view we were providing was frankly slow enough that everybody was able to see the different sides of this.
just
That
play
is
it
all.
again. We'll play sub-area B one more time, and then we'll move on to C. Maybe just hit pause. Yeah. We're trying to pause it as it plays to let the information soak in, but it doesn't seem to allow that to happen. So we'll move on to C. C is a larger sub-area. There's about 25 parcels. Let's just hit play. So you can see there's a vacant site. There's lots of parking lots. Buildings are set back from the street. Portion of sub-area C includes the city parking garage, as well as the parking in front of the Petaluma grocery store. All right, we'll move on. All right, so the next thing we'd like to talk about is the parcel inventory report. The in this room, the Planning Commission asked for additional information to sort of quantify what staff meant by underutilized or, not really fulfilling what the zoning would want. And so in attachment L is the parcel inventory report, and that's a parcel by parcel look or view of the development that's there today. And there's a scoring system of, if it's significantly underdeveloped, it gets a score of 0 to 3. If it's moderately developed or fully developed, it gets a different score. Let's move on to the next image, and then we'll go back. So within the parcel inventory study is a parcel by parcel view with, I think, very high quality images representing what we mean by when we say vacant. So the vacant sites in subarea A are shown in the sort of the darker green, and as development is more present, a lighter green is depicted. And then whether or not the site is either vacant or parking, that's also in the darker colors. And there's a view of subareas B and C that mirror this key, but we're not showing that tonight, but it's in the attachment L. But let's go back to the prior slide. A quick overview of the findings, we find that, the number of parcels that are significantly undeveloped is about 35%, which is about 21% of the land that's within all subareas. And then under the category of moderately developed, it's 50% of the parcels, and then 63% of the land. And then fully developed is a much smaller percentage. It's 15%. Let's move on. Let's pass that one too. So the last slides that I'd like to just quickly cover about the parcel inventory is, again, using colors and shading, how much lot coverage is present. The vacant sites are, more darkly shaded, as you can see in the left image. And then getting back to the score, this is sort of a composite. If it's vacant, obviously it gets a low score, and if there's a lot of development or it's not vacant, it gets a higher number. Again, that's in an attachment, I'm going to say it's L. Let's move on to the next one. So this is sort of a summary of some of the main things I'd like to hit on about the overlay. In June, the overlay proposed changing the by right height limit. The overlay that's presented tonight, it's a conditional use permit to go above 45 feet. Originally, the plan for the overlay was that lot coverage would be by right increased from 80% to 100%. Now, it's a conditional use permit to go above the existing 80% limit. The overlay includes step back standards and setback standards. And there's standards for how we think you can activate building facades and street frontages, and that's known as the pedestrian facade activation zones. And another component of this pedestrian facade activation zone is allowance for ground floor residential. That's something that's new in the overlay, or in the downtown. Ground floor residential is not allowed. But in the overlay, if adopted, in certain locations and certain distances from street frontages, ground floor residential would be allowed. Next slide. Now I'd like to turn it over to Olivia to discuss the CEQA process that the city's undertaken to date.
Thank you. I'm going to touch on the California Environmental Quality Act, which I will refer to as CEQA, and the environmental review process that was conducted for the subject project. As has been stated, the entitlements for recommendation this evening are exclusive to the overlay, and there are no entitlements related to the hotel. There is a resolution before the Planning Commission this evening for recommendation to Council to approve the environmental document, which analyzes both the hotel and the overlay. Inclusion of these two distinct actions in one CEQA analysis is due to their interrelatedness, and that the hotel is a direct and foreseeable outcome and is contingent upon the overlay. Under CEQA, the term project refers to the whole of an action and to the underlying physical activity being approved and not to each government approval. So CEQA directs that even if there is more than one approval needed to be granted for a project, only one CEQA document should be prepared. So there were some questions raised about including both of those, so I wanted to address that. So the CEQA document has included an evaluation of both the hotel at the project-specific level as well as the overlay at the programmatic level, which is fully supported and what is directed by CEQA. This side-by-side approach provides a holistic view of the project, which is comprised of the overlay regulation to amend the zoning code and then the physical construction and operation of the hotel. The analysis does not speculate as to the specifics of the future development applications that may be proposed in the future following approval of the overlay, nor is that required by CEQA, but it does appropriately acknowledge the change in the zoning regulation and the potential indirect outcomes programmatically. Next slide, please. So the requested entitlements are discretionary actions, which is the trigger for compliance and review under CEQA. And there are several types of environmental review documents that can be prepared. And I'm just going to give an example of those that the public and the commission has seen recently. So these include exemptions and consistency analyses, such as consistency with Section 15183 of CEQA, which was applied to the LabCon development. There's negative declarations, which was relied upon for the housing element that was adopted earlier this year. There are mitigated negative declarations, which was the CEQA document that was approved for the Oyster Cove development. And there are EIRs, the Environmental Impact Report, which was certified for the Scott Ranch project. So I wanted to kind of just give that snapshot of the different kinds of environmental documents that can be prepared. And then touch on when making a determination on the level of environmental review, what staff considers. We look at the baseline conditions. That's the existing physical and the regulatory context and conditions. It's the project location, the scope and scale of the development, and the specific technical analyses. And then we prepare an initial study. When the initial study indicates that significant impacts may occur, staff is prompted to consider if mitigations would effectively reduce impacts, and if so, then a mitigated negative declaration is prepared, which was what was done for this project. On the other hand, an EIR is triggered when potentially significant impacts are identified and is required when impacts may not be mitigated to levels below significance. And importantly, the CEQA guidelines state that the existence of public controversy over the environmental effects of a project should not be what triggers the preparation of an EIR if there is no substantial evidence. So what is substantial evidence? Substantial evidence under CEQA includes facts, reasonable assumptions predicated on facts, and expert opinions supported by facts. What substantial evidence is not is argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion or narrative, and evidence which is erroneous or inaccurate and does not cause a physical impact on the environment. Next slide, please. As I've stated, for the project, an initial study mitigated negative declaration was prepared. Given that the hotel and the overlay are located within the downtown urban core, where development, redevelopment, and intensification of development have been anticipated by the general plan, the recently adopted housing element, and meets the primary objectives of CEQA. Those objectives of CEQA are to disclose potential environmental impacts, to provide an adequate evaluation of impacts, and to afford an opportunity for public input, and finally, to provide information such that an informed decision can be made. Next slide, please. So the draft initial study covers all of the environmental categories in the Appendix G checklist. There has been concern raised regarding aesthetic and visual resources, so I will briefly touch on that, and if there are questions on other topics, we can certainly circle back to that during Q&A. The guidelines have shifted recently from the state and what the CEQA guidelines direct, and that is for aesthetic resources to be considered more as an objective standard. Specifically, CEQA states that aesthetics and parking impacts of residential mixed-use or employment center projects on an infill site within a priority transit area shall not be considered significant impacts on the project. Visual preferences are subjective and vary by individual, which is one of the reasons why the state has directed this shift and how CEQA analyzes aesthetic resources. Furthermore, the city's general plan and EIR acknowledges that changes will occur to the visual setting within the city from general plan build-out, and it establishes a process, that is the site plan and architectural review process, as the means to address concerns related to aesthetics and visual resources to which the hotel and all discretionary projects within the overlay will be subject. The ISM&D, all of that being said, the ISM&D does provide a characterization of the visual setting and the potential changes that may result from the overlay as well as the hotel, and concludes that with the SPAR process, potential impacts would be reduced to less than significant. Next slide. The draft initial study has met the substantive and procedural requirements of CEQA. It was released for a 30-day public review and comment period, which closed yesterday. There were no comments that were received from state regulatory agencies. Over 100 public comments were received involving both on the merits and on the environmental considerations, including a letter from a legal firm. Although response to comments is not required, and need not be fully considered until the time of entitlement actions, we have prepared and drafted a response to comments which provides a master response to the themes that have been raised regularly. And prior to consideration for action on entitlements, the response to comments document will be finalized, and any revisions or clarifications to the draft initial study M&D will be made at that time. So comments that have been received to date have been reviewed and considered by staff, and there's nothing in the record that would change our recommendation this evening. Based on the evidence and the public comments received, staff continues to find that the MND accomplishes the objectives of CEQA, adequately discloses the impacts, and identifies mitigation measures. And so we continue to recommend approval for the initial study, mitigated neg deck, be forwarded to council. And I would just close by reminding folks that CEQA is a distinct action and is not an entitlement. In no way, shape, or form does an action on a CEQA document authorize any development or otherwise grant any approvals on the project. A decision on the environmental document is rather an acknowledgement that the environmental review has been conducted and that the substantive and procedural requirements of CEQA have been fulfilled. So prior to taking action on any entitlement, decision makers must first take action on the CEQA document. A CEQA document may be approved and accepted as being adequate, and a project entitlement denied based on its merits. So approval of the CEQA document does not commit decision makers to any specific action on entitlements. So I offer those remarks regarding CEQA for your consideration this evening as the hearing proceeds, and our staff will continue the presentation looking at the specifics of historic preservation next.
Thank you, Olivia. In terms of CEQA, it does encompass various parts of the environment. And as many people are here for today on the element of environmental related to historic preservation. So that is a level of history, context, and I'd like to pause for a brief understanding and sharing of description of City of Petaluma and that history. So these two images that I'm sharing here today provide a bird's eye view from a distance, understanding how the city has developed, how it has grown, how it has evolved. The first image to the left is the bird's eye view, including the Petaluma River coming from the downtown and into the Petaluma Hills. And the second image to the right, we have a rooftop view showing a variety of elements and buildings with a complex combination of multi-story buildings showing that intensity, difference in uses, engaging with the context itself. These images as well demonstrate how the city has developed and evolved from its agricultural past, working and developing from different modes of transportation, and how it continues to grow. So with these two images, I I did want to share with the audience and with the committee as well how the city can continue to reflect, maintain, and support its historic preservation and its historic resources. Related to the evolution of the city itself, there is an array of architectural features that are prominent within our downtown area. And within our historic commercial district, we do see a variety of architectural feats that has been preserved and maintained as a national and local landmark. So the image on the left that we have sharing with the audience today is a look to Petaluma Boulevard North, formerly Main Street, demonstrating the development of architectural styles of intensity, of variety of use and heights. This is to reflect and understand where there could be reflection to the architectural styles and uses of height and density. The second image to the left is the intersection of Western and Kentucky Street. This also illustrates the former building located at the corner for Sub-Area B, which was the former City Hotel. This particular lot, I did want to highlight how it had various levels prior to its current use as a bank location of a single story. With these images, I do want to share how the level of architectural has developed and has formed to a variety of uses and the opportunity to reflect on and maintain our historic resources within Petaluma. Lastly, with these pair of images, we have the former Continental Hotel, also located in that corner intersection between Western and Kentucky Street. This hotel had gone through 3 variations. Unfortunately, was burned down, but it shows that history, that development, that use of intensity in a very low somewhat one-story building at the moment. So these are historic images to reflect on, to understand the intensity that we can support and direct in terms of level of development standards, uses in the ground floor. I did highlight on the second image to the left how the ground floor of this particular building was used as a method to activate the ground floor with multiple commercial uses as well. In turn, as part of the overlay discussion and development, there was a consultant from the applicant page that developed preliminary research and analyses to what our existing resources are, what is our current development and level of heights within the Petaluma Boulevard. So within this analysis that we've presented through the study sessions, understanding and communicating where are the existing heights, what types of resources are there, does it support or influence the heights that we can continue to support within the historic districts. There was a question earlier for the presentation on where these historic districts are in relation to these sub-areas. So I do want to pause in this moment and share with everyone in the audience where these sub-areas are. So let's start with sub-area A to the bottom right side on the east, where it locates the corner of the historic commercial district, 3 parcels on the top left corner, sub-area B in the center, where these are 2 parcels, and 1 parcel falls under the historic commercial district. This is the former Chase buildings that are at the corner of Western and Kentucky Street. The last sub-area C, is adjacent to the historic commercial district, not within the perimeter, not including buildings, whether contributing or not contributing, but is adjacent and next to buildings. Within the proposed overlay and the development standards, which we'll further discuss in the next couple of slides, how the adjacency or how one structure abuts a historic resource are being considered for development standards as part of the overlay. And because this is an application being submitted to the city, there are supporting documentations that have been submitted and formally reviewed. The document that I'd like to present and discuss is the Historic Cultural Resource Report. This report was developed by Diana Painter with Painter Preservation, and this is a high-level report on the overlay, on the framework of the project, demonstrating the historic context, the resources available, and an overview of what the overlay contains in terms of existing content. There are recommendations that were provided within this report, and the three primary recommendations have been carried forward for the overlay development. The first recommendation related to a reconnaissance level survey, understanding what the properties contain, obtaining that initial review of the property. The second recommendation on a historic resource evaluation, when a proposed development is being proposed within the overlay, additional documentation such as a historic resource evaluation would be submitted for review in that discretionary process. Lastly, the recommendation for viewshed analyses. This is a developed analysis to the visual impacts of a proposed development, and these are a high quality level analyses that examine the existing and proposed developments on a particular site. Within this report, it provided an overview of what the overlay has in terms of the sub-areas and its locations and recommendations. And I would like to share that Diana Painter is in the audience and available for questions to the committee during the Q&A session. And in addition to the supporting documentations, there was a peer review conducted by First Carbon Solutions on the cultural resource report. And the additional assistance for peer review is to communicate where there are additional information or additional resources that could be included within a cultural report, within an overlay type of project, and with details for the staff, for city staff to consider. Within this peer review, it brought forward 3 items to recognize. The first item was an industry standard baseline and records. It provided and requested reasons to allocate information of potential and eligible historic resources within the overlay, such as resources from Chris and Bird. And the second item that it requested in terms of the peer review is reflecting on the state and local regulatory frameworks. And lastly, the third for the peer review noted that the cultural resource reports are to support a project or to determine where there are areas to provide additional support. So that additional support may be to avoid, reduce, or mitigate impacts, particularly to historic resources. I've maintained these 2 slides very limited to the content, and I do want to address that there is a high-level overview and response in the staff report to the cultural report and to the peer review. Understanding where the records would come into play. The additional industry records from Chris and Bird would be related to any programmatic project being within the overlay. If there's a development being proposed, we would be seeking those additional resources per project through the use of the overlay. And of course, through the overlay development, looking at state and local regulatory frameworks and making aware of those resources that are eligible, designated, and yet to be analyzed. And to discuss the overlay in terms of its historic resources, the 4 parcels that are within sub-area A and B have been classified as non-contributing or vacant. These are not contributing to the historic resource. They have not been formally evaluated to review any as a designated historic resource. So I do want to mention that any property that is being proposed project with the overlay, that there is a level of review to seek if there's any eligible historic resources. For example, if a project were to come in for one of the sub areas with the use of the overlay for to seek additional height, they would continue to be subject to the existing review criteria through CEQA, through the historic site plan and architectural review, and through our demolition resolution. And within these existing roles of review, it would continue to review for eligible historic resources. So these frameworks for regulatory review would continue through the overlay. And the next image relates to the development standards being proposed through the overlay. So understanding where these historic resources are, where eligible historic resources may be, there are development standards that could be addressed and provided within projects proposed in the overlay. So on the image to the left, we see a proposed development for one located and abutting a historic resource. The development would require a datum line that's visual to express the new development and reflect its historic resource. It would require a 10 minimum foot side setback and a 8-foot front setback at 45 feet or higher. The second image to the right is if a historic resource is abutting with a rear side street or an alley where there could be a continuance of a datum line, and again with a step back at the 8-foot minimum. And these are images that have been developed through the overlay in terms of the development standards that would be applicable to projects within areas of the overlay. There are other additional details and development standards in relation to the sub-areas, and the following will be presented by Greg.
Thank you. So this next slide is a continuation of what was just shown, and it addresses a different issue, and that's when a new building in the overlay would confront, which means across the street, a residential use. And in this case, there's a 10-foot setback that applies once a building crosses the 30-foot line, and then each additional 10 feet and additional 10-foot setbacks applicable. And earlier there was a question of are there residential properties abutting or within the overlays? And area A and B, there are no residential uses known by staff to be in the overlay, and none abutting or confronting. In C, there are 2 abutting and 3 confronting, which means across the street, residential uses. So this setback applies when there is a residential use, there would be a setback that would then kick in. But in most cases, the residential uses would only be those that are existing because they would be likely non-conforming, because the district today does not allow a parcel to be used solely by a residential use. Next slide. So I think it would be helpful to read the criteria. This is an important thing to remind everyone about. And this is, I think the criteria to exceed 45 feet is largely the same as what was seen by the Historic Commission in October. And the first step to point out is new buildings in Petaluma require SPAR if they're not in a historic district, or HSPAR if they are. CEQA applies. If you're in a district or you're not in a district, CEQA applies. And what the overlay does is it adds to the existing process, which is discretionary, either SPAR or HSPAR, and there's CEQA applicable in both cases, additional criteria to have a building exceed the existing 45-foot height limit. And I'm just for the benefit of the community, I'll read the conditions that are required, and all of them must be made for any building to exceed the existing 45-foot height limit. The first is that the height is consistent with the applicable purposes of the overlay. The height must make a positive contribution to the overall character of the area and that the building will be compatible with its surroundings. And it's worth pointing out that these are findings that must be made by the Planning Commission, all 5 of them. The next is the height would not cause an adverse change in the significance or integrity of a historic resource that is on-site or adjacent to the site. Fourth finding, the height will not unduly restrict access to light and air from adjacent properties or the public right-of-way, or otherwise be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. And the final finding, for any building to exceed the 45-foot height limit, is the building design expresses a relationship to an existing datum line or lines of the street wall or adjacent historic resource, if any. And this criteria was somewhat presented to the Planning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission based on staff's belief, and then it was modified based on things that we heard in this room. The next list, it's on the next slide, is the criteria that applies in addition to what I just read to exceed the 45-foot height limit. So in addition to everything I've said so far, HSPAR, SPAR, CEQA, to go from 45 to 60, conditional use permit must be granted by the Planning Commission. For any other building that goes above 60 feet, you need the conditional use permit based on those 5 findings I just read, and the Planning Commission would have to make a finding of one of 3 of these apply to a project. And what's on the screen here is to keep the font size large enough so it can be readable in the rear of the room. It's not the complete findings. The complete findings are found in attachments A and D in an exhibit, Exhibit 1. But the first list of criteria that could apply to a project, and again, there's 6 listed, only 3 must be found true about a project, is that the project would improve the existing streetscape. There's many ways that could be done, but the ordinance spells out what that means. The second is that a project would include publicly accessible private open space, such as a park, rooftop open space, and that space is open at least 8 hours per day and at least 120 days per year. The third, and this is something that came out of comments in this room, is that these tall buildings, these buildings that are above 60 feet and up to 75 feet tall, demonstrate exceptional architecture or design. And there's a list of what we find to be exceptional architecture that's not included on the screen, but I can direct you again to attachments A or D. The fourth potential criteria is that it respects and/or preserves cultural, historical, or archaeological resources that exist or occur on-site or within the overlay. Fifth of the potential criteria is that the project would include affordable units such that the number would exceed the minimum required by the zoning ordinance. And then finally, that all parking that's required for the project is below grade. And I'd like to highlight that criteria 3, 5, and 6 were, we believe, reflective of comments that were made by the HCPC or the PC in this room. Let's move on to the next slide. So this is something that was displayed in front of the Historic Commission in October. It's probably new for the Planning Commission, and that's the pedestrian facade activation. And within each sub-area, we've identified what I'll call just the red-lined areas with the cross-hatching, and then everything else. And the idea with this is that to mirror and sort of continue the historic retail pattern in the downtown, there should be a minimum depth of retail in these buildings, in these locations where the red and the cross-hatching is shown. So along sub-area A, it's Petaluma Boulevard, 30 feet deep from that street front, wrapping the corner on B, C, and D streets, 60 feet. And then within any building that's proposed in the overlay, there'd be a retail depth of at least 30 feet. And the other thing to point out about this pedestrian facade activation zone is there's a more limited range of uses that are allowed or proposed to be allowed than what the zoning would today allow. And these are all listed in Exhibit 14 as well as reflected in the ordinance. And these uses were chosen because they're typically more pedestrian serving uses than what the city would allow otherwise in this area. And they focus on artisan shops, general retail of 25,000 square feet or less, restaurants, cafes, coffee shops, groceries or specialty foods, again, 25,000 square feet or less, banks, financial services, fitness, health facilities, dance studios, martial arts, personal services, or a library, museum, or art gallery. The thinking behind this list of uses is you're in the area and you see something interesting and you go into it. It's not necessarily a destination, you just happen to be there, or it's a service that provides an amenity to the people that work or live in the neighborhood, which is restaurants, dry cleaners, laundry, places, banks, and the like. The other thing I need to point out in sub-area A, and the same applies for B and C, is if you're not in this pedestrian activation zone, i.e. you're more than 30 feet from one of these street frontages, residential would be allowed on the ground floor, which is a change from how it is today. The other component of these pedestrian and facade activation zones is if we're going to have an area that you want to walk, an area that you want to shop in, the city needs to have some development standards of what those facades look like and how the interiors of those spaces are programmed. So within the ordinance, and also detailed in Exhibit 14, are requirements for how much storefront glazing or windows must be present on the facade up to a height of 14 feet. The thinking there is that you don't want to have blank walls. You want to have windows where you can see in and see materials and either cafes or things to buy. And within that zone, there's restrictions on how tall partitions can be, or how tall a wall can be, or shelving. And again, the thinking there is if a city requires glass storefronts, but then doesn't say, and you can't put your shelves in front of that glass, then we're not getting what we want. So there's a combination of things here that we're spelling out, which is, the first is there's a minimum glazing requirement. If you have a blank wall, and sometimes you need to have a blank wall for mechanical needs or for doorways or to bring in trash or recycling, we limit the length of those. And then also when there is a glazing requirement, there's a maximum amount of signage that can be applied to that, again, so that you have transparency, so you can see into the space, and also that the people inside can see out to the street and not have that view obscured by signs or walls or shelves. So the slide that's up in front of you today shows where we think that those pedestrian and facade activation zones should be, and they largely mirror what's across the street or adjacent to either what's in sub-area A or in sub-area B. Or, as you can see in sub-area A, they activate the corners to kind of draw you in from the residential areas across the street into the commercial district and the commercial uses that exist in sub-area A. Can you switch to sub-area C? Sub-area C does much the same thing. Along Western Avenue, it sort of mirrors the retail and pedestrian-oriented uses that are to the south, and also does the same along Washington. And again, if it's not mapped as one of these two, the pedestrian facade activation, then ground floor residential could be allowed. I think it's time. Let's move on to the next one. So the Planning Commission in August, there were some comments about the economic assessment, wanting to know what would the overlay do. And so the city commissioned a study from Strategic Economics. And the staff persons responsible for the memorandum, which is in attachment K, are here for questions. This slide, again, just to keep the font size large enough, has sort of 4 high-level comments that I pulled from the memorandum. And that's the overlay, and this is from their study and their knowledge of Petaluma, from their work doing the general plan update economic assessment. They believe that the overlay could allow a greater diversity of housing projects, become more financially feasible. The greater the floor area, the more floor area to sort of spread around the fixed costs. The overlay would also provide greater long-term flexibility for housing developers, and it would increase the likelihood that a residential product would be built. And if you see in this, it says when development conditions improve, a thing that's affecting residential development is, construction costs, labor, materials are very expensive, interest rates are high, and the rents and the sales price for new housing isn't at the right point to foster residential development. But Strategic Economics believes that when those conditions improve, the overlay will then kind of add on to that and make it more possible for residential to happen. They also believe that the overlay would provide greater flexibility to accommodate opportunity for infill office development. And then finally, the additional height, lot coverage, and floor area are likely to benefit hotel development in downtown Petaluma. Let's move on to the next slide. So, quick overview of the discussion section in the staff report. And this is from the staff report, pages 25 to 27. Within your materials, you have what we believe to be sort of the overlap and the consistency with this overlay discussion and the general plan update. Staff report also details some high-level statements about the Central Petaluma specific plan and the SMART code, and how there's some relationships between the two, and how the overlay would potentially allow new development to mirror, again, what's across the street on in the Central Petaluma specific plan area. And there's also within the staff report a section that discusses how Chapter 15 and Chapter 25, the findings are met. Let's move on. Continuing that discussion, again, staff report page 22 details the housing element. And one thing that's key about what the housing element that was adopted this year talks about is infill near transit and services and increasing density. And we believe that the overlay would allow greater density, and it's obviously near transit and services because that's where they are in downtown. We've got the SMART station and the transit hub. Priority development area is detailed on page 24 of the staff report. Within the priority development area, it calls for revitalizing parts of the historic downtown. It also calls for a greater diversity and intensity of uses, which the overlay would afford. Page 27 of the staff report also discusses the blueprint for carbon neutrality. And the blueprint for carbon neutrality, one of the highlights that I pulled from that was, infill, density, and intensity. The city wants infill housing. Greater density, intensity of land uses reduces the carbon footprint. Let's move on. Move on, please. And then finally, this meeting tonight was public notice. There was an on-site poster installed on the site. The notice area for all mailed notices was 1,000 feet of the study area. It was represented about 1,000 pieces of notice went out to the public. And it was also published in the newspaper. And it's important to note that the June meeting, public notice of this 1,000 foot of the study area, there was a notice sent in July and August for the August meeting. There was a notice sent just before the October meeting. I tallied up, and it's roughly 5 notices have been released for this to inform the public. The goal behind what I'd call an overbroad notice area is just to include a greater area than just the minimum. So I want to emphasize that when the overlay was released in June, it included a larger area. When the overlay was reduced to 3 sub-areas, the notice area remained the larger area because the influence or the impact or the area that would be potentially affected by the overlay covers much more than just across the street or 500 feet away. It includes a larger area. So we've kept the notice broad to make sure that a larger number of people know about this. And in summary, we've received a lot of comments. And so your attachment O includes comments up through just after 5 o'clock today. And I don't know if it might be 300 pages of notice, of comments. And my favorite slide, we can move on to the next one. You've heard this before, but it's worth repeating. For the overlay to proceed, there's several things that would need to happen. The first is the HCPC would need to make a recommendation that the Planning Commission, again, make a recommendation to the council. The Planning Commission would need to recommend that the council adopt the mitigated negative declaration. The Planning Commission would also need to recommend that the council adopt the general plan amendment and the zoning text and zoning map amendments to the city council. And that's the conclusion of my part of the presentation, and I think we can turn it over to the applicant team, or do I bring it back to you?
The applicant team would be next.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm not sure who's going to start, but Barbara or someone from EKN is invited up. Oh, Mike Jolly will first present.
And before the applicant team gets started, I just want to thank all the staff for this thorough presentation and for peacefully handing off each part that you had. So thank you again, and welcome applicant.
And I'll echo that. Thank you, staff. We've been working with you guys for a long time. It's nice to see it come down to this. You know, this has been a long process, and we came here with the idea of building a hotel, and then we were told, no, we need to do an overlay. We can't do a spot zone change. And, you know, we jumped at the chance to help with this overlay, to be the applicant behind this overlay. Because we care about Petaluma, we actually care about the towns that we come into and build. We want to become part of the culture of the town. My son lives in Sonoma. I have family in this area and 2 grandsons. I care about this area. We care about Petaluma, and that's why we work so hard on this overlay. And I want to point that out. We went through several iterations of it. It was a long, costly experience, and I think that we've got it dialed in where we really tried to listen to the public's comments, to planning's comments, to HCPC's comments, and really get it dialed in. And I think we're there. I'd like to introduce Barbara Maloney from Page. She works with a very good architectural firm. We looked for the best architectural firm in the Bay Area, North area, that had a great planning department. Page was the one that was popped out, and we hired her. She has been working tirelessly on this program with Projita and staff to perfect this. After Barbara makes her presentation, Ebby Nakshavani, our CEO, has a couple words to say.
That was awfully nice, Mike. Thank you. Let me know if you can't hear me. Yeah, I'm Barbara Maloney. I'm an urban planner, urban designer. I've been a Bay Area resident for 40 years and a North Bay resident for 20 years. And over that time, I've had a chance to get to know Petaluma a little bit, and over the last year to get to know Petaluma really well. And I have to say, you have a wonderful, wonderful community. The historic resources, the river, the mountains, you're near farms, you're near ranches, you have your gateway to the West Bay. There's just so many good things about Petaluma. But, you know, like all of our cities, we're all facing challenges. I work with all kinds of big, small cities in various places, primarily in California. You know, we all are struggling with a lack of affordable housing and housing in general that can be suitable for a wide range of families, singles, you know, almost everyone. We're also struggling with how to fund public improvements that are needed in our communities, parks, open space, streetscape, all the amenities, and also how to just fund police, fire, and all the public safety that needs to be provided to our citizens for a safe and good life. But you're a unique place, and you do have characteristics and resources that should really be protected and enhanced as you go forward. But I think I have several more slides here. Yeah. So, you know, this is a terrific little downtown, and it's changing, it's evolving, of course, just like they all do. Next. Of course, you have some of the most wonderful historic resources, I think, in the North Bay, and you've done a good job of protecting them. And you have next restaurants, shops, lovely sidewalks, streetscapes with these beautiful historic buildings fronting them. Next. Again, beautiful, great retail, great restaurants. Something I think recently was just listed as one of the best in the Bay Area here in Petaluma. Next. And access to the waterfront. I mean, that is really unusual for a town like this in the North Bay to have that waterfront access as well as access 360 degrees. Next. But at the same time, there are a lot of issues facing the city, I think, that are going to have to be addressed, and in these particular areas that have been studied as part of this project. Next. You have these great resources in the historic buildings. Next. And in the neighborhoods, the historic neighborhoods as well. So the commercial district, the residential neighborhoods are absolutely worth protecting and enhancing. And we fully believe in that as an approach. Next. But on the other hand, these areas that some of the sites, some of the parcels within the 3 study areas that we've identified for the project are really not what any of you, I think, want Petaluma to look like. You have vacant sites, you have parking lots dominating many areas, and with parking lots, even though many of them are quite empty, appear to be quite empty much of the time, with parking lots you get the additional problem of cars coming in and out of driveways, which can conflict with bicyclists, can conflict with pedestrians, can create safety issues. Next. So in area A, you have situations like this where you have a 7-Eleven on Petaluma Boulevard. It's got a parking lot in the front of the building. It's what you see. It's got curb cuts on all sides. It's not a great way to enter downtown Petaluma. And those kinds of uses are very, not at all unusual in more suburban areas, but as an urban area grows and matures, often the community tries to replace those with more intense uses, more pedestrian-oriented uses. Next. In Area B, on the right side, which is the parcels that are in consideration here where the Wells Fargo is, at the top there you see the historic district up at Petaluma Boulevard, but in this particular block you have 2 hotels. They have parking lots adjoining them, again with curb cuts onto the street, and essentially blank facades, which means that it's not a very interesting place to walk. And when I've walked down that street, I've made a point of crossing to the other side because there are some interesting stores and things to take a look at over there. Next. And then finally in Area C, which is in many ways, is obviously the largest and in many ways the most developable area of all. Lots of vacant lots, lots of parking lots that again don't seem to be utilized very heavily by any of the businesses or residential residences in that area. And again, a lack of amenities, street trees, many of the things we'd like to see in our better neighborhoods. Next.
I just would like to ask for a pause real quick. I'd like to ask the public, I understand that some of you might be having reactions, positive or otherwise, to the presentation. Please keep those reactions to yourself so we can hear the presentation clearly, and also so that people watching at home can hear the presentation clearly. You don't want them hearing your side conversation when they're trying to listen to the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just... You can't hear me? I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Apologies. So I just wanted to end as this whole discussion started, actually, which is to just also think about everything else that's being talked about in Petaluma these days. In other words, the general plan, which is going to be continuing in discussion over the next year or so, and will ultimately result in a new plan for the city. And so there are elements that have already been articulated as part of that general plan, the visioning that's been going on over the last year or two. And I just wanted to point out those because I think these are things that in the overlay we are trying to address because we agree with the priorities and the discussions that have been held on the general plan. So key, as I said earlier, to all of us is promoting affordable housing and housing for all types of units and users, a diversity of housing. Infill development where you can, rather than sprawling, rather than extending further out, which requires further services, transit, and so on. Let's try to infill where we have appropriate sites in our cities and in our towns. Economic growth, as I mentioned, is so important to communities to allow cities to provide the services and the amenities and so on for its citizens that it needs to provide, that they all need to provide. And to, as we've talked about a lot already tonight, to preserve the historic character of downtown Petaluma. Some of the images that Isabel shows just indicates a lot of things have been lost up to this point, and I think everyone's priorities, certainly for the commission, is to preserve everything that's left in the best possible condition and with active, vital, and successful retail and other uses in those buildings. Expanding pedestrian and bike access, as I mentioned, having a lot of curb cuts, parking lots, and so on do not tend to support those kinds of uses and can in fact be dangerous situations. Public gathering spaces, providing public gathering spaces, again, opportunities with economic development for the city to be able to do these things or to get them in association with private development. And finally, to promote a diverse mix of uses. So just in closing, I'd say it's been very nice, as Mike said, to be able to work and understand the city of Petaluma better. I honestly do think that this overlay would result in positive change for the city. It's going to take a long time, and as Greg has indicated, there are an awful lot of protections built into the guidelines and the findings in the overlay and the zoning that's associated with that. So with that, I'd like to thank you and just say how much, what a pleasure it's been to be working with you and with the community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Abinak Giovanni with EKN Development Group. I want to thank everyone, the staff, as well as all the members of the community that have spent endless hours meeting with us, talking and discussing this project from its inception. I think the most important statement that I want to make is that we're very proud of where the project has landed and the design that we have for this project. We made a lot of changes to this project. If you followed it from its inception, it's come a long way. It was a completely different project when it was first proposed. Walkability, the restaurant on the first floor, it was basically a hotel proposed to be plopped in the middle of the downtown. On the corner of Petaluma Boulevard, you would have just walked in through a plaza that would have led you to a hotel registration desk. What we did is we spent a lot of time absorbing the culture and walkability of downtown Petaluma and how to overcome shoehorning a hotel project into the downtown that didn't really fit, didn't really work, didn't embrace the storefronts that are currently experienced when you walk in downtown. And its architecture didn't embrace anything at all close to the eclectic architecture that is currently in downtown Petaluma. We spent a lot of time looking at what needed to be done to the hotel facade, to its structure, and how it integrated and became a harmonious structure in downtown. The decision by everyone, the architects, members of the community, everybody that we talked to, was not to build a replica of what's there today. That would be a grave mistake. We're not designing for this year. We're not designing for 2025, 2035. We're designing a hotel that embraces the architecture that's sustainable and is there and is here to be a part of the community for the many years to come. I don't want to spend a lot of time and take your time going through things that you've already read. There's volumes of documents that were created. There was an incredible amount of discussions with historians looking at all of the aspects. And it was a big challenge because City of Petaluma doesn't have one vocabulary. It doesn't have one statement. So how do you actually amalgamate and bring all of that together into a project that is here to maintain its position, maintain its seriousness, and as was stated, is a appropriate and proper gateway to people who actually drive into Petaluma. So in our plans, we've actually detailed how we can create a more livable and equitable place in downtown by promoting walkability, architectural harmony, community health, reducing traffic, from its existing current zoning, and therefore carbon emissions, as well as increased opportunities for housing obtainability through proper planning. Without the district plan, and examples of this exist across the country, there's chaos. You have to review every single lot that comes before you. Every single building that's vacant, that's been abandoned, has to come before you without an exact plan. So we were in harmony with staff when they recommended that a district plan be prepared so that our hotel, but also future development in Petaluma, can actually follow an orderly manner in which a cumulative impact can be studied. Is how do all these buildings and lots that are developed can be harmonized as opposed to just one project at a time. We embraced the idea of creating a district, even though it wasn't really in our original plans. It was a late introduction into the direction, along with all of the other changes that we made in order to work with the members of the community. The biggest change we made, this used to be a branded hotel, I won't name the brand, and the members of the community told us we needed to change that. We needed to bring a local operator, we needed to bring a local brand. You may not be in the hotel business, but that is a huge undertaking. That makes a difference between having a project and not having a project. We were far along with our processes to actually have a brand. We changed midstream to bring a brand to please the members of the community. I'm not sure if all the members of the community that we've met with, probably in the over hundreds, are here tonight. And I'm not sure about the testimony that you're going to hear tonight. However, we take our presence in Petaluma seriously. We embrace every place that we put a hotel in, and we maintain our presence in the community in the future. We all have to benefit from that. Again, walkability, landscaping, street maintenance, traffic congestion, all of that will impact us going forward. So we're not ignoring that. We're not trying to create something that once we're approved, we move forward and forget about the town. So we're here to be a member of the community. We're here to contribute on a long-term basis. We're proud of the project that we've come up with and designed with the help of all of the experts in the industry as well as your staff. And I really like to thank you for your time and the members of the community for helping us get to this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody from the applicant team for their contributions to their presentation. So the next part of the agenda would be for us to go to public comment on the item, which I'm sure many of you are eager to give. We have over 30 public comments. We are not restricting time, so it's going to be 3 minutes apiece like usual. But as you can imagine, with some quick math, that's over 90 minutes. So I'm going to call for a 5-minute break now so that everybody can get ready for the next period of public comment. So thank you, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, everybody, we are going to come back to the meeting. Hello, everybody. It's time to get this train going again. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for coming back, and thank you for bearing with us on that brief break. We're going to move into public comment. There's a few kind of items I want to address right as we went into it, if only because since this is now our third hearing, we've had a few issues come up in the past that I'm hoping we can avoid this time around. For one, please remember to maintain decorum in your comments. The people who disagree with you are not your enemy. They care about the town just as much as you do. For the purpose of what we're doing, public comment is part of the findings that we put together to make a recommendation. So if your public comment is focused on why you support, don't support, or the questions you have, that's helpful for the findings and the ultimate outcome of this process. If it devolves into attacking people or getting ageist in either direction, things like that, it kind of it completely devalues the public comment that you're giving. So we just wanted to ask to consider that. And also, please remember, it may be hard to separate out the hotel from the overlay. I understand the applicant's last point in the presentation was heavily focused on the hotel. What we're discussing tonight is, in fact, the overlay. The decision we make tonight will be about recommending whether or not the overlay moves forward. The hotel will come at a future series of meetings. So we understand that for a lot of people, these two things are the same thing, so we're certainly not going to cut you off. But please keep in mind that for the purposes of what we're doing tonight, we're entirely looking at the amendments related to enacting the overlay and also the CEQA documents that come with it. With that in mind, we will open up public
Chair?
comment.
If I might just add a quick question, having very recently been in this position of making public comment, can you confirm whether there will be any opportunity for back and forth or questions between staff or the commission and the public?
Great question. There will not. So this will be, we have over 30 public comment request cards. That's easily 90 minutes, and that assumes there won't be more cards that come in while we're talking. So we will be taking your comments, even if they're questions, we'll be taking your questions or comments. Then after that, we will do an overall question period for commissioners and committee members to the staff and the applicant team, reflecting on the presentation that we heard prior to that. But we're not going to have back and forth from the dais to the public. With that, we will open up public comment. And I will give the standard message. The public is invited to comment on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to the clerk. I'd like to know if we've received any comments about this prior to the meeting, and I know we have, in fact, but.
Yes, Chair, we received several public comments, all of which have been posted online onto the city website, and they are available in the back for viewing. I also want to make a quick comment for those that will come up and speak in the podium. The top part of the microphone can be bent forward or back to make it easier for you to speak. Sorry, the top part of the microphone can be bent forward or back to make it easier for you to speak and make it easier for others to hear you. Thank you.
If you're tall, point it up at you. If you're short, bend it down.
And let's all request that the city gets new microphones sometime soon. And with that, our first public comment will be from Lydia Esseslin, and that'll be followed by Tom I'm going to apologize for messing up names and not being able to read handwriting. Tom Borenmeyer. First person is Lydia.
Good evening, Lydia Aslan here. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, committee members. Tonight's hearing boils down to two very serious asks for you folks. First, your recommendation to approve or disapprove the overlay, and second, your assessment that the initial CEQA analysis that's been done is either adequate or inadequate. And I'd like to talk about that second thing, the CEQA analysis. I gotta say, the sheer amount of material between the 123-page CEQA study itself and all of the addenda, the technical appendices, the 17 attachments to tonight's meeting, the sheer volume that you've got to digest to make this decision about the validity, adequate or inadequate on the CEQA study is kind of overwhelming. So I would also urge that if you have not read Lubin Olson's 10-page assessment, their comments on the ISMND, I urge you to read that. These folks are land use attorneys, and despite what was put up on the screen earlier tonight about what CEQA is and what CEQA isn't, the ISMND is in fact required to evaluate the whole of the action and must take into account both direct changes and reasonably foreseeable indirect changes to the environment. Additionally, all answers to the CEQA checklist must take account of the whole action involved, including off-site as well as on-site, cumulative as well as project level, indirect as well as direct, and construction as well as operational impacts. This ISMND simply does not address cumulative impacts. Does not. So I urge you to read Lubin Olson's letter to see what they describe as what's missing from the CEQA analysis. So no cumulative impact, no comprehensive studies on traffic, parking, water use, noise, flooding, anything that speaks to the overlay. All of those studies speak solely to the hotel. Bottom line, the city's overall approach to the MND violates CEQA because it fails to analyze potential and cumulative changes. So I urge you to take a deep breath here and tap the brakes and demand an EIR for the overlay to define and address these things. The general plan update is certainly going to be put through an EIR, and
Your time's up. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Lydia. And now we have Tom. And after Tom, we will have Moira Sullivan.
Hi, it's Bornhammer, by the way. So, I'm
so
Tom
sorry.
Bornhammer, and I was here last Planning Commission, and I had questions then about why there's a need for the overlay. And I still have those same questions. Clearly, it's one applicant. There's not a stream of applicants who need 6- and 7-story buildings. There's only one applicant who actually just said tonight that they didn't even propose this overlay. So it was sort of created for them. And I think that's a problem. So you're creating something for one applicant, you're making changes to the general plan, and it's all revolving around one hotel. And I just don't understand it. There's a lot of work that's gone into this, and my question is that necessary? If you had a whole bunch of groups that came in here and said that we want to build something, but we can't make it work without having 6, 7 stories, that's something different. But that's not what's going on here. So I still don't understand that. As part of the frequently asked questions, there was some numbers in there. So I have an accounting, I have a master's in finance. I don't understand those numbers. So, I mean, there's things in here about $55 million over an extended period of time, $37 million over the next 25 years. I question the validity of those numbers. And I know the city council is probably drooling over potential new revenues and that kind of stuff, but I just don't see this happening. There's a lot of talk about mixed-use development and so forth. Look at La Villa Apartments. How's that mixed use going right now? Oh, that's right, they're all empty. So I think there's a lot more thought to, and the last speaker said to tap the brakes. I think that's a great opportunity here to tap the brakes and really think about this, because you're getting a lot of community distrust from this, and we're really wondering why you decided to do this now. So I think maybe take some time and think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We're going to have Moira, followed by Larry Jonas.
Good evening. Good evening, Planning Commission. I want to urge you very strongly not to approve the CEQA document this evening. With worsening climate change. Can everyone hear me? Okay. I want to urge you very strongly this evening not to approve this CEQA document. With worsening climate change and in light of the fact that we're a river town that floods, that our stormwater infrastructure cannot currently handle the increasing storms, that all census tracts in Petaluma are adversely impacted by traffic emissions per the Ramey and Associate Consultants. There is zero question that you need an EIR and that an MND would not address these significant issues. Regarding the MND and the EIR, I frequently find that they're bogus. One example is the Scott Ranch with the special status species, where everyone said that there were no significant impacts. And then, of course, Safeway, where we had a mega gas station that was near disadvantaged children. And because these are being managed by the same consultants, the MGRAT group, who do or prepare the developer staff reports, I just don't think that this is fair. You mentioned Diana Painter. For me, that's not a confidence builder. She works as a consultant for the city. She backed the changes to the Brainerd Jones House in the A Street Historic District, which has now lost its historic designation. That's unacceptable. And I've seen over and over her rubber stamp what the city wants. In your slide presentation, you said that to exceed 45 feet, the structure would have to make a positive contribution to the overall character of the area, that the building would be compatible with its surroundings. I give you the EKN Hotel. At over 60 feet, quote, it has to demonstrate exceptional architecture and design. So again, this is being violated with the EKN Hotel, which is non-conforming and incongruent with our historic zoning. There's a couple other points that I want to make. Before we pick on the 7-Eleven for too many curb cuts, let's talk about Washington Street. Regards the approach to Petaluma, both on the north and south, you've allowed for incredibly ugly, inappropriate hotels that are not on our brand. And then, wait a minute, we have a recycling center too. I forgot about that. That was supposed to be the River House with an information center. And you're trying to put an asphalt plant there. So let's just not start talking about, 7-Elevens. You touched on transit-oriented development, yet the city has allowed single-family homes.
Sorry. I just want to confirm that Tom Lewis is here to concede his time. Okay, perfect. I apologize about that.
So you touched on transit-oriented development, but you've allowed single-family homes on the peninsula, and the Scanell development is considering single-family homes within less than a half a mile of the transit station. You've also approved developments like Davidin that don't comport with VMT, and I believe we paid the consultants to do a sophisticated analysis on that. So let's not make our historic district take the hit for all the poor choices that you've made. The claim by the city is that the overlay strengthens historic protections. I wonder how many folks in our city know that we only maintain a list of our current historic structures. Page and Turnbull, who are the expert San Francisco architectural historians who did our historic inventory said that there are as many as almost 300 structures here that could qualify for protection, and the city's not looking at them, and many of them are in your sub-areas of A, B, and C. So I think that until you do a sophisticated analysis of the value of those, that you should not be talking about the possibility of upzoning them or demolishing them or what have you. Finally, these 3 sub-areas were not included in the housing element that was just approved by the state. I work for the state. And the state was exceedingly happy with our housing element. It was not looking for more from us, so it isn't needed at this time. Finally, I've never seen where a conditional use permit or SPAR ever stopped a project here, so I don't want the public to have any false sense that they'll have any say once you approve this overlay. You've routinely violated the general plan with the Adobe Winery and the North River Apartments and LaFrankie's Edith development, which encroached on the floodway. I don't think the public should think for 2 seconds that this will impact development because something requires a conditional use permit. Or once you have your nose under the tent, as they say, the camel under the tent with this overlay, we're screwed. And why is it that every other town builds 1 to 3 story hotels? We're doing a Petaluma Valley appellation. We're supposed to be emulating Healdsburg, Calistoga, Sonoma. Why are they all building 1 and 3 story hotels and staying on brand? And why are we eclipsing our historic district? Sunset says that we're one of 5 cities in the West with one of the best main streets. If you're allowing an incongruent, non-conforming hotel on our main street, just imagine what you're going to allow in the 3 sub-areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Moira. Next, we will have Larry Jonas, followed by Barry Bisowitz.
Oh, this is the proposed hotel. This is the theater district, and that's Tomasini Rex Hardware. Just to put it in proportion and scale. I've lived in Petaluma now over 50 years, and the mantra when we first moved up here is not to change Petaluma into San Jose. And this overlay and the project there is the first step into changing Petaluma to San Jose. Only Santa Rosa has taller buildings. Everybody else, including Sonoma, Healdsburg, Napa, all have no greater than 4 stories. I go to Sonoma all the time, and it's nice that their square is shorter buildings. And this is Petaluma's historic district, which should get extra attention. The hotel that is proposed is 6 stories, but the Dry Creek Kitchen, which is also a Charlie Palmer Hotel in Healdsburg, is only 3 stories. So it is possible that we don't need the full 70 feet. Also, this hotel is for the elite. It's $400 a night is what they propose that it's going to cost. Parking is the next biggest issue. And as it is now, they're going to be maybe up to 200 spaces shy because of you got the hotel, which is 93, you have the restaurant, you have the open space, and you have the bar downstairs. So if you're putting even 150 extra cars in the neighborhood, is that fair to everybody else? Now, that's only 1 building. Supposing the bank, North Bay Savings, goes away and you put another 70-foot building in there, that's another maybe 150 parking spaces. Where are all these people going to park? A friend of mine lives on B Street. They're going to park in his front yard. And another thing is there's only 2-hour parking limits, right, in most of that area. So the city's probably going to make more money on parking tickets than it is off this hotel. But I know a lot of people here are concerned about the CO2 footprint, carbon dioxide, and I live in Petaluma. I go down B Street all the time, and you can't get across B Street most of the time, at least 2 signals, maybe 3 or 4. So what's the carbon footprint of cars looking for parking spaces all over town, backwards and forward, back and forth, and looking? And a lot of people, including myself sometimes, parks in the Golden Eagle Shopping Center in order to go over to Seared or Casino Paradiso. So I have no problem with this hotel. I only have a problem with it being so tall. 4 stories. Now, nobody has come up and said, we want a 4-story hotel.
Sorry, your time's up.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. Now we will have Barry Biswitz, followed by Richard Thornton.
Yeah, this is hard to use. Esteemed community members, esteemed members of the committees here gathered and staff, I'm Barry Busowitz. I endorse the recommendation of Petaluma Urban Chat, who has presented you in writing with a very thoughtful and well-deliberated recommendation regarding the overlay. I'm also studying at our wonderful local college. I'm taking a great class in philosophy, critical thinking. And I also endorse the skepticism with which we must consider the important questions we face. And I will continue to listen to the many friends of mine who have a different point of view than I do about the object we're discussing tonight. We're facing cataclysmic change. We're in the middle of it. More of it has already happened than we probably realize. The demands on our city will persist and increase. I see the overlay proposal as a way to take better charge of how we can proceed in the face of the demands we must meet in order to face dire housing needs, sea level rise, and the incredible demand to transform our transportation to meet 50% or 75% transportation mode shift by 2025 and 2030. This is a very tall order. We need to use the best means we can to think this through fairly quickly and make good decisions together. Again, I endorse the recommendation of the Petaluma Urban Chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barry. Now we will have Richard, followed by Judy Heichel. Okay, I take it we don't have Richard here, so we'll go to Judy Heichel. Oh, wow, she has very small handwriting. Yes, you may go.
Thank you. So, hello all, esteemed, started to say colleagues, but I'm not colleagues of yours. You're my friends and neighbors and esteemed council member and commission members. I'm sorry, we need new ones. Anyway, what I wanted to say is, and for Judy also, you, city council and commissioners, are Petaluma residents and citizens, just like everyone here in this room, and all of those who have attended prior meetings and who have written the letters and to the Argus Courier and to all of you and wherever they're writing, Facebook, the neighborhood network. The difference is we voted for you and you represent us. And now you're in positions of great power. When I think about how our town, Petaluma, can change, it's immense power. I wonder how it is when you, as common citizens, as we are, make decisions. And when and how do you listen to your constituents? I'm honestly not clear about this political process. I don't understand it. How do ordinary citizens make an impact? What part do our comments really play? I hear you say that you've read the letters and the comments, but what part do they, I'm serious. How much of an impact? Is it 20%? Is it 5%? I mean, who has more power to influence your decision-making? I'm speaking tonight, but now what? So what? What happens after this? The first public notice that we received in our home in June was called the EKN Appalachian Hotel Weaver Project, and da-da-da-da-da. But by July, it had changed to Downtown Housing and Economic Opportunity Overlay. With increased intensity, traffic, parking, all of that. I'm afraid that the 3 designated opportunity sites is a euphemism and a marketing ploy. I haven't heard any details about housing. No details. I keep hearing the word housing, and I keep hearing affordable housing, but all I really hear details about is a hotel. It's a high-end luxury hotel catering to the very wealthy who already come here because they like it here. And there's going to be supposedly affordable housing within a few blocks of this luxury hotel with all of the prices that go, the problems that go along with it. The increased parking for the restaurants and the guests, housing for the low-wage workers, those hundreds of jobs you say this is going to create. Where are they going to park? Where are they going to eat? Where are they going to live? And parking. You say the overflow parking will be valet parking to public garages, which current businesses need for their current customers and new customers. I care about them. These small business owners are my friends. I read in the paper that the council says we're wound up over social media because of potential new height allocations, as if we're not intelligent enough to understand that the top floor setback is still taking up the same 100% lot usage, blocking all views around Petaluma and casting huge shadows. The light and the air will be impacted. Don't tell us it won't. And then, speaking of eyes, which I haven't mentioned yet, we can see with our own eyes that this new building is not the same as the Petaluma Hotel. And speaking of eyes, you refused to approve a story poll. What was that about? It's one of the most common tools used in the building industry. So I guess I want to know, who do you serve? What does it take to be heard by this illustrious group? I admire all of you, and you've been working so hard. Some of you are friends of mine. You've been in my home, I've been in your home. I honor the work that you've been doing. I'm so grieved that not only is our country divided, our world divided, but even my own little piece of paradise here in Petaluma is so divided. And I've lost trust in my elected officials right here in my own town. Everybody knows everybody personally. We're still a small town. We're not San Jose. People come here because they like it. It doesn't mean no growth, but we have a lot of considerations to make before this project goes forward. Please slow down. Please listen to some of the suggestions that have been made many times in this room and in letters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Ben Peters, followed by Linda Lips. Oh, that was you. Thank you very much, Linda. Followed by Chantel Rogers.
Good evening, everyone. Ben Peters, First, I'd like to start off with a little story. So, my younger sister, Sarah Peters, she was the first female soccer player, first female football player at Petaluma High. So, broke a glass ceiling there. She got married. She doesn't live here. She lives in San Francisco, but she loves Petaluma, loves our historic downtown, wanted to get married. Was able to reserve one of the last remaining blocks of rooms at the Petaluma Hotel. That place is always sold out. Unfortunately, the week before her wedding, the air conditioning went out at the old Petaluma Hotel. And the wedding party, fortunately, was able to go to the new Home 2 suites. And some of them had nice accommodations and it was fine. Many of them drove their cars to downtown and couldn't find parking. And the point of the story is the very last part, is that my cousins, they decided to walk from the Home 2 suites to downtown. And when they got to the wedding party, they asked me, hey, we went over that Corona Bridge and saw that white bike. Can you tell me about that? This is deadly serious business, people, okay? Out of town guests, because we don't have enough hotels to support the young people who are trying to get married and start families, they have to walk from the Home 2 suites across a dangerous bridge just to get here. And, that's not going to sway anyone that owns their house and is supported by Proposition 13. I myself am trying to buy a house and can't find any because of the lack of building that's happened over the course of our history. I know the height is a big, scary topic for a lot of people. So let's do a little thought experiment. Imagine you're standing at Penry Park, looking out of our beautiful historic downtown. What is the tallest thing that you see? It's the PG&E transmission towers. PG&E dominates our skyline. If you did not have that concept in your mind, maybe it's time to take a breath and think about what the view shed of our historic downtown is. And I encourage you to walk to Penry Park and go check out those transmission towers, because that beautiful view shed is now ruined by PG&E's ugly wires. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have Chantel Rogers, followed by, I believe this is Kristen Johnson.
I'm here tonight to help you understand why you're getting such incredible pushback from the community about the Appalachian Hotel and associated overlay. It feels like this effort is proceeding as a foregone conclusion with no true understanding or consideration of citizen concerns. It feels like the planning department, hotel, and majority of city leadership came together to create not only an avenue for the Appalachian Hotel to be approved, but to create their preferred zoning for downtown while they were at it. It feels like the parties involved are checking boxes to make it happen, with no real interest in what the Petaluma citizenry thinks. The Appalachian Hotel is an enticement financially that the city can't seem to resist, and it's willing to approve an overlay which will open so many unknowns and limit our ability to guide building downtown in the future. The hotel and the overlay could be approved, and yet the hotel never be built for a myriad of reasons. The hotel could be built and sold 2 years later, and the new owners change its layout or usage. The mayor says Petaluma is a town with a reputation of never getting anything approved, and yet there are a dozen major projects approved or considered, including hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of new residences. The riverfront area has multiple new projects in the works. There will be a huge development over by the new train station, apartments on Casa Grande near the Petaluma Boulevard roundabout, 2 apartment buildings at Oak Street, and the list goes on, including what will no doubt be a huge development eventually on the land next to the West Side train station. And yet we are told that downtown higher-rise housing is essential to our survival. The overlay would profoundly change the future and character of our beloved historic downtown, and it's natural that the majority of Petaluma citizens are alarmed by the potential transformation of a historic downtown that we all love, and that is its own cash cow in terms of drawing tourists vital to our financial well-being. It feels like our concerns and feedback are being minimized and dismissed. It feels like the city considers this a done deal, public feedback a mere nuisance to attain the goal. Some believe that we will all go away once the inevitability of this passing sinks in. That's not what I see. I see the community using all options available to be heard. I implore you to slow down this train. Let's plan the future of our lovely downtown carefully and thoughtfully. Let's work with existing businesses to overcome obstacles to their reopening instead of hastening so-called blight in an effort to compel landowners to sell to developers with higher buildings in mind. Let's anticipate what these changes might truly mean and consider the ramifications more deeply. Let's do what is truly best for Petaluma's future, and let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Kristen Johnson, followed by Susan Clark. You can come up now. Yeah. Apologies. Okay. If you wouldn't mind just stating your name at the start.
Of course. My name is Eric Scher. Thank you for letting us speak, and thanks for giving us all the opportunity to share our ideas here so we can make some decisions together. Initially, I wasn't going to talk at all about myself, but after having the developer come up over here and start talking about what makes Petaluma great or what we need to make Petaluma great for, I really felt that I felt compelled to share a little bit about my story as I lead into this. I'm a pediatric ER physician, and I do work at Petaluma Valley Hospital on a more volunteer basis when they need help for children in the ER or in labor and delivery. I've ran 13 benefit concerts in the city of Petaluma for the Polly Klaas Foundation, for work we do abroad, for all kinds of programs, and I'm very enmeshed in the culture and the infrastructure of this town, and it means a lot to me. It's hard for me when I have people come up here and start sharing what we need to make Petaluma great when they come from outside and start sharing about any society or any type of community that we're in. And I just needed to share that it really makes a difference to me to make sure that this community works together and makes a better community, allows for affordable housing, has a compassionate collaboration together. I'm part of Cool Petaluma, which I'm so proud of as well in our community. At the initiation of this meeting, the chair stated that this was not about the hotel project. But then the first slide that went up when the staff started talking about this just mentioned about the application from the hotel, that's what started this whole overlay discussion. And so quite evidently, you know, this is about the hotel, and this is what initiated it. You know, in medicine, and I shared this when we talked to the historical commission, in medicine, when we make decisions based on one individual case, we call that anecdotal medicine. We never really make protocols and policies based on one initial case that is presenting to us. Otherwise, we make decisions that really don't benefit society as a whole. And so I think it's really important that we notice that this whole overlay discussion really is based on an application from one hotel that decides that they want to come into the community. And you know what? It's sometimes a great idea. There may be some really benefits to it, but we shouldn't fool ourselves to say that this is the reason why we should change our full, you know, overlay or general plan to make this work if it does not really meet our really significant collaborative community efforts that we need to have. So just really, from my perspective, I just feel very strongly that we need to, you know, together, you know, come up with a process and a policy and protocol that makes sense. A hotel may make a lot of sense there. I think I live just a few blocks from there, and I think it would be actually terrific to have that. But I think that truly to make decisions based on our full processes about what we're going to go ahead and have in our community should be based on more than just one element of a proposal that is there, and I think that's what this hotel does. So I just hope that, as many people have so eloquently spoken about, that we really try to do the best we can to make these decisions based on a more broad scale rather than just on this hotel. So I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Is Susan Clark still out here? Okay. We will now go to Callum Weeks, followed by Kathy Myers.
It's actually a little too short. Oh, dear God. Oh, I'm definitely going to break this. Good evening, Vice Mayor Cater Thompson, Chair Hooper, Chair Reinhardt, members of the Planning Commission, HCPC, and staff. My name is Callum Weeks, and I'm the Policy Director with Generation Housing. Today, we stand in firm support of the Downtown Housing and Economic Overlay, a pivotal step towards Petaluma's sustainable future. This initiative it's not just a plan, but a vision in action, embodying our commitment to a thriving and resilient community. Higher density in our downtown areas is a catalyst for economic growth. As evident from robust data, it expands the customer base for local businesses and bolsters tax revenues, crucial for funding vital municipal services and projects. The overlay isn't just a growth strategy, it's a commitment to our community's prosperity and well-being. By placing housing alongside businesses in transit-oriented zones, we achieve more than convenience. We foster sustainability. This approach significantly cuts down on commute times and emissions, aligning with our collective pledge to protect our cherished agricultural lands and open spaces. The overlay offers tangible financial gains for Petaluma as well, and it's going to turn growth into direct benefits for the city. The additional revenue from property sales and TOT taxes in the overlay area can be strategically invested in widely supported services and essential improvements. Imagine what we can achieve. 25% of this revenue could support deed-restricted affordable housing for those 120% or below the area median income. Another 10 could be dedicated to preserving and enhancing our historic downtown, and a further 10% to upgrading and maintaining our parks. The options are limited. You could flip that around. The choice is yours, really, at the end of the day. And really, what I really want to impress upon you is this overlay enjoys support from environmentalists, business owners, and housing advocates alike. We all agree the future demands higher density, vertical living. It's about making strategic choices now for a thriving and sustainable future. Our alliance with Greenbelt Alliance, kind of a little play on there, as outlined in our joint letter, highlights our united commitment to this cause. So with that, I just really like to thank you for your time and service. I know this is a really tough decision. There's a lot of emotions invested in this. And I really just earnestly hope you'll consider this vision in your deliberations tonight. And really, let's build a future where everyone in Petaluma has a place to call home, in a community that's equitable, healthy, and resilient. So again, thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Cal. Next, we're going to go with Kathy Myers, followed by Eric Leland.
Okay, I brought a homemade scale model because so far none has been required or provided. I would request that EKN at this point, since there's some people here, that they have make scale models that show what the overlay will look like built out to what is possible for them. For instance, 70 feet or so. So on your left, here, my right, your left. On your left is a potential look and scale of a well-designed 4-story structure that's 45 feet and appropriate to its location in the historic district, and the 2 blocks below that, down to D Street, built out. This is how it is now. On this side, your right, are the same blocks built out to the maximum 70 feet, /office/apartments/retail that could be that height, and including a parking structure. It represents the consequences, cumulative, of accommodating a single project and piggybacking an overlay with this. This is a project. These two go together. A glaring impact this represents on the culture and environment of Petaluma. Planner Dan Zach, who worked on the Fresno Renewal Project, he wishes that he could undo the destruction of areas like this, like the way it is now, in his town. Areas he called the connective tissue, the fabric of everyday low-rise entry into town. He had to deal with square miles, not square feet, like we're dealing with here. To that end, he said our downtown is such a gem. He suggested that any planning or facelifts that happen within the historic district or adjacent be done with a scalpel. That was the term he used. The proposed changes feel more like doing a facelift with a chainsaw. It's too global, it's too big. I resent the implication. The first step of this project has been to denigrate this area. These businesses, some of them are in transition. They use parking lots. They call it blight, including the parking lot of the Phoenix. They said this has got to go. The tools that you have.
Time's up. I apologize.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Eric Leland, followed by Nicola.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. I've been wanting to say I've been seeing these 3D models, and I think they're awesome. I've been in a couple of zoning conversations in other towns I've lived in, and there's been like a couple people that bothered to speak up because it's like complicated and weird. And then we have this one, and there's like tons of people in the room, and there's a lot of things that have been said that I don't agree with, but I've learned a ton from it, including those models. So I just wanted to say that. It's super awesome. I want to live in an inclusive community that grows sustainably. Historic zoning has been used to exclude some populations from accessing wealth and amenities in towns, and it's used to reserve these for more privileged populations. Examples include prohibitions on multifamily dwellings, enforced minimum lot sizes, and minimum building heights. Exclusionary zoning is a historical legacy that plays a big role in perpetuating ongoing discrimination today. It's been a ton to read. I've been reading the American Planning Association's guide on zoning and equity, and that's been like really helpful to me, and a whole bunch of other stuff, including all the stuff in the packet. A more recent addition was the Strategic Economic Memorandum. It indicates that, quote, downtown overlay will provide greater long-term flexibility for housing developers and will increase the likelihood that a residential product would be built when development conditions improve. Because it also indicates that the development conditions aren't ripe yet for these sizes of buildings. And it indicates that if transportation, placemaking, and private amenity improvements enhance the area's desirability as a residential neighborhood, if these are implemented, those conditions come around. And we have that going on already. We just broke ground on a new train station. The positioning of this overlay is very interconnected. I'm finding that there's more pros than cons in the zoning overlay. So from the beginning, I was started out against, and as I started to read more and more about it, I've become in support of this. I'd like to be, over time, looking at zoning as a more systemic issue in Petaluma. I'm not a super fan of the fact that we have like this small kind of piecemeal thing, but I also understand that there's reasons to take opportunities when we have them. So there's pros, there's cons. But if we looked at zoning systematically, citywide, we could really look to reduce some of these barriers that zoning has implemented on our city to, increase diversity and make sure we have lower income housing in all the various places that we need to have that, without dealing with this historical legacy of basically preventing people from accessing the benefits and the amenities of this great town. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric. Now we'll hear from Nicola, followed by Lion Goodman.
Hi, my name is Nicola Fry, and I'm a chairperson of the Senior Advisory Committee. I'm on the Rebuilding Together Petaluma Board of Directors, and I'm in the Microtransit Ad Hoc Group of the Transit Committee. I stand before you today not as in opposition to progress, but as a friend of history and community. Our charming historic downtown and its narrow streets and its vintage facades is not just a place, it's a living testament to our shared past. Today, I want to share some thoughts on why we should reconsider the proposed overlay in the hotel development that looms over our beloved heritage. Firstly, let's acknowledge the uniqueness of our historic downtown. It's not just a collection of buildings, it's a narrative, a story woven by the hands of time. Each brick, each alley, and every storefront has a tale to tell about the people who lived here, the events that shaped us, and the spirit of resilience that carried us through. The proposed overlay in hotel threatens to overshadow this narrative, casting a shadow on the very essence of what makes our downtown special. We've seen the consequences of unchecked development in other cities, the erosion of character, and the loss of authenticity. Our historic downtown is not just a commodity to be bought and sold. It's a treasure that once lost cannot be reclaimed. The vibrancy of our community lies in its history, and we risk sacrificing that for the transient allure of something new. The change suggested by the overlay and the arrival of a large-scale hotel may draw attention away from our local gems, diverting foot traffic and revenue to a more generic cooperative setting. I'm not suggesting that we freeze our town in time, resisting change at all costs. However, we must be thoughtful and intentional in our decisions. There are alternative ways to foster growth and development without jeopardizing the soul of our downtown. We can explore adaptive reuse of existing structures, encourage local entrepreneurship, and promote sustainable practices that align with our community. In conclusion, let's not rush into a decision that would alter the very fabric of our town. Our historic downtown is not a relic of the past. It's a living, breathing entity that connects us to our roots. Let's preserve it for our future generations, ensuring that they too can walk down these streets and feel the echoes of our shared history. Together, we can build a future that honors our past while embracing progress in the way that harmonizes with the essence of our beloved Petaluma.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Lion Goodman, followed by Jeremy Hancock.
Thank you. First of all, I came here in opposition to the proposal and recognized how much intelligent work has gone into the proposal. So first of all, I appreciate all of the intelligence that's been applied to these questions, from environmental to population to quality of life. I have noticed that the title is Economic Opportunity Overlay and Hotel Draft Study. It's not a quality of life overlay. And I think that quality of life for us as Petalumans is certainly equally important to the economic development of Petaluma. The Petaluma General Plan was adopted in 2008, and the proposed economic opportunity overlay and proposed hotel do not enhance the quality of life for all residents and visitors. It does not reflect the aspirations of the community. If you read the comments on Nextdoor about the proposal, they're about 95% negative against the proposal. And I did send a copy of 7 pages of comments to the council. The CEO of EKN came up and said he cares about Petaluma. and that was lovely to hear. However, they are a business that is involved in making a profit by building buildings. So they are not Petalumans caring about what happens to Petaluma. Your staff has identified impacts that your staff has stated that identified impacts can be reduced to less than significant with mitigation. However, I do not see anywhere in the proposal the exact mitigation efforts that will be taken, or how a 6-story hotel will mitigate visual blockage of downtown, or how a hotel will mitigate the lack of affordable housing in Petaluma. And I wonder whether your staff is actually aware of the impact on us citizens. I know you've taken public comments, or whether they're actually trying to mitigate the owners and developers' costs so that they can make more profit. That's my question. I do not want a mitigated negative declaration approved. There must be a complete and official environmental impact statement, impact report that will cover traffic impacts, parking needs, impacts on our historic district, impacts on views, changes to the ambience of downtown, the height and mass of 60-foot buildings, site alternatives, the amount and type of housing the city's hoping to bring into the downtown, and associated traffic conditions, the economic benefit the city expects to gain from the zoning change, and the need for modeling the cumulative impacts of zoning change. The last thing I wanted to say, I don't have time, but thank you for your work. Please consider quality of life instead of economic benefit.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from Jeremy Hancock, followed by Nancy. Well, I'm just going to say Nancy.
Is this okay, everyone? Good. Okay. Thanks for the time and thanks for the presentation. But boy, that was a lot of jargon. Okay. I was really quick. I didn't understand a lot of it. I'm not a planner or an engineer or anything. But it boils down to a special exemption for EKN and the hotel. That's what the overlay boils down to. There's no need for the overlay when the general plan is being updated. We're working on an update for the general plan. Everything the overlay does can be done with the general plan, and it can be done smarter, easier, and it can be fully developed. The CEO for EKN said that the overlay was important because it would lead to more of a planning for growth. But if you're going to plan by overlay, that is chaos. If you're going to give EKN an overlay, can I get an overlay if I want to bump my house out to the street and I want to add a few stories to it? There'll be some more construction jobs. I'll even hire a cleaning person. If you're going to give them an overlay, you should give me an overlay too. And also there should be an EIR because I don't think anybody's mentioned climate change. Okay, the city's blueprint for carbon neutrality mentions that transportation is the biggest driver for climate change. All the people coming into the hotel, driving around Petaluma, are going to contribute to climate change. So there needs to be an EIR for that, and that needs to be considered. According to the BBC, travel accounts for 8% of greenhouse gas emissions, and they predict a 3% growth every year. We don't want to be part of that. So in summary, there's no need for an overlay when we've got a general plan update, and we should have an EIR for this as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Nancy, followed by Julia Burton.
Hello, I'm Nancy Ropolis. I live on D Street in a historic district. And when I bought my house, I knew it was in the historic district, and I abide by the restrictions that have been placed on me. And I think that when people buy a lot that has restrictions, like where the hotel is going to be, or they knew what it was when they bought it. And now they're here trying to change it. And I understand from the other meetings that the Planning Commission needs to pursue a possibility, but we don't need to approve it. And so if I would like the Planning Committee and the Historic Committee, after they vote, to recommend approval or disapproval, explain some of the following. Why it needs to be done before the 2025 general plan. I agree with the other gentleman that making it piecemeal and bit ruins the whole point of a general plan. You can't see the whole big picture. And some of the other people before had said that the hotels have low occupancy. And I did want to wonder if people who are going to be staying at this $400 a night hotel are going to take the bus to it, or take our little SMART train, which runs from the airport down to San Rafael, or Larkspur now. I think they're driving, and it is going to really affect parking. So what benefit does the overlay bring to our historic business district that's on the National Register? How does this overlay enhance it? The historic district is an asset to the businesses here already, and a 6-story structure that takes up the whole lot does not fit in and does not benefit our historic district. And why are the other 2 overlays were off the table the last time I came in here? So you're voting on them too tonight? Okay. So let's see. I agree that there's plenty of times where people who live here try to get changes and the Planning Commission doesn't help them. Either my neighbor with a subdivision was told to move her garage 7 feet for the access, even though it's in an old area where there are no setbacks. And then the other gentleman with the 4th and C who said that they had requested stuff and the Planning Commission had turned them down, and now their area was blighted. That was at one of the meetings I was at. He came up and talked. So I would ask that if you guys are going to do it, explain to us after you vote why it can't just be part of the general plan. These people bought the lot, they knew what it was when they bought it. They can wait for the general plan. I want it to be done as a whole, not here and there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Julia Burton, followed by Eric Scher. All right, I take it Julia's not here, so we'll hear from Eric Scher.
Chair Eric Scher has already spoken.
Thank you. Alan Calderon. Quite a few cards. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, commissioners and historic committee members. My name is Alan Coldiron, and I'm a commercial real estate agent. However, I want to disclose that I have no financial interest at all in the decisions that you're going to make regarding this development, and I have no clients that have any economic interest in this either. So I do have a couple of questions for you tonight. One is the recommendation. I was a little confused about this. One is the recommendation from staff that the Commission and Historical and Culture Committee conduct a public hearing to consider and recommend approval of the general plan and zoning amendments. I mean, I've always thought that, and I believe that your purpose is to analyze and address potential mitigation and really decide about the feasibility of projects, not simply rubber stamp staff's recommendations. So this, and the other thing I like to say is this should first go to an EIR to answer many of the questions and that this proposal brings to our city. The other thing I'd like to say, I was coming prepared to talk a lot about the hotel. I do have hospitality clients, and I know a little bit about hotel development and management, but that apparently was taken off the agenda. So I won't be speaking about that, but I would like to encourage all of you to read and review the independent review that was done by Strategic Economics that was sent to the Petaluma Planning people on November 7th that points out a lot of the same things that I'm saying. We've heard a lot of really excellent comments from people that are concerned about this proposal, and it's been echoed that Petaluma is a great town. It is a great town. I've lived here for quite a while. I love this place. It's a great town. A lot of people like to come here, but they don't come here because we look like Fremont or San Jose or Los Angeles, maybe. So, what I would like you to consider is that we have a wonderful historic district, we have a wonderful downtown, but it also has limitations, okay? We have a river, we have a boulevard that goes right down through the middle of town. We do not have, boulevards like you would see in Walnut Creek or Roseville and places like that. We don't have the ability to deal with the traffic that that those areas actually can handle. So I'd like you to consider that we do have limitations. We're not for, a lot of us are not for anti-growth, but we would like to see things.
Your time's up. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to hear from Peter Mazur. Are you? And that'll be followed by Libby Fitzgerald. Oh, no, Libby's ceding her time to someone else.
Okay.
That'll be followed by Teddy.
Ready? I heard that somebody was going to, they voted on story polls, voted against story polls. I don't know who's responsible for that, but that seems awfully short-sighted. I mean, we're talking about EIRs and so forth. Story polls are, they give you a view of what the building is going to look like. I can't imagine why they would vote against that. That should be required by the developers. An overlay. I'm not sophisticated enough to understand all this stuff very well. But if you have an overlay that says, okay, in this particular place, you can build what you can't build elsewhere, then that's what's going to happen. These overlays are going to fill up with tall buildings. Everybody's talking about the charm of Petaluma, how quaint it is, and it's a Main Street town. And here we're going to put this monster of a building up. It's just going to change the whole thing. It seems short-sighted to me. I just couldn't support it less. Anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Teddy, followed by Kate Bolton.
Hello, everyone. Late for me. I'm Teddy Herzog. I live in Oak Hill, Brewster, 3 blocks from downtown. And as you would agree, the heart of downtown, it's not this museum covered in cobwebs that are downtown core. It's a living, breathing, growing organism. I think everybody here loves downtown, loves the historic nature of downtown, but I don't think anybody here is talking about demolishing anything downtown. What we're talking about is chain-link fence lots, empty lots, underutilized parts of our downtown. And we're talking about making our downtown more economically vibrant. And we're talking about potential buildings with the height and mass similar to Hotel Petaluma, a little bit higher. And I'm an advocate for this overlay. As has been mentioned, Urban Chat put out a short letter policy position on the overlay, and I'm one of the 10 people who signed on to that. Recommend you read that, it's well written. We've got 30,000 jobs in Petaluma, and most of them are serviced by people who don't live here in town. And what that means is if you live here in town, you're not working here, most likely, And if you're working here, you're not living here. If the topic's climate change and carbon footprint, then more housing and jobs downtown helps that. If the topic's economic justice, more housing and jobs downtown helps that. Will the overlay improve the ratio of people who both live and work here in town? I don't know. But for sure, empty chain link fenced lots don't help that. We're talking about improving the economic productivity of downtown. Historic downtown Petaluma is not a museum, it's our downtown core. It'll always be our downtown where the business and where the action is. And we love big, bold buildings from 1885, and we love big, bold buildings from 1920 that are in our downtown. I say it's time for some big, bold buildings in our downtown that scream year 2024. And to finish up, I'll just name a couple other projects that probably everybody agrees with that are in need of some funding. The trestle, the fairgrounds, improved parks, new fire station, dredging downstream of the turning basin, dredging upstream of the turning basin, et cetera, et cetera. We need a more vibrant, economically vibrant downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Kate Bolton, followed by Sonia.
Good evening. I'm Kate Bolton. And I had several things I wanted to say. From this meeting, I've had a few of my concerns allayed about how the overlay would apply, and I understand that there are some potential benefits. However, I still have some concerns, especially as regards CEQA and for the many small service businesses that serve our neighborhood, our community. These services are necessary. They're not blight. They're maybe not the most handsome architect-designed structures, but they're not blight. They're necessary services. Why is our current height limit considered insufficient for these overlay areas, except by a single entity, the proposed hotel? Why should that one project affect the whole texture and fabric of our town? We're currently in process to update the city's general plan, so why is the overlay proposal not part of that comprehensive effort? Will the proposed general plan amendment be to the current GP general plan or to the updated plan? And if it will be to the current general plan, what happens to the overlay in the updated general plan? When the old Silk and Twine building was proposed as a hotel a number of years ago, the city told the developers that they had to wait until the general plan was finished before they could approve that. Such a significant change to the downtown height limits should appropriately be considered in the general plan rather than at the behest of a single developer. As to CEQA, does the ISMND mean that the hotel will have no further CEQA review? I think it does, and I think that's unacceptable. And finally, I am distressed about how the overlay was presented in the city's postcard flyer and other documents. It was not an objective description, and it sounded so positively supportive, almost fait accompli, that I wonder if it was written by the developers. It very much seems like a done deal, supported, even promulgated by the staff. So that's basically what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Sonia.
Hello. Oh. Maybe the only person who's immediately using the mic loudly. My name is Sonia Caravel, and I'm with Unite Here Local 2. And we're the hotel workers union representing the North Bay at the Petaluma Sheraton, other Sonoma County hotels, as well as 15,000 members across the Bay Area. And I'm here to urge you not to base your zoning code on what will make a hotel project pencil for EKN development. If Petaluma is going to change its zoning to allow for more density, it should be to build housing, especially affordable housing, not to bend over backwards to help a hotel developer make its project pencil. This upzoning should apply to housing, not hotels. Housing serves a compelling social need in our current housing crisis. Hotels do not. We are here to discuss the overlay, not the hotel, and that's why this planning commission should feel free to amend this overlay to help it achieve its stated objective of incentivizing more housing development. As the Hotel Workers Union, we believe that hospitality can be a key part of a sustainable economy, but the status quo in Sonoma County is not working. Many hotels cater to the ultra-wealthy while their employees make just above minimum wage. At this point, we have no indication that this hotel will be anything different. This problem creates a jobs-housing imbalance. Our members know firsthand how hard it is to afford to live in Petaluma and surrounding areas. They fight for fair contracts with wage increases, but these raises at work get eaten up by rising rent. 70.4% of low-income renters in Petaluma, which corresponds to a single person making between $40K and $65K a year, or $20 to $30 an hour, are rent burdened, meaning they pay over 30% of their income in rent. This is the reality for workers in the service industry in Petaluma. Petaluma, Sonoma County as a whole rely on hospitality as a major pillar of the economy, but they don't provide sufficient affordable housing for workers to be able to live nearby. This results in long commute times and less sense of community. Petaluma doesn't need another luxury hotel, which will continue the cycle of high rents and low wages. It needs housing, so the people who work here can live here too. If we want to incentivize housing development, one simple way is to apply these incentives exclusively to housing or mixed-use projects. Please study this possibility before you pass an overlay that caters to the needs of a hotel developer over Petaluma's working class. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from David Keller. Oh, and David, you've had 3 people cede time to you. You can have up to 9. Yeah.
Good evening, commissioners, committee members. David Keller, former council member, former co-chair of the Petaluma Downtown Specific Plan Committee, and also representing Petaluma River Council. And our major battle for the last 15 years has been Dutra. So I want to talk to you about one of your core items for this evening. It's a CEQA decision. I'm not going to talk about the overlay or density or any rest of that stuff, which are not the CEQA decision that's on your table. What's on your table is an MND that combines 2 projects, the hotel and a zoning overlay. To segregate those, you'd have to divide the MND into 2 pieces, which the city has refused to do, despite being asked to do that. So you're stuck with this combination, this oddball combination, and you have to decide, under CEQA, is the ISMND adequately, accurately, and fully describing both projects? Is it predicting the impacts, both direct and cumulative, with exactly how to avoid, mitigate, or if need, make overriding considerations on the impacts that are described? All this is as you're sitting on a responsible agency and committee with assuming you have full data and information to support your recommendations and decisions. And the decisions must do their due diligence and make findings and the evidence clear to the public and to the applicant for why you're making your findings. And I could say very sadly, EKN and city staff have sent you on a wild goose chase because they have not provided full information, nor has staff provided you full information, nor have you been able to do your due diligence because you just got an avalanche of material in the last 5 days. And there's no way you can read through that, digest it, ask your questions, do your due diligence, and make an intelligent decision this evening. And so in looking at the ISMND, it inadequately describes both the overlay and the zoning implications and the cumulative impacts and what maximum build-out, for instance, would look like. It understates or avoids a presentation, description, information, and data, real data, on what might get built out at cumulative. You don't have it. You're flying blind. For example, on the hotel part of it, I'll start there. Parking. You have visitors, you have guests at the restaurants, you have guests and folks who are on events on the rooftop, and staff. Nobody has mentioned parking for staff. They're there 3 shifts a day. There's no parking assessment. There's a nice document showing, well, here's underused, overused, abandoned properties, but nowhere do you have a document that says, here are how many parking spaces in A, B, and C that are dedicated by permit or by continued use for parking for local businesses, for visitors, for employees. You don't have it. So when those parcels are developed, where are those parking spaces going to be? You have no plan for it. The ISMND doesn't even address that. It doesn't say we will have so many spaces that we need to replace for both existing businesses, as you are now, no less at cumulative maximum build out. You don't have it. You don't have a lot of things. You don't have any idea where this new parking is going to go. Your existing garages, do you have a survey independent of how much space there is in either the privately owned or in the public garages? No, you don't. You can't make any decision on that because the MND is incomplete. You have no alternative site analysis, which was conveniently done by choosing an MND as the path forward. EKN knew that when you have an MND, you have no obligation under CEQA to do an alternative site analysis. And yet, that would be the first logical question, given the issues around historic preservation, around traffic, parking, all the rest of the things. That would be the first question in an EIR. Give me your alternative site analysis. I provided a proposal that the city's own blighted, weed-filled, chain-link fenced lot on Petaluma Boulevard that used to be the Casa Grande Motel be an alternative site. It's larger than the B Street site. But you guys don't have to. You could, but you don't have to do an analysis of that. People have suggested put it over by the smart properties. Perfect location, adjacent to transportation. I don't care about 6 stories there. That area has already been tentatively approved in general plan for massive development. Perfect place for a new hotel. Traffic. This was astonishing to me. We had a veterans parade over the weekend. The Boulevard, B Street, C Street, 5th Street, 6th Street, all the cross streets down to H and up to Washington were closed for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. And yet the hotel is plopped in the middle of that. Does that mean there's no access for visitors to either arrive or to leave? They can't get your car because you can't go around the block? Is the hotel going to demand that we change our parade routes? Are they going to demand that the street fairs disappear from those blocks? There's no discussion in the MND about that. So the MND, again, is woefully incomplete. You have current and cumulative future traffic, but didn't include all the new housing that has been approved on D Street, at Oyster Cove, up the Boulevard, down 1st Street, down 2nd Street, and any other development that would occur at maximum, because that's what you're required to do under CEQA, to look at what is the maximum possible development. You have no idea what the traffic is because the MND has completely ignored that. Oh, you have a wonderful set of drawings and pictures and whatnot. This is submitted to you by the applicant. And these are supposedly the documents to show you what the floor plans, what the elevations, all the rest of that stuff. Nobody apparently has read the fine print on those on every page. It says for review only, interim review. This document is released for the purpose of interim review under the authority of the architect or engineer. And it says, in caps, it is not to be used for regulatory approval, bidding, permit, or construction purposes. So you have to take this document, throw it out, and say, EKN, give me the current document that in fact you're committing to. You don't have this. I don't know why nobody could read the fine print. It's on every page in a box. So the the mitigated neg deck, the ISMND, is woefully incomplete and inaccurate. The overlay at full build out, you don't have any idea what that could look like. You have no guarantee under current state housing regulations that Sacramento is shoveling down as quickly as possible, taking jurisdiction away from you on approvals. So if you're saying we'll allow housing with a maximum of 60 feet except going to a CUP, you need to have a clear statement from your attorney. Does any of the current and expected future state legislation bypass even a CUP for housing? And I suspect it does. In which case you and the public have no voice, no say whatsoever, no discretion. It's by right. Thank you, Scott Wiener and the governor. You don't have any statement.
Sorry, your time's up. Yep.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move on to Sean Payne. Okay.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Petaluma certainly is a unique town with a historic downtown that should be valued. The conversation we're having here tonight is not unique to Petaluma, though. This conversation and variations is happening all over California in communities of all sizes. And by this conversation, I mean the discussion of increased building height limits, reducing zoning density restrictions, and higher density housing. Again, these conversations are not unique to Petaluma. These conversations are not unique to Petaluma because California is in dire need of housing, all types of housing, but especially affordable housing. We have a need for housing because we haven't been building enough homes. We haven't been building enough homes because when you take the cost of land and the cost of building materials, in a community that doesn't like change, it becomes too expensive. Again, Petaluma isn't unique in this sense. California needs to build 2.5 million homes in the next 8 years. And we have this huge deficit because of local municipalities like Petaluma stifling building with decades of conversations similar to the ones we're having tonight. That's why Sacramento is taking control. Generation Housing, who has a representative who spoke here tonight, is the authority on housing in Sonoma County. They support this overlay. They state that by enabling greater building density and promoting mixed-use developments, the overlay offers a solution to housing shortages and bolsters community resilience. Go have a conversation with them. I encourage all that question the housing needs in Petaluma and Sonoma County to attend Generation H's next housing symposium. Petaluma Urban Chat, who people have mentioned tonight, are also supporters of this overlay, as it may be a pathway for affordable housing. I hope you all get a chance to read Urban Chat's recommendations for the proposed downtown overlay. Does the opposition to this overlay have a feasible solution for housing? Will they say we can solve this housing crisis by building single-family homes and 3-story buildings? It hasn't worked. How much longer do we protect these policies that have created this issue? Aside from housing, we have a downtown filled with empty lots, empty buildings, graffiti, and an increasing homeless population. How's this fixed? By continuing to protect the policies that help create this issue? These are uncomfortable conversations for some because this requires change, and that change will cause downtown to look different. Ultimately, that's what tonight's about. Is Petaluma going to evolve to a vibrant downtown and become part of the housing solution for future generations? Or are we going to sacrifice future generations' quality of life to appease?
Sorry, your time's up.
Next, we'll hear from Tom Gaffey.
Hello, all. I'm going to make this quick because there's been so much said, and pretty much all of my steam has been stolen. I want to look at the peer review report, and it clearly says that it is the higher you go, the more expensive it is to build, and building housing above 40 feet, 45 feet, is not only not being looked at in Petaluma, there isn't much of a need for it, and it's not believed there's going to be a need for it in the near future. And that's not just housing, that's also office buildings. You guys should have had that report on your desks on Monday, and it did say that. Status quo in this town has always been about bending towards the developers. So if we're saying we want to stop status quo, maybe we listen to the people in town. And that's what we're asking you to do. Let's take a look at that history review that Deborah Painter. Holy cow. So the peer review that came out excoriated that report. It said that it was so poorly constructed, and it was absolutely ungermane to any discussion about whether or not it's appropriate to build in a historic manner in this fashion. And if you're wondering about that, my building is the Phoenix Theater. It's been there since 1904. This report would allow that building to be torn down, and the two buildings next door, 145 and 135 Keller Street, built in 1909. Their facades are still intact, and the building at 145 was given an award by the Heritage Foundation for the restoration of that facade. Across the street at 140 Keller Street, this was the first expansion building built in 1929 by the Hunt and Barons Group. They moved from their place on Main Street and came up to Keller Street. So there's so much historic legacy that really has not been looked at. And I think that we're moving too quickly. The only people that need us to move quick seems to be the hotel group. We're in the process of reworking our general plan. I think most of us here would love to be a part of that process after this whole thing has woken us up. Let's stick with that. We don't need to hurry. No one is looking to build 70-story buildings in Petaluma at this time, except maybe one group. So I'm just saying, I'm asking, please slow down. We don't need to be in a hurry about this. This community is valuable, and the downtown is valuable. Let's not ruin it by moving too quickly. And that's really it.
Thank you very much. Our next comment is from Jane Hamilton.
Good evening. Thanks for being here. Okay, whether or not you're in favor of the hotel or the overlay, you still need an EIR for both. And I hope that's really clear to all of you, or most of you. We need an EIR to clarify what we can expect in terms of all the myriad issues that people brought up, and get away from innuendo and wishful thinking and the stab in the dark and like, this is what we hope it'll be. Your job tonight is to make an informed judgment on the ISMND as a CEQA document. And so that is where the focus needs to be, not as a planning document or an economic document or as redevelopment strategy, just as a CEQA document. So given that every town in Sonoma County is trying to address the same needs for their downtown and none have proposed a 6-story building as a solution, what makes us think that 6 stories here are needed? But they are only needed for the hotel. The two cannot be separated. We need an EIR for both projects. The negative deck report does not adequately study or address the obvious questions of parking, traffic, circulation in the downtown. And as the usage intensifies, it treats the overlay as though it's merely something on paper and not actually going to get built out and be structures that we live with. The potential cumulative effect of this zoning change, along with projects already approved, needs to be addressed in the full EIR. The neg deck and the response to comments that have already been, the staff made, doesn't address this adequately. Alternatives aren't analyzed, and they have to be. Can we achieve our goals for housing and economic opportunity under the current zoning? This question would be part of an EIR. The review by Strategic Economics, which was attachment K in your packet, states relatively tall and dense mid-rise housing products are rarely financially feasible to build in Petaluma. And they go on to say how this isn't going to happen anytime soon, okay? That it might be better in the future, but it's going to be years. We have time. To me, the report from Strategic Economics says we don't need to adopt an overlay zone right away. We have time to engage in a much healthier community process to determine what we need and what we want as a community and how we should go about getting it. The only real reason to adopt these overlay zones now is to be able to approve the hotel, which requires it. This is a convoluted process. Since we're in the thick of it and there's no turning back now, I urge you to insist on a full EIR.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Patricia Tuttle-Braun.
You have heard really good, smart speeches by a lot of people, especially listened to David Keller and Jane Hamilton, who've been sitting on council having to make these decisions in the past. And the young labor woman, I just wanted to cheer at what she said. She's not saying, I want more jobs. She's using a reason to not allow a hotelier to suddenly create a new zoning process in town. I was involved in the Central Petaluma specific plan creation as a volunteer. I was involved in the river plan for most of those meetings. In our small community, down the boulevard, we have a zoning that was sort of helped created by Jane Hamilton. But when a hotelier comes and says, well, it's like magic. I feel like we've been taken over by extraterrestrials today. Magic. We want to build a giant hotel, therefore we want these parcels to be rezoned and these people to be responsible to take care of these needs that we should all feel guilty about that we're not providing. And I wish there was a local community group, and the general plan group is one of them, but there could be others that are really designed to work on housing where I could be arguing and discussing and loving my neighbors, not a person who wants to build a giant hotel. Urban Chat, the person that started Urban Chat was a paid consultant for the previous group that wanted to build a hotel there, but he's a big proponent of tall buildings. He never really told people he was a paid consultant, I don't believe. So thank you so much for listening, and I really hope that you don't let the cart, or what is it, the horse? The cart, whatever that expression is about the horse or the cart. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more public comment, but one thing I do want to reiterate, and we've almost made it through this entire public comment section without violating this particular issue. We need to stop making accusations about who people are or what they really are trying to do. We're here to talk about the positions that we have on the overlay or the hotel, if you want to talk about the hotel in public comment. But we're not here to attack each other with public comment that will actually make this process harder. I just want to bring that up. Our last comment is Asaya Chas.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Good evening, Planning Commissioners and HCPC members. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the proposed zoning overlay to downtown Petaluma. I hear a lot of noise from some community members that there is no support or benefit for such a decision. That is simply not the truth. I'm here to tell you that there is in fact support from numerous people that not only live in Petaluma, but also own properties within Petaluma and or work within the community. What we have now is an opportunity to redevelop the underutilized sites within our downtown, bringing numerous benefits to the city, including economic growth, as well as potential for an increase in housing, something highly needed within our community, as you've heard. There's no guarantee that this will happen. However, I find it naive to think that our current guidelines will spark infill development as they currently stand. At this point, don't we need to make a change? By allowing for an increase in height limits, we increase the ability for infill housing development that would have likely not been economically feasible previously. Again, there is no guarantee that this will happen, but the current hurdles for development are not making it any easier. I hear arguments that developers could make a project pencil within the current standards. Again, I question, if this is the case, why has it not already been done? The only way to meet this severe housing issue that we've created for ourselves is to build like crazy. The most efficient way of doing this is through infill development, by building up on underutilized sites, many of which are identified within the proposed zoning overlay areas. The way I see it, urging infill development rather than increasing urban sprawl not only reduces our climate impact and helps the revitalization of our downtown, but it also is a direct way that we can protect the legacy ranches of Petaluma that so many of us are passionate about. Furthermore, we are so passionate about retaining our historical landscape of Petaluma, yet we don't have funding to maintain our current historical attributes, specifically the $27 million of unfunded historical preservation projects. What is worse, having newer buildings within a historical area, or having historical features that are in such poor shape that they don't have any attraction, a reason why so many people visit Petaluma in the first place? Don't projects directly affected by the overlay allow for an increase in tax revenue, a way to fund these public benefit projects, including the trestle and the retrofitting of the museum? Regardless of how this process was initiated, we have an opportunity in front of us to address a numerous decade-long housing issue, as well as address the blighted parcels within our downtown landscape. By not approving this overlay and waiting for the general plan update, we're merely kicking the can down the road, a habit that has put us into this issue in the first place. No one likes change. However, we need to decide what's more important: holding on to the past and ensuring that the downtown landscape does not change, or allow for the future public benefit projects to happen from the increase in tax revenue from new businesses, and allow for the following decades of home buyers to actually have some place to live within Petaluma. Let's not forget the outdated policies are what have gotten us into this issue of lack of housing and tax revenue to begin with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we ended up getting one more comment from Linda.
Good evening. I wasn't really intending to speak, and I'm still in my gardening clothes and haven't done my hair, so please forgive me for my appearance. I would like to speak directly to the Heritage and Cultural Preservation Committee. I'm very involved in the historic downtown district. I've lived in Petaluma for 46 years. I had a business in historic downtown Petaluma, and for the last 10 or 12 years, I've been a docent helping in the downtown district to promote our historic district as one of the Petalumas of yesteryear through the Petaluma Museum. I can tell you that I don't believe there's a single person on either one of these committees, including our council member, who don't adamantly, passionately love the historic downtown district. And it is what has drawn most of us to this community. I would like the Historic Cultural Preservation Committee to think long and hard about their recommendation regarding these overlays. This can have a significant impact on that district. How will it affect our historic buildings? How will it affect the appearance and the general look of our downtown district? I'm not saying that I think new buildings should be designed to look like one of our old 1800 beautiful revival buildings or whatever. I'm saying that it should fit in. It should fit in. And in the historic district guidelines that's helped us to be on the National Historic Register, it is stated as such for all new buildings in the downtown district. I'm also brought up short by David Keller's comments. I have a high regard and high respect for him and his institutional knowledge of this community. and his look at fine details when it comes to these documents. I implore both committees to think long and hard about what he said, about what's lacking in your information. So please, Historic Cultural Preservation Committee, help us preserve our historic downtown district. We're counting on you. Planning Committee, make sure you have all of the information you need before you institute an overlay to a zoning that was already predetermined by your neighbors and citizens in earlier planning documents. I thank you for this consideration, and I hope you'll think long and hard on this. I wouldn't think that you'd absolutely have to make a decision this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and apologies to Eric Grosser. Your card got attached to another card.
Hello, my name's Eric Grosser. I reside in the 500 block of D Street, which is below 6th Street toward the boulevard. The zoning overlay would be a little more than a block from my house. I heard a few terms I wasn't familiar with tonight, a lot of good information. One of them is cumulative effects, and I was disheartened to learn that CEQA doesn't consider parking issues to become a negative declaration. Cumulatively, there's the Oyster Cove project, the D Street calming project, which will eliminate parking in front of my house, and further down and up D Street. There's the 5th Street Greenway, there's the overlay, there's the loss of various parking spaces which may not be used daily, but certainly during parades and special events, community events such as the farmers market at Walnut Park, things like that. I believe that the neighbors adjacent to these projects for many blocks are going to feel the effects of the parking shortage and overflow. I expect it'll be difficult to have visitors come see me. It'll be hard to take deliveries. You have to get a special permit to have a big truck in front of your house for, you know, some kind of major work or deliveries. It concerns me. Also, lately in our paper, in the Press Democrat, there have been a lot of discussions about what Santa Rosa can do to fix their downtown. Roanoke Park's trying to build one. They're envious of ours. It's very nice. We do need to do something with some of those properties. But you go too big, too fast, you can't undo it. Santa Rosa is really, I think, disappointed in what's become of their opportunities. So take time, slow down, and listen to the citizens. If you turn this into Healdsburg, you know, the houses will be owned by people that are here 2 weeks a year, and nobody will be able to afford anything. Thank you.
Well, we are at the end of our speaker cards. I'm just going to put one more call out. Did anybody else want to bring a card up? All right. Well, I will, with that, close public comment. And since it's been quite a little while, we're going to do another 5-minute recess, and then we will come back for questions. Hello, everybody. We are going to kick things off if we can get to our designated seats. Hello, folks in the back. I see a circle. I see a circle of 4 to 5 people talking. If you could find some seats, that would be great. Excellent. And don't be shy. There's a lot of seats that seem to have opened up, so feel free to come up closer. Yeah. Now we will move to the phase of the agenda where commission and committee members will be asking questions of staff and the applicant team. The goal of this section is for the combined commission and committee to ask most of the questions that we have. We're not going to get into comments. Comments and discussion will happen for the individual items that we're looking at. And just so the public has this in mind, because of how our planning process works, we don't just vote on an overlay. We vote on a zoning text amendment. We vote on a general plan amendment that comes with it. We vote on the zoning map. Like, that's how that becomes enacting the overlay. So we're looking at these items individually, but our questions cover the project as a whole. So we're going to go through questions now. Once we're done with that, we will then hand it over to HCPC to look at their item before it comes back to planning. So with that in mind, rather than doing what we'd normally do in planning, which is folks start raising their hands, I'm going to call on both HCPC member, then Planning Commission member, then HCPC member, then Planning Commissioner, and try and alternate it a bit. And I would start with Alice if you have any questions.
Thanks. I have one question on, so we have these historic districts, and now we have the overlay. Does the historic review, is it going to be exactly the same for a historic district as it is for an overlay?
And to restate the question, Vice Chair Almiron, the question relates to how the historic review occurs to a property within a historic district versus how a property would be reviewed in the overlay. So we do have that discretionary review for a historic site plan and architectural review, and that is the discretionary review that comes before the HCPC. That will continue through properties in the historic district and for the properties within the overlay within the historic district.
So does that mean that we're almost, extending our historic district in a way?
In the manner of how the aesthetics and the complementary features related to the development standards, yes, understanding where the historic resources are, the abutting or near, those are somewhat carried over. There's also the level of use with the historic commercial design district guidelines for properties within the overlay, for the development within the overlay. But this does not increase the perimeter of the existing historic district. Yes.
Right. I get that, but I was just trying to see if that did. So any kind of development within those overlays are going to have to get reviewed through.
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks. That's the only question.
Thank you very much. And next, Heidi, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My first question is about the affordable housing projects and how that would relate to areas in the overlay. So right now, if we were to approve this overlay and an SB 30 or SB 335 project were to come to be, would that be exempt from the subjective standards and discretionary review, and would it be able to be approved ministerially?
Commissioner Bauer, could you restate the question, please?
Yeah, so
Sorry.
basically, if we were to approve the overlay, so say we would have like a 75-foot building and in the overlay area, and then an applicant came and wanted to do an affordable housing project in that area, does that mean it would be exempt from our discretionary review? Because those projects often are.
So currently, the objective development standards for lot coverage, building height, setback requirements, FAR, and density, which are derived from the general plan, would still be the objective standards that are applied to an SB 35 project. It's our understanding from SB 35 law that with regard then to building height, which if the overlay were to be adopted, then the additional building height from 45 to 75 feet would be subject to discretionary review. But the objective development standard is 45 feet. So a qualifying SB 35 project, compliance would be with the 45 feet. That's the objective development standard. And then they would have to use a density bonus concession or incentive to go over the objective standard of 45 feet.
Okay. So we would have to do discretionary review on the top two, on the like fifth and sixth story then? And
No, because if a project seeks a concession, so let's say, for instance, that you had a project, a qualifying SB 35 project, and it qualified for density bonus, then it would apply that concession and it would receive that concession unless the city would determine that it would not, that there would be a public health, safety, or welfare issue, in which case then the concession could be denied. But otherwise, the concession would be granted.
okay, so I guess it doesn't make that much of a difference because as it stands right now, those projects could come into those
Correct.
areas anyway
That's
and
correct.
develop anyway without us having any discretionary review. So this is not changing, it's just not changing that.
Correct.
It's just,
And then similarly, an SB 330 project, which has a vesting component to it when a preliminary application is submitted, that vesting component is only for objective standards. So likewise, that discretionary review would be conducted on an SB 330 project if the proposed project exceeded the objective development standard of 45 feet.
okay, but these areas are now mixed use. So would these projects be able to, would an SB 35 project still be able to be proposed in a mixed-use area if there's no necessarily like commercial ground floor?
I would have to confirm that because mixed-use projects can be proposed. I know for certain that under SB 330 and AB 2162, I believe, mixed-use projects can be proposed provided that a certain percentage of the project is residential.
Okay.
So, right, and I would just have to review and confirm that for SB 35 projects.
Okay, I'm just trying to get at, to try to be extra protective of these areas as, you know, they are in areas that are, you know, part of the historic district, so.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see, I have a lot of comments, actually. I don't have that many more questions. My other question is about emergency response services. I know a lot of the ladders that we already have go to about 4 to 5 feet, 4 to 5 floors, but do we have any trucks that can get up to over 5 stories? Or would we need to have additional fire trucks? Does anybody know that?
The fire department can currently service structures up to 75 feet.
Okay.
They do have a ladder truck at Station 1. There is the fire, when they reviewed the draft overlay, indicated that at some point, depending upon the number of buildings that would achieve that height, where a ladder truck would be needed, that perhaps an additional ladder truck would be required. But that was not a factor to determine at this stage of the overlay review.
Right, okay. My other question is about some of the overlay areas. If we were to decide as a group here that some of the areas were not maybe appropriate for inclusion into the overlay, that could be, I guess, asked for at some point tonight, and that's part of the negotiation process tonight. It's not that it's set in stone, right? That this is what we're doing tonight, and we can change those boundaries if we choose, if we decide to. Yep, okay, just want to make sure. Let's see. I think those are all the questions I have right now.
Chair, just one moment. I'd like to go back to Vice Chair Van Omeren's question about the applicability of HSPAR review. So the requirement for HSPAR review would still be based upon if a project is located within a historic district or not. So a HSPAR review would not be required of a project that is outside of the historic district boundary, although the way the ordinance is currently drafted, the project would have to be found to be consistent with the historic commercial guidelines for new construction and with the Secretary of the Interior standards, even if it's not subject to HSPAR. That's correct, unless it was within the historic district, and that would then trigger the HSPAR requirement that would take it to HCPC.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I do have one other question. It's about the CEQA analysis. It wasn't very clear in the ISM&D why we aren't considering the cumulative impacts of the hotel and the overlay together in terms of parking and transportation. Can you just explain that a little bit more to why this is not part of that, and why in the future it's okay to piecemeal them together, and how?
So cumulative impacts is addressed in an M&D. It's in the mandatory findings. So we do talk about the potential cumulative considerations. And what we say there is that cumulative development within citywide has been considered in the general plan and in the general plan EIR, and that this doesn't exceed the development capacity, right? So the range of development citywide is such that there's a buffer, and where that actually occurs can be spread out. So we do have coverage from a cumulative analysis about things like utilities and transportation already in our general plan EIR. So there is a cumulative analysis that has been done, and this builds onto that as well. In terms of parking and transportation impacts, CEQA has changed, and no longer are those considered significant impacts. Those were analyzed and addressed in our general plan EIR, but today, those are not what is made to use a determination of significance. We now use the VMT metric. And in fact, one of the findings for VMT consistency is not exceeding the parking standard. So that's one of the things that we have to look at in order to say that it meets the VMT standard.
Okay. And then the other thing I thought about asking is, I didn't understand how the level of service went down with the project being added. It was like by 0.4 seconds at one of the intersections, and that was confusing. Why would the addition of the project make the LOS go down?
So this comes up frequently in transportation analysis. I'm not a transportation engineer, but the way that it's been described to me is it's sort of absorbed within the context of the overall intersection. So there's multiple lanes and there's multiple approaches, and so the overall can kind of shift. So that one, So there's sometimes it does go down depending on the exact analysis that's done.
Okay, just did not make sense to me. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, it's super counterintuitive, that one.
Next, Paul, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Following up on Vice Chair Van Omeren's inquiry about whether this overlay extends HBAR review to properties that are outside of the historic district, is it fair to say that HCPC is essentially transferring that review process to Planning Commission, since the EIR, or that mitigated negative deck, has a mitigation measure saying that PC is going to look at compliance with historic Secretary of the Interior standards and our design guidelines. So is it fair to say we're essentially just transferring that to PC?
I'll go ahead and take the lead on that, and Isabel, if feel free to jump in. So no, that's not the case at all. The current approach, where the review authority for SPAR is determined by whether it's located within a historic district or not, would still be the approach. So in other words, if a project is proposed within a historic district, SPAR will be required, and HCPC will be the review authority for that SPAR application. Hence, we refer to it as HSPAR. If a project is proposed outside of a historic district, then SPAR will be required, and the review authority will be Planning Commission. What the overlay does is responds to concerns about potential impacts to the historic districts or to historic resources by then creating additional findings that have to be made that, for lack of a better word, create a sensitivity to those historic resources in those historic districts. And so what we find is that to create that finding for projects that would be subject to SPAR but reviewed by Planning Commission, that we can do that by requiring that they be found to be consistent with the Historic Commercial District guidelines and with the Secretary of the Interior standards. Because SPAR has a neighborhood compatibility finding, and so we can use those design guidelines and use the Secretary of the Interior standards to guide us in making that neighborhood compatibility finding and ensuring that there's a relationship and a level of compatibility with historic resources and historic districts.
Great, thank you. Are we able to administratively update the existing historic district, commercial district guidelines to incorporate additional objective standards? And this is getting to the point of if a project comes in and they want to look at this and basically take themselves out of discretionary review by having a SB 35 project, and we don't have objective design guidelines as part of the historic design guidelines, can we administratively do that, in a short period of time, or is that something that would have to be done through council?
That's a great question. Isabel, do you want to take that? Yeah.
Yes, in terms of what we have as the historic commercial design guidelines, it is subjective, and it includes a variety of development standards for new construction in terms of rhythm, facade, for aesthetics, and there is that intention to make various reviews very objective, to have that review more streamlined effect. That is something that we can look into in terms of updating our guidelines for the city in general, for the commercial district, and for our two other historic districts. But for today's conversation, it would be based on the current guidelines we have for the commercial district, understanding that there is a general interest to make them more objective for that streamlined review process. So there could be a direction in the future for updating historic district guidelines.
Just to add to that, 1 second. Just to add to what Isabel stated, so ultimately it would have to go to council for any modification. I do understand that there has been a desire from HCPC to explore any potential changes. And so as an aside, I think if that's a topic that HCPC would like to explore further, over the next year, something we can prepare and bring a work plan and pull that together at a later date.
Great. Thank you for the response. I had mentioned earlier the the MND includes a mitigation measure that talks about compliance with the design guidelines and Secretary of Interior standards. Looking through the zoning text amendment, maybe I missed it, didn't see that the zoning text amendment incorporates a requirement that a finding has to be made for compliance with those design guidelines and Secretary of Interior standards. Is there a reason why it wasn't included, and it's just one of the mitigation measures under the MND, or did I just miss it in the text?
Is there a particular page that you're referencing from the mitigated document or from the resolutions, just to kind of gauge?
Yeah, just looking at it was attachment A. It's the proposed resolution for HCPC, and it has all of the zoning text amendments as the exhibit to that resolution or the proposed resolution.
And I'm briefly just running through the pages, but the intention is to have those guidelines referenced and the Secretary of Interior standards noted. And we can come back to that question if we want to follow up with the next one.
Yeah, just a few more, and focused on the text of the zoning text amendment that was in the proposal or the proposed resolution. Let me see, where is it? Under the criteria to exceed 45 feet in criteria number 3, it talks about adverse changes, and I'm just curious why similar text wasn't carried over from IZO 15.070A2 that basically talks about the same issue, so that we have some consistent texts between the two ordinances. Same thing as it relates to 4 with the height and how it talks about unduly restricted, or as opposed to result in unreasonable restrictions.
And I do like to state that pointing out additional content that we can include to the amendment is a good note to reflect on and include. The intention is to, and the intention within the resolutions were to mimic from what PC is recommending to Planning Commission.
Sorry, in the criteria for exceeding 60 feet under number, let's see, 3C, it talks about use of innovative building systems or forms. Is any consideration given to requiring like a certain LEED certification for that, so that we have a more objective understanding of what would qualify for that criteria to be met by a project applicant?
At the moment, there are no LEED specifics or requirements in the proposed overlay. Is there a particular criteria that you would be recommending or would like to discuss?
No, just curious why it wasn't considered. seemed like it'd be a more objective idea of what an applicant could bring forward to satisfy it, as opposed to saying innovative building system or building efficiency.
Maybe I can address that. And I've been involved with ordinances in the past that have used LEED as a bar and LEED silver or et cetera. And the reason that it was open-ended as it is LEED silver is not as important or as powerful as it was when it first came out. And so we wanted to leave it more open-ended to reflect, something that we haven't thought of. And to sort of emphasize why saying LEED silver isn't as powerful as it was powerful, and then the building code and other standards kind of came up and sort of absorbed a lot that was already a big component of why LEED silver was important. So I'm open to your idea, don't get me wrong, and I wanted something like that because then you can just point at it and say, this is what we mean by that. But after sort of processing it and talking with architects, we came up with something that was more just sort of a general statement. But I'm happy to workshop with you on, something that we could put in there to be responsive.
Sure. And then number 4 under that same one, this criteria respects and or preserves cultural, historical, archaeological resources that exist or occur on site or within the overlay. Should that be a criteria that qualifies to get that additional height? I mean, it's kind of a given that they have to make that finding anyway in order to even have an approved project. It shouldn't also give them the benefit of, achieving that goal that they already had to achieve in order to get the increased height.
Are you suggesting that G4 could have been listed under F? Am I understanding it that way, or?
I'm suggesting that criterion is already baked into the approval that you need to get to begin with. If Planning Commission has to make a finding that the project is compliant with Secretary of Interior and Historic Design guidelines, they're already going to essentially make that finding. And then if you give them the benefit of an applicant of saying, you also get that as one of your 3 to go over 60 feet, you're sort of defeating the purpose of making it a requirement to start off with.
Noted. Let's give us some time to think about that. And, understanding that F doesn't ask for a Secretary of Interior compliance. And that's also because F and G overlaps in the historic district and not in the historic district.
Wondering maybe in that same section as one of the criteria that can be satisfied or used to satisfy that, maybe an enhanced public art requirement that we put in there. Is another community benefit that, something extra that we could ask for.
So this is a suggestion that would fall under G.
Correct.
And when you say public art, I mean, there is a public art requirement now. Would it be above and beyond that is the idea?
Either above and beyond, or, I know a lot of developers will just pay the in lieu fee and not do anything with it, but make it so that they don't do the in lieu fee and they actually do it and apply it to the project that they're putting in.
Okay.
I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
Just to, because we're hitting about 10:30, so just to take a brief pause on questions, I wanted to ask commissioners for a motion to allow us to go past 11 o'clock.
I'll move that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote for?
Commissioner Bauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Moses,
Yes.
Commissioner McKierlane,
No.
Commissioner Rackison,
Yes.
Commissioner Wisman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Chair Hooper.
Yes.
The motion is passed.
And with that, we'll go back to questions. Thank you, Paul. Next on the list, Jessica.
A lot of great questions asked already, so I'll keep it short. I'll draw your attention to attachment J, slide 43, and I'll give you a second to get there, which is the sort of table that lays out the development standards as they currently are. The June version of the overlay, which we'll ignore because we now have the proposed today overlay standards on the far right. And I'm particularly curious to understand sort of how the rubber will meet the road on that exceptions to height limit allowed. If you go down to slide 45, it explains that as it currently stands, a 45-foot by right development does have the ability to go higher with mechanical, but as that table shows, that's no longer on offer, and I'm just trying to understand what that means, and perhaps whether we ought to adjust it to be sure we aren't hamstringing an otherwise sort of 45-foot by right building, or even 55, 60, assuming it's meeting the other criteria. But I wanted to talk more about that mechanical.
The thinking behind excluding buildings over 45 feet or buildings subject to this overlay in the conditional use permit process, excluding those from this exception for additional building mass was to reflect that kind of two things. One is, and I'll just say it, WYSIWYG, and I say that by what you see is what you get. So if the public says, well, okay, we're going to accept a 60-foot tall building or a 75-foot tall building, that's what we're going to have. And with this exception process, it opens up something where there are some controls on it. It has to be set back, and it can only be a certain percentage of the floor area, but it doesn't have any control on how high it can be. And so opening up the door of taller buildings in the city, the thought behind excluding them from this exception process was to reflect, then you're only going to have that 60-foot tall building or a 75-foot tall building. And there are ways to incorporate mechanical equipment and elevators, as demonstrated by the hotel, within that 70-foot tall box. And so it's sort of a two thing of, it can be done by other means. That way we get floor area in a box that is what it's going to be. And I don't know if that's the most elegant way to say that, but sometimes the mechanical equipment's an afterthought. And it's nice to say that, well, at least it's only 25% of the floor area of the floor below, but then there's no control on this. And so it's the unknown is why that was taken out.
Okay, I guess it's that afterthought that I'm worried about, that we end up with a 5-story residential building that we're all loving, and then there's like no way for them to add AC or something. I just want to make sure we aren't pinching ourselves unnecessarily in a universe where right now a 45-foot building is allowed, some of those. And maybe we restrict it and say no spires, no cupolas, but 25 feet back you can have mechanical needs. I don't know, just...
I'm mindful of that, and I've found that, well, my experience has been that mechanical equipment expands up on the roof because it's free space. And thoughtful designers and budget sometimes can allow all of those things to happen within the box that was approved by the city. And I've seen HVAC equipment included in basement areas or in the ground floor spaces where the requirement for the retail is 16 feet, and then there's something in the back where they can put those units. And not all elevators have to have an override. And it's usually chosen because and applicants will hate hearing this, but it's because it's cheaper to do it that way, because it's free space. Doing it on the roof as part of these exceptions.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Thomas.
All right.
All of my questions have been asked already, so I have no additional questions for staff.
Sounds good. Next, I'll go to Darren.
All right, thank you. Thank you, staff, and thank you for the great questions so far. I've tried to truncate my questions, but I still think I have a lot. My first question, to contextualize this whole thing, because I've heard a lot from the public about timeline. There's been a lot of questions surrounding that. If the developer can you tell us the realities of timeline for your project? You know, when we talk about things like the overlay and people have referenced broader planning methods or broader discussions with the community, I mean, what's your fundamental timeline for the projects you're putting forward? What are some of the constraints? I would love if we had forever to discuss this as a community, but I want to come face to face with what you guys need as an applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think I need to think about exactly how I answer that, because we're actually, as it was earlier stated, we actually haven't purchased the property. It's still in the ownership of the original owner. We're under contract to purchase it, and our purchasing of the property is ongoing. We're making deposits and obviously incurring costs in terms of getting the project approved. I'm not sure, in fairness to the seller, whether I can disclose exactly what those timelines are. But I would like to say that there is, and again, not to use this as a leverage point, but there's very considerable pressure on performing under that agreement.
Well, I appreciate that, and I definitely didn't want to make it uncomfortable, but I think it explains why some folks have felt some of that pressure, and I think it makes sense in the context of the project. So thank you. That's all the questions I have for the applicant. Thank you for that. I'm going to start with the MND and then move to the overlay more broadly and the different amendments. I think the big one that struck me when a public commenter brought it up, the commentary on the plans, the language saying this is not for regulatory approval. Is that a barrier and oversight? Is that an issue at all? Does that, as a CEQA review, does that present a problem saying this isn't for regulatory approval, these plans?
No, CEQA demands that you consider and act on CEQA in advance of taking any entitlement decisions. I think that's what you're asking about the plans, is that?
Yeah, well, just that very specific language that this plan is not to be used for regulatory approval. It just seems from that it wouldn't be in the regulatory context of CEQA, but you're explaining it's not necessarily the same thing.
Yeah, so I think a lot of times people are confused that an action or a decision on a environmental document is somehow authorizing construction or authorizing a development entitlement. And so my remarks were trying to clarify that, in fact, a decision on the environmental document here or at any time does not in any way, shape, or form mandate a decision in favor or against of a project. It is a separate and distinct action. And so wanting to be really clear that when you take action on environmental, there is no construction approval that's being authorized if that's the only action. If you're also approving SPAR, then that's a different.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that distinction. And so based on some of the commentary from Commissioner Bauer about SB 35 projects in particular, if I'm understanding, they would still be capped at 45 feet. Now, would it be fair to say that the current overlay guidelines don't change the complexion for those projects, those affordable projects at this time? In terms of their affordability or feasibility, they're still going to be capped at that 4 stories with our current objective?
Yes, that's our understanding, because that would be the objective standard.
Okay. And then, another thing when reviewing the MND, I noticed in there, and this might be something, Anyway, this is something I noticed with adherence to city codes, city development fee requirements, and future discretionary review as satisfying the requirement to show that impacts identified are less than significant. It seemed like those kinds of things, I don't know, are these common arguments used to say that some impact will be less than significant because they'll follow our rules? Just walk me through that a little bit, because to me, especially the discretionary review part, and I'll get to that in my comments. But yeah, those being listed under some of these impacts identified as less than significant or mitigated, do those really serve as mitigations and bringing that down? Because it seems like those are the baseline rules that we have to follow anyway.
Yeah, so the city kind of establishes the regulatory context within which CEQA is considered through the general plan and through the general plan EIR. The potential development is kind of captured on a very high level view, right? We're not looking at every single parcel and analyzing construction on every single parcel at that level. So when you have a general plan and you have a programmatic, a legislative action on a zoning regulation, CEQA mandates that you respond with an appropriate level of specificity. So in this case, we have two things. We have a programmatic overlay that kind of sets the framework, and we have a project-specific construction of physical development. And so we've analyzed both things here. And so we can't, under CEQA, go beyond and speculate as to exactly what those future constructions may come in, what applications we may get within the overlay. And we have a process in place that demands that those be reviewed in accordance. And the general plan says the way that you consider aesthetic impacts, for example, is through the site plan and architectural review process. So throughout that document, we say there are regulations in process that ensure that those considerations will occur at the appropriate time when that specific development comes through. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and in that explanation, if it was a site-specific MND, those would not necessarily be identified as proper mitigations, right? Because they're very broad. So this is a difference as a programmatic MND, that these kind of broad considerations, the baseline rules of the city, serve to mitigate impacts that we're kind of supposing in the programmatic MND.
Well, that's set through kind of the general plan process too, and the regulations that the city holds. So it's not necessarily afforded just through CEQA. Like the site plan and architectural review is required for any discretionary project, and that would trigger a subsequent CEQA review. And so then we would be prompted to say, did we adequately cover it? Well, if it's another, 6-story hotel, we would have to, open up the CEQA book and look at that again and say, what are the specifics of that site? What are the specifics of this proposal?
That gets to what I was asking. Thank you. And then, there was a letter that came in from Lubin Olson. I found it pretty compelling, pretty thorough. Do we have, I don't think we do have a response yet specifically to that letter. Do we have a characterization of that letter, how we as commissioners should interpret that letter? Based on kind of the findings that we've made in the MND document?
So I touched on this in the presentation. So the process for CEQA and in the environmental review is that we go through a draft and a public hearing process, and then we come back and we provide a response to comments, and that will be conducted. So what you have before you tonight, we did produce and provide a draft response to comments based on what had been received at that time. Several of those, so not specifically to that Olson letter, but generally several of the comments that were raised are addressed. And so that response to comments letter that is draft right now will be finalized, and that will would go forward at the time of action on the MND. So, just because of the timelines here, we didn't have all the time in the world to respond to every single comment, nor are we required to, but we see the importance of responding to that. But we did review the letter very closely. We reviewed it at the staff level and alongside with legal. And as I stated in the presentation, there's nothing in there that would change our recommendation this evening.
Okay, fantastic. And then I'll move, because we are considering the zoning overlay as kind of a concept with relevant general plan and zoning map changes. And just as a fundamental question for the overlay, you know, overlays are kind of instantiated or regulated by Chapter 5 of our IZO. Can you describe the use or character of this overlay that makes it applicable? And the only reason I ask is when we see a lot of overlays, including the most recent, the mobile home overlay, it was kind of protectionist in its goals. It was designed to protect certain areas of a particular land use to prevent them from changing too much. And I find that when you look at overlays, a lot of times they have that goal to protect the character or land use of a set of parcels. So for this one, just what are those characteristics that are kind of uniting this under Chapter 5 of our IZO?
My take on an overlay is it can do as you suggest, which is be more restrictive, but I've also seen them do the opposite of say, in this particular area, we're going to allow something different. So I don't, and I'm pulling up Chapter 5 right now to see if there's anything that would limit us, but so far, you know, we chose to put it in that chapter because we felt that was the best fit to address how to change the zoning in the downtown area. So I don't see any reason to, in the IZO so far, to say that we can't be more permissive and that we can only be protection or other.
Okay, got it. And the characteristics we've decided of this underutilization metric is enough of a uniting characteristic for these areas to consider them like, and I know we have the city attorney here, I assume this wouldn't have come forward if we didn't think that, but just to reiterate that this is a unifying characteristic that we feel really binds these parcels together into an effective overlay.
I think what the staff have given you in the analysis is a rationale, a thoughtful rationale for why those boundaries make sense, can be viewed as making sense. And it's not something that's codified. They've just given you kind of a scoring and a rationale for one way for judging whether you as the recommending bodies think they make sense. And comparing or sort of categorizing what the extent of utilization of those properties within the boundaries is. And I think, you know, to be more specific, I think what they show is there is factual, observable commonalities in terms of one way for defining underutilization that those areas have in common. So it's nothing codified. It's, I think, something to help, to potentially help the reviewing body see what staff see in delineating those overlay boundaries. And the thing I wanted to say just about, I mean, the reason why the overlay term is a helpful term is you can think of it as a code layer. It's a layer. So it could be subtractive, it could be additive, it could be both. It's a layer. Thanks.
I appreciate some of those fundamental clarifications just because we're deciding on it tonight. So I want to make sure we got the scope of kind of what we're looking at to make a good decision. You know, I'm going to ask a couple questions that I think I've asked before, and if they're reiterating, I apologize, but I think they're important as a decision maker to decide if an overlay is meeting certain goals, is supported in the general plan. So I'll just start with, were any stakeholder groups like affordable housing developers like PEP, the SDAT team, any groups like that locally approached when it came to forming the overlay, particularly some of the design aspects of the overlay? Did we have any other groups chiming in along with city staff for development of some of those standards?
I'll kick that off. So not specifically, but what I'm hopeful that this evening's presentation, as well as all the content and discussion and back and forth, is presenting is common themes of those efforts. So whether it's you know, some of the comments made with respect to this as a engine or an opportunity for housing production downtown, I think it does align with a number of those. There's a very intensive analysis in the staff report with respect to the general plan, both current and future or ongoing, as well as other entities. So you referenced SDAT. Again, that's something that was central as part of our consideration and the direction that we took.
Okay. And then something else that I was asking in a couple meetings, any surveys or feedback from property owners on affected parcels? And along with that, do we have an idea for development demand in the current areas? And that might be anecdotal or people approaching the city, but just any idea of development demand there.
I'd like to respond in terms of communications with public noticing. So each time the project was brought forward to a study session, there was public noticing within the properties in the study area, within the sub areas, and a radius of 1,000 from that. And that is the noticing procedures. Staff is able to communicate if there's concerns with individual property owners. There has been no individual conversation that I can recall at this time with individual property owners seeking to respond to their property on this sub area. If there's any other questions related to the second part, if you may restate that.
Well, just if we had any kind of feedback or any kind of indications at all of development demand in these areas currently, people trying to build projects and maybe saying this would help or anything like that.
Right, and those demands for housing, economic, those are really reflected from the various state initiations in the past couple of years, understanding where the housing interests are, and the overlay is in that direction to increase intensity, have that climate initiation reduction, or 15-minute cities. So those are features that are prominent and are of quality to continue and support in the downtown. So those are those individual features or patterns that we've recently noticed for the state in general for housing and intensity in the downtown.
So responding to broader kind of signals and market signals and demand signals. Got it.
And
Thank you.
Commissioner Rakusin, I'd like to add that, we oftentimes are approached during, pre-application periods when, potential property owners or developers with interest in a particular property are exploring options. And they'll consult with us about the city's, interest in development. We also offer development review committee meetings to pre-application projects so that they can learn more about the city's regulatory requirements and zoning requirements. However, there's nothing that requires an applicant to take advantage of those opportunities. So likewise, we do have occasions where we'll have a major SPAR application submitted, and we'll look at it and go, wow, we didn't even know that that property was on the market or that there was any interest in developing that property. So that to say that we don't know of any development proposals forthcoming outside of the hotel, we can say that because we don't know of any. But that doesn't mean that there's not opportunities currently being explored that we're not aware of.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that thorough answer on that. And then do we have an economic analysis on the whole overlay? And I guess I've asked this question before, and I know we got the attachment K, the analysis from Strategic Economics. They hesitated to put any numbers to economic development there, property tax, sales tax, suppositions. I'm just wondering, do we have anything we can attach to these underutilized parcels, anything we can attach to the broader overlay in terms of economic development or economic benefit? Because, some of the broad, conditional economic benefits I didn't find particularly compelling. And I'm sure that's been a discussion point within staff. So what was kind of the logic behind that, or do we have any numbers we can put to it, I guess?
Sure. I'd like to respond to your question. I'd like to invite Strategic Economics Principal Derek Braun up to just provide some insights into how the economic assessment memorandum was constructed, some of the assumptions that went into it, and just sort of unpack it however you'd like to choose.
Sure. So if I'm hearing you right, though, you're asking about whether or not there was an assessment of the fiscal impacts to the city's revenues, or?
Yeah, just looking at, the impacts of, let's say that, and you could suppose kind of maximum amount of parcels taking advantage of the increased kind of flexibility, certain percentages, and just how that would impact ultimately property tax per acre, or some kind of sales tax impact versus what exists today. That would give us a little more, something tangible to grab onto in assessing the benefit. But just walk us through that, the feasibility of that process and roadblocks you ran into and things.
Sure. So, the one fiscal examination that we did include in kind of the way that you're describing is we looked at the revenues that would be generated by the hotel project, which is not the focus of tonight's discussion, of course. So when it comes to the overlay as a whole, what we were able to do was to, based on our work for the general plan thus far, we're part of that team. We've completed a market analysis. We've completed financial feasibility analysis of various housing development prototypes, as well as a affordable housing finance analysis. Based on that work, we were able to develop findings regarding the likely impacts on development activity and how developers would respond in terms of residential, office, and hotel development. And so I'm happy to walk through those findings if you would like. They've been referenced by a few folks during public comment as well. But ultimately, just because of timing and the level of detail needed to create a fiscal impact model, we don't have a description of the overall outcomes in terms of tax revenues versus service costs. I will say there is a phase of the general plan work that is probably a ways away still, where we'll be looking at that at the citywide level certainly, and can probably adapt some of that information for the overlay, but I think the timing is just not working out right now.
Okay, understood. And I definitely read the report. My day job, I'm actually an accountant, so I appreciated that. But that explains why we didn't have kind of hard numbers to look at necessarily. I appreciate the challenges in modeling. Good news, it sounds like it's kind of working into the general plan, which would be fantastic. So thank you for that.
All right,
and
thank you.
actually, this might go along with it. I know staff said they were asking for this. Do we have a read on our current property tax per acre in Petaluma, ideally just in downtown, and how that compares to the rest of the Bay? Or Northern California, or whatever sample set we want to use?
No, we don't yet. We weren't able to mobilize quickly enough around that question, but we'll continue to work at that for sure.
The power of getting questions in early. I will learn one of these days. Thank you. And then, something I asked in one of our first study sessions about this was just if we had examples of this kind of overlay with really positive outcomes we could look at. And that could be anecdotally, that could be cities that did this, just to base our decision on the suppositions made about the benefits, and then have, again, a tangible example to put to that. I think that would be pretty powerful. Have we found anything of that kind during this process?
Okay, sorry about that. I had a bit of microphone issue. As we looked at different, locations, for instance, Los Angeles has quite a number of overlays. They use them, I believe, very, very aggressively. But what we started realizing is, the overlay is intended to further either expand or constrict development rights. And so it's responding to a particular opportunity or a particular situation. And so they're so contextualized that it was very difficult for us to both identify an overlay that's similar, but then look at the response that evolved as a result of that overlay. So we don't have any to offer. Perhaps anecdotally, prior to moving to California, I worked on a similar overlay for a university district area in Memphis, Tennessee. And that had the effect of generating about 450 million in new development at last calculation over a period of about 10 years. However, there were so many factors at play. The city was very committed in a university community partnership to working towards revitalization. They were very committed to off-campus student housing. And so there were a lot of decisions that the university made as a major institution that drove the responsiveness to the overlay. And the university and community were well suited for that. So I have that experience to share anecdotally, but again, it's a very unique situation where there's a lot of strategy and circumstances underlying the overlay. What I would also add, though, that the theater district overlay that was recently expired was an overlay to effectively prohibit theater. I'm not sure what that. No clue.
Maybe my time's up. Maybe that's.
Well, there we go.
Tried and true solution. Unplug it, plug it back in.
But so the theater district overlay, the intent of it was to prohibit development of first-run theaters in the entire city for a period of 20 years. And it was very effective in doing that because no first-run theaters were developed outside of the cinemas in Theater Square since it recently sunsetted in August of this year. So overlays can be very highly effective.
Okay. Well, and I appreciate that finding an exact analog is like finding a unicorn. I just thought that would be a great thing for decision makers to have to look at. So, but I appreciate that kind of analysis and that anecdotal experience. Another question that I've asked a couple, but just why don't we have visuals of the overlay with some of these build outs imagined? And I understand that we don't want to presuppose development patterns, but I think it helps when, and I'll talk about it when we look at assessing, impacts on surrounding areas, when we think about assessing. So outside of the hotel where we have a lot of renderings to look at, why no 3D models of this area? I think that would add a lot to the discussion.
Because it would be so speculative, I think, and because there's such a lot of options that are provided for the way the overlay is characterized. The other thing I would say too is the overlay is it's zoning changes. What's key about use of an overlay is that it's an anti-spot zoning tool to make sure that it's genuinely programmatic and it's not parcels. It's not limited to just a single parcel or use, but instead it's got a rationale like we were talking about earlier in terms of parcels that have things in common in an area that's identified in the general plan to be developed that's not been successful so far. So I think that's a way of saying that I think it's probably more useful to focus on the substance of it rather than the method of it. In other words, what it's doing rather than what it is. Because there's other ways. It could just be done just in the code without an overlay for a district, but we use overlays when you're trying to deal with boundaries other than are defined in districts already. It's more selective, and that's why it's a layer that's not a district.
Okay, that is another kind of there are several other vehicles though, so I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah, it could just be a direct zoning change if it was, district wide, but it's not. And we talked already about the rationale for how the boundaries are suggested the way they are.
No, and I appreciate that. And again, as a decision maker, I would love the easy tools like visuals, like specific economics. So I appreciate the complexities there you guys are laying out. But yeah, so the last question I think I'll ask then is just as succinctly as we can, findings we would need to find to say no to the overlay as a concept. I've been told this would be either questioning general plan coherence, something to health and safety. Is there anything in there that, as presented as a project, there needs to be a certain weight of evidence from the applicant to show general plan coherence? Or as commissioners, when we're deciding on whether or not to approve an overlay, what are the findings we need to make to say no or need to make to say yes? Really?
It's a text amendment. So it's the findings required for a zoning text amendment. Again, it's the significance of the overlay is that it's not a district, it's a different perimeter, but otherwise it's a zoning amendment.
Okay, and so the findings for the zoning amendment would be, again, just that it complies with the general plan and that it offers.
The ones that are in your package, because staff are great about making sure that all the required findings are listed and the factual support in the record for making those findings.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
I thought reiterating it for public and everything, but I appreciate that it's in there, so thank you.
That's why I said it's just a kind of a zoning amendment, because there's no special extra approval. It's the same as for a zoning amendment.
Okay. And then the last thing on the zoning text amendment, I want to see if we could potentially remove the language on page 15, so page 15 of the PDF itself on the zoning, on the resolution, so further down is the actual zoning text amendment. I noticed that the sunset provision can be rescinded by a majority vote of the council. I like the sunset provision in the context of the overlay. I'm wondering if it's possible to remove that, or that would be part of our recommendation, and I would need support, obviously, but I would assume that's possible without violating the integrity of the rest of it.
That's correct. So any policy decisions made here this evening or potentially here this evening would just be forwarded on to as recommendations to council.
Okay, so I'd want to try to include that. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, with that, we'll move on to the next person, Roger.
Thank you. I have a question of scale in terms of the size of the parcels versus the size of the potential housing. I've talked to several developers who do multifamily housing, both rental and for sale. And I said, what do you need to do a 6-story housing project? Or what's part of the formula? And because of the cost of going 6 stories, elevator systems, fire safety systems, the size of the project needs to have around 300 or 400 units to pencil out. To get 300 or 400 units, you need 4 acres, 3.5, 4.5 acres, depending on the site condition. So that also, I think, affordable housing needs less affordable housing that kind of subsidize it. So a certain proportion of these projects, of the 400 units, need to be market rate housing, and that subsidizes a certain 20% or whatever of affordable housing. So that's the package that a developer has to deal with. If you look at these sites, I mean, C is 25 parcels and 6 acres. That would mean there's 2 projects in C, 2 housing projects in C of 300 or 400 units each. That's a big building. That's a significant, huge scale. It's not parcel by parcel. It's not one parcel builds 6 stories. You can't do it. You can't afford to do it. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm not clear we have an understanding of what the market is we're going after, what the product is that might get built, and is there a match here? Because it just seems, like B is less than an acre. How you get 6 stories out of that? It's one building of something, but it may not be affordable or may not pencil out for the builder. So I'd like to know. I'd like to get a better understanding of what we envision happening. If they can't build it, what do we envision happening? And then if there's 25 parcels, how does a builder assemble one parcel at a time? I mean, that's a kind of risky process, unknown process, and it may or may not work. So it just seems like a very difficult minefield to go through if you're an interested builder to start trying to assemble 4 acres. That's a big chunk of land and lots of landowners, and rumors spread and prices, So I'm concerned that we have the intention of housing, I agree with. The intention of high density, I agree with. I just wonder if this is the best site for it. If you look at across the river, just a parcel and a river apart is 20 acres of defunct commercial property that could be a wonderful 6-story housing development with parks and trails crossing the river. Why aren't we looking there for intensity versus in the middle of downtown? It would have less restrictions on historic issues. It would have less light and shadow issues. I just don't think, I wonder if we're looking holistically enough to make a good decision. The other thing in the economics, the economic determinations is that the actual development potential is hard to predict. It's dependent on multimodal active transportation, which I think is still under development.
Roger, your microphone. You need to be closer to your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. And it's dependent, the successful development is dependent on placemaking and improvements to enhance areas' desirability. That means the pedestrian streetscape, the storefront, the whole corridor of that street. The street is not mentioned in this whole ordinance. There's no talk about what Kentucky Street becomes to become an attractive environment for 6-story buildings. It's one project at a time, one parcel at a time, one tree at a time. There's no kind of holistic placemaking as part of this ordinance. So I'd like to see how that gets included. The other issue is related to the cumulative impacts. If these parcels are developed one at a time, you don't know you have a problem until you get several parcels built, and then you can't go back and solve the problem. So this whole negative deck for traffic and parking, I think, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I just wonder how you can estimate impact, but not knowing what's going to generate the impact. It doesn't make sense. The other question is, what do we need to do, or what process do we have to go through tonight to reduce the area choice down to to A, or even half of A, to allow the hotel to proceed, but to reduce this overlay question down to a much smaller issue and less impact to the city, and let the rest of it go through the general plan process with a more user-friendly process. So I don't know what do we have to do tonight to achieve that, Andrew?
The process would be a motion, and when it comes time for that, depending on where the position of the decision makers, we can assist with that. I think the care that's needed is to, if it's additive, that's potentially a problem because it may not have been analyzed in the environmental analysis, and if it's too complicated, that could be a problem. But if it's just subtractive to eliminate potential overlay areas, then that's something that can easily be done in a motion.
Good.
And we can assist with that.
And what impact does it have on this whole EIR, the negative deck and all that? Does it just reduce it down to smaller site?
Olivia can address that, but generally a subtractive change is not going to be a problem. In this case, I believe, I don't know, Olivia, if you disagree, please.
No, I agree. The narrowing or limiting the scope it tends to reduce impacts. And so we can, wherever this lands tonight, the intent is that we will clarify the direction and be able to address that in the response to comments. And that may, we understand that may, I'm hearing that may look like a contraction of the sub-areas. And that's totally something that could be addressed in the response to comments, the final ISM&D. I'm using those terms interchangeably here. So understanding we're in a draft, you've seen the draft initial study mitigated negative declaration, and before action, before council, we would prepare a final initial study mitigated negative declaration, and there's, through that process, there's an opportunity to clarify the scope of the precise limits of the overlay and any other comments that we have received that warrant any revisions or clarifications to the analysis would be provided at that time.
I'm wondering if, since you were just addressing that issue, Olivia, if it might not also be helpful to address the cumulative impact analysis question from the commissioner?
Yeah, I felt like I have addressed that a couple times tonight, but I have made a huge note here that will be one of the master responses that we add, because that has for sure been a theme. But what I have said this evening is that we look at the development potential of build out within the general plan, in the general plan EIR, and that is the driver for many of the infrastructure and the improvements that are needed, whether it's water or transportation, fire demand services and whatnot. So the expectation is that those build out incrementally as the city builds out, and we have development impact fees and we have specific projects that then contribute to those. So within the context of this overlay, development is already anticipated here, right? So the demand for water has already been captured. So now we might have a marginal increase in that, but relative to the total demand anticipated, it's not beyond what has been planned for. So that's what I've been trying to express, and we'll continue to do so, and we'll put it in writing.
Can I, Chair, just dig a little deeper on one of Roger's questions?
I want to get through everybody first.
Okay.
And then we will do second rounds. Rick.
Great, thank you. I'd repeat, thanks again to staff. Enormous amount of work in preparation for this meeting, so thank you very much. And also to all who are still here and many who were here before us, members of the public, thank you for coming out and expressing yourself and representing the community. Just a few questions here. Wanted to clarify, kind of in summary, there's a lot of statements made in the staff report about the consistency of this overlay with general plan 2025 principles. I wanted to see if just for the record, there were any inconsistencies that you might identify that we should know about.
So I'll just jump in while people start thinking. I would take the silence and just thinking here to say that we have done an exhaustive review of the general plan and the policies. And so if there were in fact inconsistencies identified, that would be something we would have raised throughout this process.
Okay. Similarly, same question as applies to the housing element. Is there anything in the overlay that, there were a lot of things, again, which talked about consistencies between what we're trying to accomplish here and the housing element. Any hurdles that this overlay may bring up, or they're inconsistent with the housing element?
No inconsistencies with the recently now current housing element. In fact, I believe it amplifies the vision and the intent There was a couple comments and that we've heard throughout this process with respect to the fact that the housing element doesn't identify sites that need to be rezoned downtown. From our perspective and from all the principals, not just in the housing element, the general plan, both current and update, it's a yes and, right? So there's, yes, we've identified, we have this inventory. It's been approved by both city council as well as our state counterparts. But that doesn't take away from the larger vision that we have, with respect to infill and protecting our urban growth boundary and economic vitality, particularly in our downtown, and preservation of our historic resources. So all of that is, was well considered as part of this presentation.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Brian. And I'll just add the general plan consistency findings and the support for them. Then this goes back to Commissioner Rakusen's questions, are in the resolution 2A as they, right where they should be. So, and there's a list of bullets that give support for, it's not just conclusory, they give support for the consistency finding.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I remember this, recall this from the previous study session, the discussion of the step backs, which were a bit unique, and also meant to somewhat make up for the increase in the FAR, as well as the lack of setbacks, to create kind of a tapering effect, and reduce the mass effect of a larger structure like this. Are there any other buildings that you can point to in town, especially some of the larger buildings, the Phoenix, Hotel Petaluma, some of the other ones, that employ that same architectural technique that the community can draw on for comparison, but also speak to that tapering effect and that less massive effect?
So unless one of our colleagues here can pull, I think we can just do a quick check through some of the documents. I'm thinking there's a couple attachments that we can double check just to be responsive. May just need
Commissioner,
some time.
I'm not aware of, there's none that come immediately to mind. But I'm thinking that, step backs really would kick in above 3 stories. I mean, from an urban design principles perspective, would typically kick in at 3 stories or higher. So I think when we look at, development outside of the downtown area, we're not seeing development much over 3 stories, where step backs would be employed as a design tool, to address, building massing, or to ensure that we're achieving those effects of respect of adjacent development and ensuring light and air and such between buildings. So it's a heavily utilized and relied upon urban design and architectural design principle in order to address exactly what we're seeking to address here, which is relationship to existing development, but then also to address those concerns about ensuring that, the building massing is not overwhelming, or that, we're achieving those light and air goals for adjacent development. But if that helps to answer your question, but none immediately come to mind otherwise.
Yeah. So I was partially looking for other examples, but also maybe making the statement that, in fact, this building, while taller, will have a more tapered effect and allow more, sun access and airflow than some of the other larger buildings that we're drawing upon as examples, just because of its height.
Right, that's true. Okay. Because it's the visual effect, right?
Right.
And the visual effect from street level.
Got it. Okay, and then going to the strategic economics report about fiscal impact, I think, and again, acknowledging that the hotel is not on the agenda tonight, but using that as the one example because that was drawn upon. I'm wondering if we can get some kind of context. I think there was a cumulative number of about $700,000 in per year in fiscal benefit. Can you give us some idea of, is that in the top 10 percentile? Is it right down the middle of developments in the city? Where does that fall? How significant or insignificant is that?
So I think this question goes back to, I think our planning manager had responded, I think with a little bit more time, we would be able to contextualize sort of where it sits. There's been a comment about value proposition and, the amount of tax generated with respect to acreage. So these are things that we are looking at. I don't have that answer readily available. And
can you answer it in big chunks? Like, is it in the top 25 percentile, or is it like pretty much right in the middle, or is it below the middle?
I know where to potentially look. I just need a little bit of time, but I can look.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I think the last is it's kind of similar to what Darren asked earlier, but maybe putting a little bit more point on, as Rids going to ask about, does the city have a kind of liaison to the development community to test some of these, the attractiveness of something like this? Maybe looking at it a little bit more proactively, do we have a resource and a function within the community development group that actually goes out and more actively recruits developers that may be amenable or may find this type of overlay attractive, such that we're going out and proactively finding the projects that we want, rather than trying to bend the developers to our will or having them have us bending to their will?
Great question. Depending on who you ask, some will say we don't need to do that. But I do think as we start to rebuild, this is literally year one of rebuilding our department. We've added additional staff capacity. We have an economic development department as well, so we work closely with them. It's something that we are exploring. How do we be more not just responsive to our developer community, but to be more proactive? And so there are local trades groups, a number of entities and developers that we could potentially do it. I think it's more comes down to capacity, but something we'd be looking to potentially do over the next year.
Yeah, great. That's all I had, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
I just like staff to respond to Mr. Keller's comments on sequencing and a need for an EIR, which a lot of people brought up, and also the legal letter that we received this afternoon.
So I think the most succinct response, and that's not something I'm known for, was one that was given by Olivia, which was to say nothing in that letter changes the staff recommendation. I can add a little bit to say there's nothing in it that we saw that was substantial evidence of a potential unmitigated significant impact. It's more, frankly, it's more purporting to remind us or school us about what CEQA requires, but there's a number of things that we explicitly disagree with. There seems to be a misunderstanding of the issue that is really unavoidable. It's not a choice. We view it as a requirement of addressing program level or project level CEQA at the same time, because of the relationship between the overlay and the application, precisely to avoid a piecemealing problem that CEQA would prohibit. So that first point in the letter about future not yet known applicants having to agree to project level mitigations, that makes no sense to us. The spot zoning, argument, as hopefully it's clear from my comments already about what overlays do and why they use them, refute that. That argument is not factually supported or consistent with the case law. There's no spot zoning here. So there's a number of things that we could debate here, but I think what we're looking for and what we think is the real important consideration for the CEQA findings and the CEQA action that's before the recommendation that's before the body is whether there's substantial evidence in the record of a potentially significant impact that's not mitigated. And we don't see it, and we don't see it raised by this letter. Or nor do we see deficiencies in the CEQA analysis that the letter purports to identify. Mike's misbehaving, sorry about that. If there are more questions, be happy to address them, but that's a short version, hopefully. Thank you.
The other questions were answered, were already asked.
Before I get to my questions, Jessica, did you want to ask your follow-up?
Yes, please. It's sounding from a couple of comments like there might be an appetite for restricting the sub areas, and I'm curious if someone could speak to how much are we getting ourselves into hot water with spot zoning if we're talking about constricting these sub areas?
Like eliminating one or two?
Or 2.5? Yeah.
Well, if we're just eliminating one or two, the answer is no, for the reasons I just gave, and that's exactly why the overlay tool makes sense, and that's why the staff analysis makes sense in terms of what the recommended parcels within the overlays have in common, and why they lend themselves to being addressed this way in terms of zoning amendments. It would be nice to not slice it finer than so as to actually be. I think it raises potentially more issues to actually retool one of the areas as opposed to eliminating one or two. Thanks.
All right. Most of my substantive questions were actually answered right out of the gate with Paul's comments, Paul's questions on the actually zoning text, and then quite a few of Darren's questions with regards to the MND. However, since we've gone through public comment, it's become apparent that most people do not have time to read through the packet that we got, especially the amount of materials that we got, and quite a few things were covered in the packet. So I'm going to ask some painfully basic questions, in part because I want some of this to be on the record for kind of the justification behind the overlay, and also just trying to be a little blunt about answering some of the concerns. One thing right out of the gate, what is the stated purpose of the overlay? Because we had a lot of debate over the title. Is the title misleading? What is it for?
Well, fortunately, the draft ordinance has a purpose section. And oddly enough, the attorneys asked that we put it in there.
Excellent.
Would you like that I read it or put it
Yes,
up on the
please.
screen?
Reading it's fine.
I'll read it. It is the intent of the Downtown Housing and Economic Opportunity Overlay Zone to facilitate the development of residential uses, provide for orderly economic development, ensure the preservation of historic buildings, cultural resources, and the commercial historic district, strengthen and expand pedestrian activity through new design and land use controls, and incorporate sites with the greatest opportunity for redevelopment activity. The regulations established for this district shall apply to any property described in this section to include the development of new floor area or new buildings of any size.
So in short, it's to allow for a variety of developments within the area to increase opportunities. All right. Then following from that, there are quite a few comments about what type of development the overlay caters to. Specifically, and I suspect I know the answer to this, what businesses would this overlay cater to, or is it truly a broad definition?
Well, I think aside from looking at the pedestrian activation zones, there isn't a land use mentioned. So it could be anything.
Thank you. Outside of the height increase and the FAR expansion, is there anything about this overlay, and also outside of the fact that, yes, this was all initiated by the hotel applicant, is there anything about the overlay that actually caters to a hotel beyond the height and beyond essentially the space density increase?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, if you look at the findings to go above the height, there isn't anything that, to me, that says it caters to a hotel land use or building form. You know, and for example, there's a criteria of having affordable housing. Typically, hotels do not offer that. So, I mean, hotel isn't mentioned, and you could say it's intentional because it's not meant to be about the hotel, it's about the downtown.
Yeah. Thank you. How will this overlay support the possibility of housing? And outside of the call for affordable housing, is it really focused on creating affordable housing or just increasing the opportunity for housing as a whole?
I think allowing the ground floor residential in an area where it doesn't allow it could I believe it will open up opportunities for more housing, because there may be someone out there that their building type is only housing, and they look at the downtown, like in sub-area C, and think, well, that'd be a great place for it. Oh, I have to do mixed use. Mm-hmm. I have to go higher. You know, I can have the housing product that I want, but it has to be a multi-story building because it's not allowed on the ground floor. Or you get, you know, a building type where the only land use on the ground floor is parking and the housing's above. So I think by allowing ground floor housing in these non-pedestrian activation zones could facilitate housing where it isn't allowed now, because it's removing a constraint simply.
And at no point has the city or staff at any of our hearings or at any of the community meetings, nobody's actually proposed that, oh, the intention is this is going to create an explosion of affordable housing development in the downtown, correct?
I haven't heard that.
Thank you. Quite a few comments, and I'm just trying to get clarity on things that have been said or not said.
Given the pressures on the city to provide the affordable housing for the housing needs assessment, it wouldn't be such a bad thing.
No, just to be clear, I have no issue with that happening so much as there seems to be a perception that the city is trying to create a false premise for this, that this is just an affordable housing development ploy when it wouldn't work. And the point I'm trying to get across is I don't think I've ever seen any of the documentation, and you've just verified. I've never once heard anybody from the city say that was the goal, even though it would be a great benefit in the first place, considering the wide use that this allows for. What will the conditional use permits realistically reject?
I'm sorry, what would they reject?
So for the 5 and 6 stories, what will they allow us to reject as a planning commission, as a city? I apologize for how broad that question is, but I want to get it out cleanly, because I think we've been talking in terminology that works for us but isn't easily accessible.
Greg, I'll start it maybe. They'd allow rejecting, in fact, they would require rejecting applications that don't meet the required findings that are listed. And we can go through those if you like. I'm not trying to be glib about that.
If you could go through the findings, again, I want this just
sure. So,
plainly spoken on record.
Like for the criteria to exceed 45 feet, paragraph F, it says the Planning Commission may approve a conditional use permit to allow for additional height up to 60 feet pursuant to the findings listed in this section, i.e. upon making those findings, and the review criteria set forth in section 4.060E. So that's additional heights consistent with applicable purposes of the overlay, which That's another reason why we wanted to have a purpose. The additional height makes a positive contribution to the overall character of the area. The building will be compatible with its surroundings. And then there's a definition for purposes of this section of positive contribution and compatibility, because otherwise that's obviously pretty squishy. That the additional height would not cause an adverse change in the significance or integrity of a historic resource that's on site or adjacent to the site. Because remember, well, hopefully it's clear that these findings and the CUP requirement are designed so that exceeding the otherwise applicable height limits, A, is discretionary, can't be mandated, and B, it's not going to have deleterious effects. So continuing on, the additional height will not unduly restrict access to light and air from adjacent properties or the public right-of-way, or otherwise be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. And the building design expresses a relationship to an existing datum line or lines of the street, while or adjacent historic resource, if any, which even for me, that planning speak is a little confusing, and I think it means there's horizontal references to other structures in terms of horizontal lines in the design. And then there's structurally the criteria to exceed 60 feet work in the same way. The findings have to be made, and if they can't be made, the height exceedance can't be permitted. So two key things. One, the projects extending to those heights are discretionary. The approval is discretionary, and only in case the findings are made by the approving body. Thanks. Greg, I didn't mean to cut you off. You may have more to add, so feel free.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, and thank you for going along that
Chair-
path with me.
Chair, I think that I would like to summarize, because I've really been intrigued by the process of developing the overlay and how we went about creating these additional findings. So I think from one perspective, I would say that what does it allow us to reject? It allows us to reject proposed development that clearly does not relate meaningfully to existing development and that does not enhance the character of downtown Petaluma and support the preferred character of downtown Petaluma. So I think by adding these additional findings through the CUP process to augment the SPAR process, it really allows us to have the tools to fine-tune not just the design, but how the design and how the building form relates to existing development and relates to the preferred character that we seek for the downtown area.
And is it fair to say that because of proximity to the historic district, I mean, and this goes back to I think one of Paul's earlier questions of speaking of, does it benefit or enhance the character of the downtown for the city? Because of its proximity to the historic district, we effectively have the option of, when we're going through these proposed projects, requiring a certain amount of, I don't want to say sameness, but a certain amount of design aesthetic that matches the surrounding area.
Well, I think what it would allow projects to do is to draw out those meaningful design details and implement them, so that you're because the Secretary of the Interior would say that new construction should be differentiated from historic buildings, historic resources. So I think it allows a project to do that, but it also says we do want to see that relationship exhibited, so that we're not seeing a contrast between we're not intentionally or purposefully contrasting as a moment in time. We're trying to see a relationship of evolution and a respect for our historic resources.
Thank you. Now to pivot in a different direction. Is there any part of this in any of the resolutions in front of us that would allow for the demolition of the Phoenix Theater or a Keller Street property or any property for that matter or parcel in this project? Because that rumor's gone around quite a bit.
Well, initially, that would require the owner of that land to choose to apply for the demolition. And then any demolition would be subject to CEQA. And then if they wanted to do one of these buildings that was over 45 feet tall, there's required findings that address historic preservation.
But there's nothing in the overlay that requires or even facilitates that. That would be addressed under existing regulations.
Thank you. I just wanted that reiterated and out loud. Speaking of the sunset's currently set for once we've passed a new general plan. When do we expect the general plan to, I know that's a rough target, but when do we expect it to be completed and voted upon, even a rough outline?
Summer of 2025.
So theoretically, we go through this, it gets to council. Theoretically, if council passes this, this only stays on the books till 2025.
As proposed, yes.
And then, obviously, the General Plan Advisory Committee can look at this, look at if they want to keep this, change it, et cetera.
Yes, and we can pull up the specific sunset clause, or we can, if the commission chooses to make recommendations to council, if there's any specific language we want to see here tonight and move forward, we can make sure to incorporate that in the motion.
Excellent.
Chair, I do want to clarify on that. So this would sunset upon the adoption of the zoning ordinance that codifies the general plan,
All right.
not the adoption of the general plan itself.
Perfect. Okay, so we're not taking something out before the IZO is finished.
Correct.
But the intention is to complete them.
Right, simultaneously.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And then related to that, I know there's concerns about wanting to do a full EIR, and I saw the back and forth with regards to the economic analysis only going so far. I take it with the general plan, one of the advantages we're going to have is there will be a full EIR through the general plan, and there will be full economic analysis like there had been with our last general plan, correct?
Yes.
And I take it will most likely cover any inadequacies that might be perceived for this, for the overlay in terms of looking at site alternatives, things like that?
I would say if we thought there were inadequacies, we'd be addressing them now. What it will do is, and this goes back to some of Olivia's comments too, there's still a great deal of policies that we have and ways that we consider development applications that are governed by the existing general plan. Notwithstanding the desire and a lot of the community members to bring a lot of changes to it, and all those changes are under discussion. So what the new general plan will change that horizon. It will provide the updated consensus view of the council about things like crosstown connectors, things like it'll be fully wrapped around the change to vehicle miles traveled analysis, whereas the earlier general plan was prepared based on level of service. And so that's what it will do. It will integrate and update the full picture, serving its role as what's sometimes referred to as the local land use constitution, concerning this and everything else, and it will do it comprehensively. So, people have, expressed, the issue, we heard it tonight, why isn't this awaiting the general plan development? Well, we heard about the timing issues related to the project and what opportunities it provides. So that's an issue. And I think too, that sentiment is reflected in the way the overlay discussion and the configuration of the overlays have evolved in response to community concerns about not wanting to do too much innovation while the general plan is underway to make sure these kinds of issues can be considered as comprehensively as possible, as holistically as possible. So I think you see that reflected too in the kind of surgical approach, and I'll even say modular approach to the way the potential overlay sub-areas are presented. I think it's directly in relation to that. So I think that's what the general plan will do in relation to some of these kind of considerations. And Andrew probably has more and more eloquent things to add, but that's what I would say.
Well, no, that's a great summary. You know, I think in a very real way, the general plan land use element responds to the needs and wants of the community. And so if we think about that, it might say we don't want existing open spaces developed. We want to constrain development, you know, from certain areas and focus development in other areas, higher intensity, more walkable development patterns to address climate change, a host of other factors. You know, we want infill development to address fiscal concerns. We want, you know, certain new development to be concentrated to gain, you know, sort of the economics of adjacency and such. When we look at all those wants and needs, they really start to become focused in the land use element, and what the land use element then posits for how we develop going forward as a community. So I think that, you know, based upon where we're at with the general plan's vision and principles, the general plan updates vision and principles at this point in time, as were described in the presentation, what we are seeing is that even the general plan update is already signaling that this is the preferred development pattern, this higher intensity of infill development in areas that are walkable, that are proximate to transit, that are leveraging and taking advantage of existing community amenities, rather than creating new sites for development out on the urban fringe. Mm-hmm. So it will be a test of should the overlay be adopted, it will be a test of the overlay to what extent it does become absorbed into the general plan update or rejected by the general plan update. But all indications at this point in time, when we look at consistency with the current adopted general plan and with the vision and principles of the general plan update, are that the overlay is supported by those and is consistent with and is indicating that that's the direction where the general plan update would go.
Thank you. I just have a few more and then I promise I'm done. In a different direction, does the Planning Commission, and has the Planning Commission ever intersected with the question of story poles? Will it ever need to intersect with that kind of question? Or is the council the sole decision maker when it comes to that discussion?
So per the policy, and this was discussed in detail at the council level, that decision can be made here at the staff level, and any of the regulatory bodies, so Planning Commission is included.
All right. I was really hoping you were going to say we had nothing to do with that, but all right. Fair enough. Just always know what your answer is going to be ahead of time. Does the overlay in any way mandate development or redevelopment in these areas? If we pass this as is, and the owners of those properties want nothing to do with denser buildings, increased height change, will it in any way penalize them if they decide not to do anything?
No.
Excellent. That covers both. Oh, and there was a lot of discussion about questions as to how much revenue the city could potentially take in from, just based on the economic analysis. A lot of it, of course, focused on the hotel. But even looking at the overlay as a whole, if, for example, again, most of these property owners just decide they're going to keep their parking lot or they're going to keep their two-story building, et cetera, I take it it's not a cost burden to the city that nothing happened there. We're not suddenly looking at a service cost because they didn't decide, like, there's no financial attachment to that if they decide to keep things as they are.
So if I'm understanding the question, there's no fiscal impact to have the current property owners do nothing and just continue status quo.
Yeah.
No, but so I think it's a little more complicated. I think, yes, there isn't a burden. I do think as we evolve and the needs of the community grow and the community changes and infrastructure gets older, I mean, there is a fiscal component to that.
Oh, sure, there's
that
an
we consider.
opportunity loss. Right. The reason I'm asking this question is because there seems to be this idea that if this thing doesn't go gangbusters with development, we're suddenly looking at an increased burden on the city. And I just wanted to clarify, yes, obviously as infrastructure gets older, that was going to be a burden to us anyway, though, or a cost to us anyway. But if a whole lot of property owners decide to keep things as they are, we're not looking at new costs that we weren't expecting already.
There may be some unintended consequences if, we've seen a few sites that have been fenced off. And so I would imagine if that were to continue and perpetuate, there's probably some additional costs that come with that, but no direct costs with status quo.
Right. Okay.
Excuse me, and just to add quickly, at least not that would be a result of the overlay. The overlay, it's an opportunity, but undeveloped properties continuing to be undeveloped do involve costs, indirect ones such as, inviting, shelterless members of the population and also potential nuisance conditions, et cetera, and safety considerations. Thanks.
And that, I realized 5 of what I had left were already answered. Those are the rest of my questions. Thank you very much. And thank you for going along with me on this. I know not everybody has time to go through the mountains of paper, of documentation that we get, and I think it's important that some of the stuff gets listed out in an easily accessible way, especially given where some of the comments went earlier. And with that,
Sorry, can I ask a clarifying question, Chair? Thanks.
Yes,
Okay. I just had a question about, I just wanted to clarify that I'm very supportive of affordable housing projects, but we don't have our objective design standards done yet. So right now, I'm a little bit, unsettled that they could be built in areas where they, could have an aesthetically pleasing outcome for the area. So if we were to approve the overlay and then the hotel were to back out, could that area have one of these projects placed there
Yes.
without our objective design standards done
Correct.
yet? So
Yes.
that's, okay.
That is
There's nothing we can do to prevent that from happening tonight?
No, not tonight. And that's really a function of, we're working desperately to plug that gap with the Objective Design Standards project that will come before you in study session on November 28th, and then move on to a public hearing in early December. But you're right, that gap does exist. It exists throughout the city, and the overlay wouldn't change that. Yeah.
And just to clarify, because I thought you said 2 different things to me and Commissioner Rackison. These projects could or could not be designed to 6 stories, the SB 35 and projects.
So an SB 35 project, based upon our understanding of SB 35, interpretation and application of it, is that the project would be required to comply with existing objective standards, objective development standards. And that objective development standard is a maximum height of 45 feet, because that's what's permitted by right. Now, an SB 35 project would presumably be eligible for density bonus, and density bonus would be accompanied by concessions and incentives. So a project could design to, say, 55 feet and then seek a density bonus or seek a density bonus concession to allow for that additional 10 feet of height above 45 feet. But it could do that right now.
Oh, okay.
So it has that ability to do so under the current development standards.
And that's the same for the other affordable housing regulations too, like the SB 330 or is that?
Yeah, slightly different. SB 330 allows for discretionary review, but subjective standards cannot be applied that would result in a reduction in the number of housing units that is permitted by the general plan. So a little bit different of a nuance there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Well, with this, if there are no further questions, I will now turn the meeting over to our HCPC chair. I don't know if you'd like the gavel or not.
I don't think I'll need it.
To turn it over to the HCPC chair for the committee to look at the resolution.
Great. So just to reiterate, we have 4 resolutions in front of us, and the HCPC will address the first resolution. So let me read it out loud to you. The resolution of the City of Petaluma Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee recommending that the Planning Commission recommend the City Council adopt an ordinance adding Section 5.070 to the City of Petaluma implementing zoning ordinance, Ordinance 2300, and amending the zoning map to zone applicable parcels to the proposed downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay. So that's the resolution that's in front of us. And so right now, we're going to open it up for comments first. But let me first, so I'm chairing tonight because Bill Reinhardt had COVID. And so, but he did want me to share his comments to public. So I'm going to read what he told me to read. I apologize for being absent due to COVID, but would like to thank all in attendance and all who have taken the time to review the materials and submit informed comments. I'm unable to make the required finding that the overlay as written provides adequate controls to maintain the historic character and identity of the community or to ensure that new development adjacent to the historic resources is compatible. The following bullet points outline one of the reasons I cannot make this finding. The ISMND provides only one mitigation measure to protect the integrity and the aesthetic qualities of our historic identity. This mitigation measure relies on the HSPAR process and the Historical Commercial District Design Guidelines, which are inherently subjective and inadequate to guide the design of a 5 to 6 story building. The analysis provided by the Strategic Economics indicate that market rate housing projects of this scale are not currently feasible and not likely to be feasible between now and the time it will take to complete the general plan update. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume that the only housing projects which would take advantage of the overlay are likely to be subsidized affordable projects. Under California State Law SB 30 and SB 335, these are required to be processed ministerially and are exempt from any subjective standards such as the Historic Commercial District Design Guidelines. So a 6-story housing project could be built across the street from our downtown historic commercial district with no formal design review and no public process. We would like to take this risk in order to expedite the Ikian Appalachian Hotel. I have several other recommendations which might also help the cause, but as someone who also volunteers on the General Plan Advisory Committee, I suggest we follow the traditional general plan update process to better engage the community and to establish more thorough controls and guidelines in order to maintain Petaluma's unique historic identity. Sincerely, Bill Reinhardt. So these were his comments, and obviously he's not here to vote, but any other comments from committee members?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, but before we proceed, Commissioner Reinhardt's submission is unusual. It's not something we would have recommended because he's not present and we don't have votes in absentia, and they could potentially be viewed that way, and they're not, so, and they can't. And I think there are some assertions by Commissioner Reinhardt that staff don't believe are supported in the record. So I think my recommendation would be that we be permitted to at least provide that information, particularly since he's not present and that's not a vote. And I think staff did take a look at those earlier. So Andrew, I don't know if you're prepared to
Sure.
provide that info. Thank you.
Sure. So we had some initial, we also received his comments when they were distributed, and we had some initial responses. So the overlay is a regulatory incentive that seeks to support preferred development activity in a location in our community where it is best able to contribute to our downtown's ongoing success. The overlay would not modify existing by right objective development standards. So under the proposed overlay, SPAR or H-SPAR and perhaps a CUP, discretionary approvals for any commercial development and for projects that include residential uses but do not qualify for SB 35 or SB 330 review streamlining would still require discretionary review. And H-SPAR, SPAR, and CUP discretionary entitlements are our preferred approach to ensuring that proposed developments contribute positively to our community and are compatible with existing neighborhood and development. So qualifying, from our perspective, qualifying residential projects are not incentivized by the overlay because the overlay retains the existing objective development standards and because recently adopted state law provides qualifying residential projects with tools to gain relief from regulatory or development standards. So in other words, there are other tools to be used, and the overlay does not contribute to that toolkit. And we believe that the potential scenarios envisioned by Chair Reinhardt currently exist and will continue to exist for qualifying residential projects, whether or not the proposed overlay is adopted.
Thank you. Whitley?
Okay, so I have like 5 pages of detailed comments, but I'm not going to read all of them. I'm going with a short version and limiting my comments specifically to the proposed zoning overlay and its relationship to the initial study or the mitigated negative declaration. So to address the proposed zoning overlay from the perspective of the ISMND, it boils down to whether it adequately assesses the potential environmental effects pursuant to the stipulations of CEQA of the overlay on the collective National Register district, individual contributing structures or elements within that district, as well as other National Register listed or eligible properties in the historic downtown. This initiates several questions in my mind. Does the proposed zoning overlay benefit the district, its contributing elements, or other significant historic resources, either directly or indirectly? So the proposed overlay adds no specific protective covenants, preservation incentives, or other measures that would directly improve or enhance the National Register district. Therefore, no benefits have been presented that would directly enhance preservation, protection, significance, or integrity of historic resources beyond the protections that are already in place. Despite the presentations of the applicant's team and the city staff, there's no compelling evidence to suggest that the height and lot coverage limitations in the National Register district are what is preventing redevelopment of vacant lots there. There are lots all over Petaluma that do not fall under the same restrictions as the historic district, some very close to it, that sit vacant and are not being developed for other reasons. The suggestion that a wave of economic opportunity or new housing will suddenly appear because this zoning overlay is permitted is purely speculative at this point. Assuming there are no direct benefits to the district's preservation specifically, then does the proposed zoning overlay adversely affect the district, its contributing elements, or other significant resources? National Register eligibility has already been determined for and applied to the district, and the proposed overlay would not immediately affect that. However, significance under both CEQA and the National Historic Preservation Act is determined by the application of criteria for integrity. These 7 aspects of evaluation include location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. And these are the Secretary of the Interior standards. In considering the effects on each of these criteria, I would argue that location, design, materials, workmanship, and association are likely to not be affected by the proposed zoning overlay, and the effects could be considered neutral, at least in the short term. On the other hand, setting and feeling are very likely to be adversely affected by changes to the height and lot coverage restrictions. Setting is the physical environment of the district, and feeling is the property's expression of the aesthetic or historic sense of a particular period of time. Without question, adding new construction anywhere within or near the district would have some kind of effect on both the integrities of setting and feeling, and any proposed project would need to be evaluated individually for its specific impacts pursuant to CEQA, or as we see with the HSPAR process. But it is reasonably foreseeable that allowing taller and larger construction projects in the district or in the overlay makes it inherently more difficult to minimize adverse direct or indirect effects to the district's integrity of setting and feeling. These kinds of impacts might not be just visual ones, but could also include altering pedestrian or vehicle traffic flow, changes to infrastructure or utility services, as well as future reduction or segmentation of the district boundaries. Overall, there would be a much greater potential for more adverse and inappropriate disruptions to the continuity of the district's setting. The feeling associated with Petaluma's downtown National Register district is conveyed not just by the presence of these individually significant buildings, but by the entire collective of them, which is why it was nominated as a district to begin with. Largely, the expression of feeling in this instance is the visual relationship between and among all of the buildings. The district is much more than the sum of its parts. It is also reasonably foreseeable that changing the height and lot coverage restrictions will also make it far more difficult to maintain that integrity of feeling, even if proposed projects still need to be evaluated individually, because the district is evaluated collectively. Over the long run, if this zoning overlay were to be approved and the city did not provide counteracting preservation incentives or some other forms of mitigation, it's reasonable that we would likely see the erosion of additional integrity criteria, the other ones I mentioned, as individual historic buildings deteriorate, become neglected or abandoned and or separated from the larger district. Skipping over my hotel comments. Does the ISMND actually address the clear and significant adverse effects to the integrities of setting and feeling for both the zoning overlay and the hotel? The documents which are supposed to cover the potential effects on historic resources are appendices C for the overlay and F for the hotel. Neither document actually addresses the nature of the integrity criteria specifically, mentioning only the general setting and never the integrity of feeling. Both state that the southern portion of the historic district has lost integrity in general due to the presence of modern construction, but no specific factual evidence of this conclusion or how it was evaluated is actually presented. Assessment of effects documents, and I've been writing them for over 35 years, should always specifically reference each of the criteria for integrity and evaluate the potential effects for each one objectively and cumulatively. This appears not to be the case for either of these documents, and I would suggest that they are inadequate to support an MND for the zoning overlay or the hotel. The proposed overlay clearly is what we would call a but-for condition. But for the proposed EKN Appalachian Hotel, the zoning overlay would not have been proposed, which is why there's only one CEQA document. It is also being proposed as a mitigation measure in and of itself, suggesting that it would increase economic opportunity and the availability of residential housing without any actual supporting factual evidence of that. I would recommend that the Planning Commission reject the draft ISMND as the proposed zoning overlay clearly has significant adverse environmental effects on the integrities of setting and feeling for both the National Register District and other nearby National Register listed historic resources that will not be sufficiently reduced by the proposed mitigation measures or by the overlay itself. An MND is not supported, in my opinion, and an EIR should be completed with an alternative site analysis. Otherwise, we should be waiting for the general plan. Basically, that's all of my comments.
Thank you. Paul, do you have any comments?
Please speak into the mic.
Just a few comments and maybe a request for clarification. As I understand it, HCPC is not here to recommend or make a motion with respect to the initial study or mitigated negative deck. Is that fair? With that in mind, I think Thomas's comments are well taken, but it's sort of out of our hands to be addressing that. So I think focusing on what we're here to focus on as HCPC is the zoning text amendment and the zoning map amendment. And, generally speaking, I think I'm in favor of moving forward and approving the resolution with a few, I think, maybe conforming changes to the text of the amendment. And making that recommendation to Planning Commission to take our recommendation and move forward and choose to do what they want to do with that. I had mentioned in some of the questions earlier that I had, as we talked about the criteria exceeding 45 feet and 60 feet, it seems to be that there were some inconsistencies in the language that was used here that is used elsewhere in the IZO, and I wonder if we can harmonize those now so that we're not looking at that later and saying, these don't match up to what the other standards are within the IZO. And as I had mentioned earlier in my questions, that'd be under F3 and F4. I think that was it.
Can staff respond to those suggested changes? Just to make clear that we're on the same page as Paul.
And I can read off, I just sort of interlineated some of the changes that should be consistent with what the IZO is elsewhere, if that makes or is helpful at all.
Thank you, Committee Member Pitangaro. In terms of the recommendations for modification in the language, we can include that in recommendations moving forward, and staff would adjust the language. I think it would be in the best manner to further review and see what's the most appropriate and specific language to carry forward. Would that assist with the recommendation or action for your questions?
Well, I think if we're going to make a motion tonight, that we probably need to propose the language that we would want to add into the recommendation. So what I'd propose is in F3, the language be adjusted so that it says that the additional height would not cause an adverse impact to the character or integrity or the historical, architectural, or aesthetic interest or value of the district where the site is located, or a historical resource that is on site or adjacent to the site. And as I mentioned, that language is pulled directly from IZO 15.070 A2.
Noted, thank you.
And then in subparagraph 4, changing that to that the additional height will not result in unreasonable restrictions of light and air to adjacent properties or the public right-of-way, or otherwise be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. And that comes from IZO 12.025B.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. So my comments are, first of all, this has been a challenging project for our commission and for committees. It was very complex in the beginning, and it's only gotten complex as we've come along. I do want to acknowledge staff. I mean, the amount of information that's been put out there and the responsiveness and public comments that they've received, it's just been incredible. So I do want to acknowledge staff both here as well as behind the scenes. So it was important for me to look at the overlay, separately from the hotel, of course, and that's what we did. The overlay to me was sounded like a great solution to, and I'm very much an advocate of the overlay process as well as the proposal that was in front of us. But I do feel at this point that there's just certain things that the economic impact seems kind of shortchanged, wasn't complete. Again, needing more time. Even tonight, I've heard staff say several times if they had more time to do it, and considering the amount of work they've been processing, it's just been understandable that they're not able to do that. Again, I think that the overlay, it could be put into the general plan update. I think that's a reasonable suggestion. I also do think that an EIR would be important for the overlay itself, just the impact of it. I do think that it does have some protections for historic resources or for the historic impact it will have, but I just don't feel it's enough to protect that. So those are just some of my comments about that. So next is, let's see, I need a motion. So I need a motion to move this resolution for recommending that the Planning Commission recommend to the city adding that section. And so is there a motion from the HCPC?
I move for a vote.
And I'll second that. And so now we can do the votes. Do you need to call it?
Committee Member Perlis, absent. Committee Member Pittengarrow.
Yes.
Committee Member Whitley.
No.
Chair Reinhardt, absent. Acting Chair Van Ammeren.
No.
The vote is not passed.
Okay. And I'll pass it on to.
Well, thank you very much. I believe that conducts the business for HCPC. So members are free to stay or leave, depending on if you want to join us for the rest of this ride or go home. I understand it's past midnight now. What? Oh, you didn't bring the sleeping bags. Anyway, we have to go through our process, and we have quite a few more motions to get through. So I'm going to call for one more 5-minute recess for us. Use the restroom, do what we need to do, and then we'll get back here to go through the rest.
Also, excuse me, Chair Hooper, if I could just clarify, because it's a joint meeting and because the HCPC business is concluded, they're excused, and the rest of the meeting in terms of the legislative body is a planning commission meeting, since there's no more HCPC business, although the HCPC members are free to remain in chambers if they wish, but their business is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you for being patient with the extended break. I just did a gut check with the rest of our members, and we're all set to move on till the end. And we don't actually have that, really, a lot of the discussion has already happened through the questions and through HCPC's discussion. So what we're going to move to next, we are going to go through discussion and potential vote on the M&D resolution. Then we will look at the general plan and zoning amendment resolutions. We'll have the discussion for those items since they're interlinked together before we do proposed votes for either one. So to kick things off, I'm going to read the title of the proposed resolution for our ISM&D. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Apologies. Resolution of the City of Petaluma Planning Commission recommending that the City Council adopt a mitigative negative declaration, MND, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, MMRP, for the Downtown Housing and Economic Opportunity Overlay, an EKN Appalachian Hotel project located within downtown Petaluma and partially within the Downtown Commercial Historic District overlay. And 2 Petaluma Boulevard South Hotel. I'm not going to read the assessor parcel numbers. At this point, I want to call for discussion on the item before we talk about a motion. And I'm going to start at this end with Jessica.
I'm good for now.
Thank you.
I'm good too.
All right, Roger. This is a discussion for the proposed resolution regarding the M&D. If you have any comments you'd like to give before we propose a motion or vote. Your microphone, sir.
Like I said, in general, I'm disappointed that it is not part of a more comprehensive evaluation of downtown, the whole downtown, not just these 3 areas. It doesn't look like it's going to be part of that evaluation unless it goes into the general plan process and is reassessed, reevaluated, and adjusted, changed, whatever. So as long as it can go through a general plan cleansing process to get refined, I'm supportive.
Darren?
Well, if we're specific to the MND, and I'm assuming we'll talk about the general plan amendments and the zoning text amendments, okay. I do have 2 issues with the MND, and the first of which being related to aesthetics. I appreciated the qualification about aesthetics in the context of infill, but aesthetics and impact on historical or cultural resources. I think there's an argument to be made here in 2 respects. I think, first of all, the size and scale of buildings being proposed, the fact that those are not present in these areas as development potential size and scale in our existing general plan, and they're not present in the area or surrounding areas, I think just that size and scale on its own has a potentially significant impact. Size and scale when it comes to buildings are 2 of the biggest aspects that dictate its impact on setting and feeling. I think it was described by HCPC committee member, first name is Thomas. And so I think that the fact that these buildings are a size and scale that is not in conformance with what was in our general plan and what is in the surrounding area is a potential significant impact on both aesthetics and cultural resources, full stop. I don't think that's mitigated necessarily by a discretionary review. And I did see in the letter from our lawyer, there was referenced the Georgetown Presidential Society versus County of El Dorado, which boils down to the idea that the court rejected the argument that future design review would serve as a substitute for CEQA review. So I think the idea is that pawning this off on a subsequent HSPAR review or a SPAR review, when we're talking about buildings of a size and impact that weren't imagined in the general plan and aren't present now, needs to be further analyzed. I think it's not successfully mitigated by future discretionary review. So that's a big one for me. And then the other one that caught my eyes on page 95 of the PDF, this is under transportation impact analysis under hotel 4.17a. Notice the traffic study that we put in there to show that traffic impacts would be less than significant. It took counts on 3 of the intersections on August 29th, 2019, and it took a traffic count on one of the intersections August 27th, 2021. In reviewing traffic impact studies, it's pretty much an industry standard to use a 48-hour window. So analyzing counts over a 24-hour period, one day, and saying that we have adequately categorized a potential, or we have categorized and analyzed an impact so as to deem it less than significant, I think that one raises an issue for me. I totally understand about parking. Parking and traffic were obviously 2 I was keyed into based on that's a comment with every project. But I think in this one in particular, finding that stood out to me as a potentially significant impact that wasn't sufficiently categorized, or something that was listed as a less than significant impact that wasn't successfully categorized. So those are my comments on the MND. You know, I will say that I also noticed areas like on the public service impact analysis. Obviously, we've talked to death about cumulative impacts. Anyway, I'm going to take the understanding from staff and your position on that. However, I will say that I think where specific numbers are used, so for example, page 90, hotel 4.15 A through B, we talk about the required travel and response times in the city for emergency services, and I notice we reference potential response times of the fire station. It says how far away the fire stations are, doesn't talk about the police stations, doesn't get into response times. Just seems like we could have added those pieces to make that more comprehensive. I think you can find the same thing with utility and service systems impact analysis. That's page 98 and 99 of the PDF, the overlay 4.19 A through C, that we gave very specific volume metrics for the Ellis Creek processing capacity earlier in the document, but we have no estimates. We just say that will be sufficient. There is excess capacity. The general plan plans a build out of these developed areas in that EIR, but it does admit, like it does several times, that the density here is at a higher intensity of building use. So I think therefore we're adding usage on top of what that general plan EIR supposes. And it would have been better to for me to dive into, okay, what does that really mean about wastewater processing and our capacity, and have a little bit more there in terms of tangible numbers, because I know that for our city has always been an issue. And actually, when we think about, Helen Putnam's famous moratorium, that was all based on wastewater. And so I think really getting into that analysis and making sure that, hey, we've stated the numbers and our potential capacity. Why aren't we then doing some kind of prediction or using averages per capita or something to try to show really that is a less than significant impact? So anyway, I want to introduce those to the rest of the committee members, see if they feel like that has any traction. Those are important ones to me in the MND. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rick?
Yeah, I'm satisfied with the ISMND and no further comment.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments. And police are mobile, and the wastewater plant is sufficient. And we do have a new wastewater plant, and we're continuing to upgrade the plant. It's not back in Helen Putnam days when everything had to shut down because we did not have a wastewater plant that was sufficient. And so that's definitely, and police are totally mobile. And that's, how we kind of look at it. They're in their cars. They're not sitting at a police station waiting for the calls. Normally they're out on the streets, and that's, unfortunately, we don't have enough on the streets. That's more of a problem.
I'll give my comments briefly. It certainly helps that 4 years into this, we've had to look at quite a few M&D documents and quite a few surrounding EIR documents. I keep thinking about Scott's Ranch and it certainly made going through this a lot faster. I know one public comment made a joke at the expense of this about a scalpel versus a buzzsaw. But looking at this actually felt like a rather effective scalpel. Most of the questions, including a lot of the ones I've just heard, were pretty adequately responded to in the 35-page document that staff sent us. I think it was yesterday, the day before, giving full responses to every letter and every public comment sent in about the M&D and about the environmental review. I do remember they covered traffic. I do remember they covered I think they even covered the wastewater concern. And also, while normally traffic and parking are a big issue for me as well, since that really is every project that we get, that is the concern. The change in state law and the change to VMT is a big component of that. That's why you don't see that pivot here. So for me, if this were the only thing we were getting to lead into this, and then it was going to be 10 years before we got a full EIR through the general plan, I'd maybe have more pause. But given that the general plan is expected to be completed, voted on, and right now at least, working with the IZO happening at the same time, assuming the timeline, even if it's not 2025, even if it's 2026, this is still going to take past us another council meeting. I'm sure there'll be other follow-ups that come with that. We're really looking at implementation in sometime in 2024. So that's a year, maybe a year and a half of this being on the books. I'm not seeing where the consequences are really going to bite us in the butt. I mean, frankly, what I'm seeing is this looks more like a pilot program. We're looking at seeing how we want to adjust our downtown as we're going through this discussion of the general plan. And I would remind the public, GPAC meetings are happening every month, and they're happening all year, and you can be part of it, and you can show up in person. They're on Zoom. Many of us have either had to attend many or have friends or partners who've had to attend many. That process is ongoing, and this can help inform that. Also, looking at the concerns with regards to impacts on our historic resources. Yes, this might change pedestrian flow. Yes, there will probably be more traffic. I'd like to point out there will be more traffic the minute we do anything. Right now, we're kind of at peak traffic as far as the city's concerned. So that, I've yet to see somebody who can build a project that doesn't make traffic worse here. So if we're, I mean, just being realistic, if we're looking at the potential of what this does, you might have larger buildings next to historic buildings. But looking at the setbacks that staff provided, looking at the diagrams that staff provided and have explained ad nauseum, these buildings are isolated and protected. And on top of that, the design characteristics of the historic district, it's now been explained to us multiple times. It won't be exactly copied, but they'll be designed to relate to each other. That's better than what we have right now, which is somebody can come in and put 45 feet in with very little consideration, and it could look like anything. This will actually add more requirements, not less. I'm straying a little bit, but this long-winded way of saying, I think the M&D, while not perfect, does what it needs to do. And I think a lot of the questions and concerns I've heard have actually been addressed by staff and were addressed by staff in a rather lengthy document. With that, I think I'm the last comment, so I'm going to ask if anybody would like to make a motion on the M&D resolution.
I'll make the motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Excellent.
Commissioner Bauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Moses,
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerlane,
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison,
No.
Commissioner Wisman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Chair Hooper.
Yes.
The vote is passed.
With that, we will now move to talk about the other two resolutions that are on our docket. We'll talk about this kind of as a combined topic. I'll read both resolutions out. The first resolution of the City of Petaluma Planning Commission recommending that the City Council adopt a general plan amendment to increase the allowable floor ratio, or FAR, for areas designated mixed use, MU, and public/semi-public, PSP, and located within the proposed downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay from 2.5 to 6.0. The other resolution we're looking at is resolution of the City of Petaluma Planning Commission recommending that the City Council adopt an ordinance adding section 5.070 to the City of Petaluma implementing zoning ordinance, Ordinance 2300 N.C.S, and amending the zoning map to zone applicable parcels to the proposed downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay. So in short, right now, the discussion we're having is about both the general plan amendment and the zoning text/zoning map amendments. For this one, I will start with Jessica again.
Do we need to ask for amendments? No, we're just doing comments.
If you want, I mean, part of the discussion is how you feel about it. Are there changes you want to make? Are there amendments? You can absolutely propose those.
Okay, I don't have amendments, and it's late enough that I'm just going to read what I wrote instead of ad lib. Okay, so I hear the public's frustration with the process, and at previous study sessions, I have made public comment voicing my concerns over the optics of the overlay and hotel project. That said, while it may feel like the tail is wagging the dog here, I still think it's a good dog. I'm grateful to the previous efforts to support and enliven Petaluma's core and consider myself lucky to get to spend most of my weekdays in the heart of our downtown. Still, we must admit that there are areas that could be polished further and need some upkeep. I've said before, I don't feel precious about preserving cracked parking lots, 20th century banks, or vacant lots. We must continue to evolve, and I am in favor of incentivizing development of those underutilized plots. That said, as a community, we wish to preserve the charm of our historical downtown district, which is why I'm surprisingly pleased with the evolution of the overlay subareas, its policies, and discretionary review triggers. It's not nice to think about, but the truth is that some of the hypothesized scenarios which could yield a 4-story development near a historical resource, or God forbid, spell trouble for the fate of the building housing bagel mill or your favorite downtown amenity, the possibility of such an eventuality exists today without the overlay. And as mentioned in the FAQs, we do not have a development moratorium in place and thus are compelled to respond to applicants. To be clear, anything higher or bulkier than what is currently allowed will trigger discretionary review with public input. And I'm bullish on the setbacks approach to effectively help with preserving character and the variable heights across downtown while making good on promises of density. We are simply changing what can come across our desk, opening the door a tiny bit wider to entertain much needed infill. That's all.
Heidi?
Very well spoken, Commissioner Moses. Thank you. I agree with your sentiment. Mostly, I'm excited about increasing our density downtown, and I think we can really work hard to sort of repair those blighted areas that are fenced up and vacant now and are dirt lots. I think those are the most unsightly part. I'd much rather have some sort of development there. I don't want to say almost any development there, but these blank, blighted areas are something nobody likes to walk through, and they don't add any value to the community. So I do want to see these areas developed. That being said, I'm not sure I have that much of a risk appetite for approving development in this area when we don't have the objective design standards quite complete yet. So I'm a little bit risk averse in those areas, but I can talk about those later when we get there. But for the actual IZO, I just had some things that I wanted to put out there to the rest of the commissioners, that I looked at some of the pieces of the IZO, and I walked around the area, and I would be an advocate of keeping no ground floor residential on B, C, and D streets, and that would be in sub-area A. So that's, I walked around, and I think these areas should have some sort of ground floor commercial or some sort of pedestrian activating spaces. I think there's very vibrant blocks, and they're still very much a part of the pedestrian center. So I'd rather have these areas be activated than not. I'm okay with sub-area B as it's all written, and then for sub-area C, I think ground floor residential should also not be built off of Washington Street. So those are my comments on those things. I think Washington Street also is such a promenade, and people drive past it, and it's a big part of our city too. So I think to have ground floor residential on Washington would be a mistake. My other thing was the community benefit areas. So it said, to choose 3 out of 7 community benefits. I think that there was 1, publicly accessible private spaces, improving streetscape, and demonstrating exceptional architecture. Those are the first 3. I think we should be requiring for the applicant to choose 2 of those, because they're so big and important, and then choose 1 from the others, either 4, 5, 6, and 7. 6, increased bicycle parking. I think that's a little, that's too easy, I think. I'd pretty fine removing that, but I think choosing 2 out of the big 3 of them, and then 1 out of the smaller asks. Otherwise, they'll just pick the 3 little ones, like, bicycle parking and respect and preserve cultural, historical, or archaeological resources. That could be done pretty cheaply and easily. So I think we should make it a little bit harder. And then my last comment would be that I'm not really that fond of including the area west of Keller in the overlay district, because this area has the Phoenix, it has the Petaluma Market, it has Haley's, and I feel like this area is nice the way it is. I don't think we need to incentivize economic development in this area. I think it's good. I would be really sad to see those things go, and I don't really necessarily, I don't want to be part of incentivizing those owners to sell their sites so that those areas are demolished and made into higher development areas. So those are my comments, and I guess I'll tell you how we vote when we come around for that. So yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. Roger?
Yeah, I'm very supportive of increasing the intensity downtown, overall downtown. It's our source of energy, and it's our source of pride. So I really support that approach. I'm also supportive of a zoning change if it will achieve a more successful downtown, a better support to the residents, merchants, and tourists. However, I think there's a lack of vision with this proposed overlay zone. And it clearly has resulted in lack of enthusiasm and distrust by the community. And I think it's our fault that it turned out that way because of the way it was handled. So we sort of backed into this ordinance process, starting with a hotel application, and then it kind of went on from there. Petaluma, in my view, has 3 significant resources that are special and unique to Petaluma. The growth boundary that defines the town, the developed area is a big one, and the open space that it creates around it. The Petaluma River Corridor, I think, is a huge asset that few cities have, and a very unique downtown sense of place of the downtown. So everything we do in terms of planning should be intertwined with all three of these assets, and this ordinance does not involve all three of these assets. So I would like to make sure that it is part of a better process in a general plan evaluation and revisions, and it becomes a little more of a defined by a vision and defined by a process that the residents feel they've been treated decently. I think we need a bigger picture evaluation because of all the ingredients that the resources we hope to improve, the waterfront, the urban parks, the pedestrian streets. There's making Petaluma a better place involves structured planning elements that are not part of this ordinance, streetscape, boulevards, structure that holds everything together. None of that is dealt with in this ordinance, and it really needs to be part of a general plan philosophy and a vision that leads us in the right direction. I would prefer to reduce the zones down to Area A only and let the hotel proceed, deal with the hotel through a CUP and SPAR process. But if that doesn't happen, then I'll accept a clear statement that the general plan has to really look at this in more detail and more comprehensively than we have to date. In any case, I think also we need to define what a process should be that takes the residents, the citizens, and the city through an acceptable, evaluation of our opportunities, looking at alternative concepts, selecting a concept, taking that down so that people follow this process and buy in at each plateau. Right now we're saying, here's the answer, what do you think about it? And it scares a lot of people. And I think that process, the general plan needs to go through. I'm not sure if it's well defined yet. I'd like for the commission to be part of that to make sure that it's cohesive and achieves what we all want to do. So given those conditions, I'm supportive either way.
Thank you, Roger. Darren?
Yeah, I'll say the overlay project, if nothing else, really highlighted for me a lack of a cohesive vision, plan, and protections in place for our downtown area. I think we saw that a lot in the public process. I don't love that the overlay metastasized into what I'm interpreting as a kind of a quasi redevelopment tool for a large area of downtown. And I know we're talking semantics, that it just incentivizes building forms, but I think the express purpose is kind of in the name. It was for redevelopment to incentivize housing and higher intensity uses. So I think that for large areas of downtown, it's not the right tool to reimagine redevelopment. And I don't think it should be positioned as the only opportunity for housing, economic development, and the other benefits that it kind of promises. The processing for reimagining our downtown should involve the community. It should be led by the city, an investment by the city, involve the community. We want property owners, business owners, all community members, especially those with expertise in the relevant fields when it comes to planning, to make a vision and have long, in-depth back and forths about height, design, land use, character, economics, more about what makes a downtown. So for me, any reimagining, broad reimagining of what our downtown should look like, and I appreciate, well, it's a pilot, we're trying things, but any broad reimagining like that should really just happen in that general plan process. That's where those discussions live. I think it would be great to see an output of that, some kind of specific plan for the downtown area and for maybe even the approach corridors to downtown to really codify. And to me, a specific plan has very defined inputs and outputs. It requires certain levels of community engagement. It requires defined outputs. We could really get into defining sub areas in our downtown, getting very specific about design. And I think all the right voices would be in the room. I think when we have something developed by an applicant and by our staff, as talented as they are, it's not all of the voices that I would want involved in that conversation. So I think for me, if we're going to move this forward, and just reading the room, it sounds like there's some broad support for this concept. I would want to limit it to Area A. I would not want to make the experiment more broad than it has to be. And I think especially Area C, but those should be reserved for the general plan process. And like I said, I would like to add a recommendation to council to start the process, and maybe this is putting it in the next general plan, or maybe if we can't be that strong in our language, to recommend that they examine the possibility of putting in our next general plan the formation of, the creation of a downtown specific plan. And I think they would obviously discuss that, but I think including those approach corridors, including on Washington, on Petaluma Boulevard, could be really germane to making sure we have a comprehensive view. And, I've heard Vice Mayor Cater Thompson say before, she's tired of seeing the city do things in piecemeal. And this feels very piecemeal, and we're on the precipice of making the comprehensive changes and having the comprehensive discussions that would be the effective city-led redevelopment. I think this is really exciting to reimagine downtown, and I think we can engage the community in that process, in the general plan, in creating a specific plan. Yes, it's an investment. It's not a cost recovery deal. But I think it's what we need. And I think it's mandated by the public input we've received to this point and that we received tonight, that is more of the process people would be interested in if we talk about reimagining our downtown. I think that's what we as decision makers have to be responsive to. And I think, it's always important to remember we have choices. And I think this is one of the choices on the table, is to limit the scope of this certain overlay to really push the rest of our decisions about downtown to the appropriate process, not try to shoehorn it into the overlay process. So with that, I'll say I also broadly support Commissioner Bauer's amendments to the language. I think those are all, well thought out, and I support that. I would also advocate for the removal that the sunset provision, as stands now, it says the zoning text amendment says the sunset provision can be rescinded by a majority vote of the city council. I think that's an important stopgap for this, or an important tool for this. So I think we should remove that. It could just be rescinded, and that would force this process to have to show up in the general plan for the overlay to move forward. So yeah, those are my comments.
Thank you. Rick?
So I think, staff did a good job of starting out with some of the images of showing the evolution of the city, from, the original foundings through a couple of different iterations of what downtown looked like in different areas. And I think that was instructive for not just pointing out how a city evolves and the changes in architecture, changes in use of land, but it also showed, I'll leave it at that. I think it was instructive in doing so, but where it's challenged is then looking forward, and it's tougher to imagine. It's easier to look back and see what the changes have been than it is to look forward and imagine what the city will look like, with new architecture and new land use. That's why I asked some of the questions about if there had been any applications of those step backs that would, distinguish future development, like some of the things that we've seen proposed so far, from what is there right now, and the massing effect that that I think frightens so many people about what the unknown could look like. It won't look like the past, and it's not supposed to look like the past. And I think with those types of measures built in to the overlay and future treatments in the general plan, we're going to see, a more thoughtful evolution of our architecture and of our land use. And so I just use those step backs as one example of that. Quick peek at my notes. Going to the overlay specifically, I'm actually quite satisfied that the overlay is a good incremental step between where we are, where we have been, and some of the maybe some of the mistakes of the past in general planning and overall, approval of projects, be able to correct those in a kind of targeted way that strikes the right balance between, avoiding spot zoning, but then also not just kicking the can down the road to a much more macro general plan process. And I like the term that Chair used in terms of a pilot. And I think that is a useful way of thinking about it. We have an opportunity. It's a very targeted opportunity. It's a very identifiable opportunity of a number of key downtown properties that are vastly underutilized to the detriment of our community overall. And I think the overlay does a good job of addressing those and trying out some, IZO or, IZO map and text and general plan amendments in order to achieve fixing what didn't work in the past and what led to those underutilized spaces. So I like the idea actually of using this overlay as that transitional process from the past and having it feed into the General Plan 2025 and then allowing the General Plan 2025 to pick up that process. And it's a very modest time between now and then. So I'm not fearful of a lot of damage being done, in the meantime, that a pilot concept might evoke. So as you can tell, I'm generally favorable to the overlay idea. And I do think also in terms of process, there's been a lot of commentary about, this is going too fast. It's not as inclusive as it could be. I think I'm quite complimentary of the process to date. I mean, it's been reviewed pretty extensively in study sessions, both by HCPC as well as by the Planning Commission. There's been a number of public outreach opportunities. So I don't feel like this is something that's being sprung on the community without the proper level of instruction and feedback. So again, I think this is an appropriate bridge from the past to the future, and I'm inclined to support it.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to start with A. I believe that A is right for development. It is the gateway into our community. And what we see are chain link fences. It's uncomfortable to walk in this area, and we need an activation area. And A is the one that's really going to activate, especially for, Basin Street, that was numerous properties that had to be pulled together. It wasn't one, it was numerous properties, and they brought it together, and it's not doing as well as it should be doing. And I think we have to recognize that our town is not doing as well as it could be. And whether we like it or not, tourism does bring in money. And I think it's really important that you have to have a balance. And I think A, when you look at A, it's almost embarrassing that this is the gateway into our community. And then with B, so I support A as is, but with B, I do remember the Continental Hotel there and how big this building was. And, banks are going to go out one of these days. That's what's happening. And so B is a great opportunity site for the future. And people seem to think this is going to happen overnight. Development doesn't happen overnight. And as far as C, I would disagree to take out Petaluma Market and Hallie's. And the reason is because it's an opportunity site. Right now, it's our east side, it's our west side grocery store. But everybody goes to the east side. And so we talk about greenhouse gases. Well, we built the town as a red line, and everybody had to go to the east side when the new Safeway was built. You were peering through this white, window trying to look inside because it was like the first big grocery store. And then then they eventually moved, and now we have all these grocery stores on the east side. Where do the West Siders go to go grocery shopping? So we're talking about greenhouse gases. And that's why there is an opportunity with Petaluma Market to expand. there's, it might not happen for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. It may never happen. But not having it a plan means that it will stay exactly the way it is. And that's okay, but this is an opportunity, and by taking it out, you've taken that opportunity away. So my thought on C, well, and then as you're walking around, there is so many opportunities. I heard today, I was at Blue Zones, and so I'm at the Blue Zones, and what they were talking about, the need for housing. At Sonoma County Transportation Authority, yesterday's meeting, everything was about the need for housing. And we need housing in our downtown, which is close to the SMART station, so more people are going to be walking. And eventually, in the future, probably when I'm dead, downtown is going to be bustling and people are going to be walking to the SMART station for their transportation. I've never seen so many people riding bikes in our town, probably my entire life. Parents with cargo bikes. And so I think the downtown is ripe today for housing. Teachers don't have housing. A person today at the Blue Zone said, as somebody else said, I've $3,000 a month for an apartment or, for rental. And somebody said, well, then you have to work harder, and didn't realize the whole room heard it. That was embarrassing. And that is a person opposing all of this tonight. And so I think there's a real disconnect about what we need in this community, and we're forgetting about, you want to put things to a committee. All of these documents are committees, and they take a long time. And by the time those documents are done, then it's another 5 years before anything happens. We need housing today, and we have opportunities with money from the state. But I think people are afraid of what's going to happen downtown. I think people are just afraid of the change. And certainly not wanting low-income downtown may be a problem. But the bottom line is we all have to share in the pain. And housing is a huge, huge issue. I hear from Cal all the time, and I forget your name in the middle, the young man. I'd say it, that's right. People deserve to be able to own a home also. And we need to, as a council member, I need to bring those opportunities forward. And so I support A and B, and C, I don't support taking Hallie's and Petaluma Market out because they're just opportunities. It doesn't mean anything is going to happen. But I will still shop there no matter what because they have things that I can't get other places. So I will be supporting, I support A, B, and C as is. I came in here actually looking at augmenting off on C, the east side, and then take the Phoenix out, even though that is never going to be torn down. But if it makes people feel better, that's fine, or either keep it the whole. But I think it's a mistake to take out a market. But I do have a question. Can that property be designated as a market because it's always been a market, grocery store on this site where Petaluma Market is? So is there a way of taking that and designating it as grocery store?
Are you through this process or through a separate,
I'm just asking, I don't know.
Yeah, so we don't get
Because it seems to
into
me people are really concerned, but of something that isn't going to happen.
So we don't have an existing zoning designation that's just specific to a neighborhood market. We have a permitted use, and so that's in a number of our zoning designations. This would be the first where it's just solely focused on one type of land use.
Because, even today, that property could change and it could be 4 stories, 45 feet, correct?
Yes.
Even with taking it out, it can still go through the process of 45 feet. So I don't think it makes any sense to take it out. And I was thinking the same thing on the east side of, is it Keller Street? Those buildings could, change too if somebody wanted to, even if they're in or out of this zoning. So I'd like to know if you would consider understanding why I think it's important and maybe support that. And then the other thing is, we have an urban growth boundary. And when we started the urban growth boundary, many, many years ago, it was all about infill development in our downtown and height would happen. And some people that worked on that seem to forget why the urban growth boundary is really important. And otherwise, we're going to sprawl out and it costs the city a lot more money with roads, sewer, and everything else. Infill is really important. And I think that's the direction we've been going. And it just seems like we don't want to reverse that. And so this seems to tie right in to 25 years of discussing urban growth boundaries and what we're going to do in our downtown. And housing was part of it. Because in order to have a strong downtown, you need people walking. And I'm supporting A, B, and C. As is, unless anybody wants to do an augment of the east side.
I largely agree with the comments of the Vice Mayor. I have to say, as we've gone through this process, my goal has been to keep the politicization of it, I'm not saying that word right at this hour, but keep the politics out of this. We're a planning commission, we're looking at an applicant project that's been brought before us. This is why I've met with more groups and individuals than I can count in the last few weeks, and at this point, months, who have wanted to know, understand the process. It is quite confusing if you've never had to deal with it before, have wanted basic questions answered. People who loved it, people who hated it. I do think, unfortunately, and I'm a little disappointed, I think some mischaracterizations have shown up on the dais a bit at the end here. Just to begin, it is an interesting, it's frankly semantics to call this a reimagining. It's not. We're talking about a zoning overlay for a actually small amount of the downtown. I know it doesn't feel like a small portion. I'm not saying it's insignificant or unimportant. I know these areas are incredibly important for all of us who've grown up here and have loved this town. But it's not nearly what it started out to be. And if you're considering what we all consider the downtown, it could have been even larger than that. We're talking about targeted parts of the downtown. We're talking about gateway points, to be sure, going into the historic district. But that's why it's specifically purposed to help ensure that the design we're looking at for any project that comes in between now and the general plan actually has some kind of design affinity, because without the conditional use permits we're talking about now, there's not much that's required for something that's 4 stories or 45 feet. You know, have any number of things going into these areas. This will actually add more protections for our downtown, not less. Nothing in this mandates development. Nothing in this mandates redevelopment. Nothing in this mandates or makes it easier to demolish or destroy the things that keep, our downtown what it is. I remember growing up here when the downtown was empty. I remember when the jokes were that a restaurant wouldn't last longer than a week. Usually it's, oh, you went in, great. How long till they're gone? My parents used to make those jokes for years. Why? We couldn't sustain businesses for very long. Now we have tourism and we have an weekend scene now. But rather than getting into semantics and rather than going on assumption, I just went and talked to downtown business owners. I just did it individually. There were a handful who weren't certain, there were a handful who didn't care, but overwhelmingly I heard the following: we're dying. We're having a hard time sustaining business for the 3 days where people don't come here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They have to make all their profits on the big nights. and then hope that gets them through the rest. It's why do you think so many of our businesses close at weird hours? It's because they can't get the shifts covered. That's a real problem, and it's only going to get worse. I don't really want to see us move backwards. Now, this overlay by itself is not going to solve that problem anytime soon, but it might help. Yes, this was initiated by an applicant who wants to build a hotel. I still can't tell you how I feel about that hotel. I can tell you I like the overlay, though. I like the overlay because what it gives the town and what it's allowed us to invest in. The vice mayor held up all of those plans, that stack of plans. Now, I'm 33, but even as a teenager, I remember a good chunk of those being a forever fight in the newspaper. I remember my parents cursing about what are they trying to do now? When I hear, let's just wait till the general plan, what I actually hear is, let's wait for the general plan to fight about doing something. Let's kick that off to a process following the general plan. We'll go for an area-specific plan, but then that's going to take us another 7 years. And you kick the can down the road. What we have now is the opportunity to actually pilot something that, contrary to other comments, isn't significant to the scope of the downtown. It really isn't. We have the opportunity to pilot something that in a year and a half, maybe 2 years, probably won't get much use, and then use that to really force the conversation in the General Plan Advisory Committee. There was a quote that somebody said today that worried me. The right people. We want to make sure the right people are involved. The reason we went through such an exhaustive process as a city to build the General Plan Advisory Committee was because we didn't want to just ask the same people. Not just the people who have time, not just the people who have money, not just the people who design is their thing, but the whole community. We have a lot of folks who cannot show up to these meetings, who have kids, who work, who are not represented here very often. So the point of GPAC was to actually draw for those communities. And it's not perfect, but it's drawn more than you would normally see. So why on earth would we hope for another advisory process after that when we've got a body right now who can see what we're looking at, see how it works in real time? Because if we're being honest, there's maybe 1 or 2 projects we'll see come out of this, and then have that discussion as part of the general plan, as part of the IZO, and we have a way better shot of a more inclusive process than if we then follow up with a community advisory process where we're just going to self-select the same people who had the time before. And that's what I don't want to see happen with this, because contrary to what was also said about the housing element, we were rated as having like A+, great housing element, good job. That wasn't to say, hey, you did it, mission accomplished. That was to say that you were looking for opportunities, and it looks like you're looking for enough opportunities. That being said, it didn't say you've met your standards. We're typically behind. Almost every city's typically behind when it comes to how much we need to build. So more opportunities for housing, the better. And again, as staff has answered repeatedly throughout this, this doesn't necessarily create an explosion of housing. This just offers more opportunity than there is now. There are a few folks here who have, I think we're in disagreement at the moment, but I've worked with in the past. I know either directly or inadvertently, Bill Cordham's been referenced tonight. Bill Cordham, he founded Sonoma County Conservation Action. He also is part of why we have an urban growth boundary, part of why we're not San Jose. I used to work for that organization. Bill Cordham means a lot to me. Bill Cordham talked about city-centered growth. Bill Cordham talked about height. Bill Cordham talked about density in your downtown. When he talked about urban growth boundaries, that's what he meant when he was talking about not becoming San Jose. If you spend any time in San Jose, you'll notice it's not the handful of tall urban center buildings that makes it a problem. It's the endless sprawl that surrounds it. We're literally talking about height right now, not sprawl. We are by no means in danger of becoming an exploded city in the next year and a half. And on top of that, because of the requirements that are added, it'll probably take a year and a half just to get a project through. So by the time something does get done, if we're being honest with ourselves, it'll already have hit the sunset. And I know I'm going at a little bit of length here, but I say all of this because it's been a long time since I've seen this many division between people who are typically friends. And it's been a long time since I've seen this much commentary from the public acting as if folks who disagree with them are the enemy. One comment that was made is, what does it take to get us to listen? The assumption was that the only people talking to us are citizens who hate this. I can tell you my inbox is filled with just as many people who support it. They don't necessarily live in the same places in Petaluma, but they support it. We have to listen to the whole community, not just folks who are the angriest about it or folks who are the happiest about it. So to also kind of put a quell on this idea that, oh, this is a rubber stamp thing, or this is, they've been in this from the beginning. We have been trying to fairly assess this project, and we're assessing it with the information that we have. And it's been, more than 6 months now of going through, having hearing after hearing. I know for some folks, it seems like it just happened yesterday. So I'm not trying to disrespect the fact that for some, they don't have the time, they can't engage. They're like, you want to do what with the downtown? How dare you? I totally get that. But there are others who've shown up that I know better, that this has been going on for a while, that we've been looking at. In fact, if you look at the staff report that came before the meeting, it covers how this started as a much bigger overlay proposal, and we've shrunk it down. We've kept targeting it because we've been listening to the public. So that I will get off my soapbox a little bit. I personally support A as it is. I also support B as it is. And I frankly support C as it is. I would support, I know Paul isn't here, but I thought his zoning text amendments made a lot of sense. That resolution that they worked on didn't pass, so I would love to see that added in. I would love to see Roger stipulations with regards to making sure that it's stated clearly. We are passing this now, but we expect this to be fully flushed out in our general plan process from day one. I also fully support the amendments that Heidi was talking about. I think we add this together and we have a really good pilot test bed that's got all the protections we need, because again, it's pivoting right into the general plan, and if anything, it's giving them probably some form to work off of, because sometimes the stuff can get ethereal and you take forever talking about goals and you don't necessarily drill down, and this will give them something to drill down on. And if it will make people feel safe, totally fine with removing, and I hope our council representative does not feel like we'd be overreaching, but I, for one, would be fine with, yeah, let's solidify the sunset, right? Like if that's the thing, if people are really worried that we're going to get some council that like twirly mustache is like, we're going to take this away. No, let's solidify, because Lord knows the history of this town. We've had some weird ones. Let's solidify the sunset. And I think that's a good compromise personally. And I have gone on way too long on this. Yeah, Darren.
Well, I'll just respond quickly, and I appreciate your commentary. I just want to clarify, and I don't think these are like personal attacks on me, but the right people in the room, I meant a broad swath of community. I didn't mean the standard people who get involved with city politics. I just meant all the people who touch on different parts of city life or different parts of downtown life, that I would want all those voices represented. And of course, the broader community represented. So if I didn't use my language properly, that's not my intention. And I'm not and I just want to clarify, I'm not opposed to the goals of the overlay. I was trying to be responsive to the public and have this discussion to really what is probably the most appropriate forum, which is the general plan. If this doesn't result in some kind of specific plan, that's fine. To me, I always try to look at like the ideal scenario, right? And for me, we get some of the best outcomes when we do have those long form discussions, and at least people build trust, they feel engaged, and they feel like they aren't having a decision foisted upon them. So that's the reason why I advocated for, look, limit this, push as much of it as we can into the general plan process. Then we can analyze, did this make sense? Do we want to expand it? Instead of kind of preempting and then backing into it. So I just wanted to just make sure I characterize my commentary appropriately. It is late at night. So if I'm not using the right word choices and I come off like some kind of jerk, that is not my intention at all. My intention is always to be responsive to community and make sure that that input that, you know, admittedly it is on both sides, and I work with downtown business owners, have told me they're broadly supportive. But I did see a definite push, even those folks who supported it wanted to see more involvement in the process, and especially more back and forth where something doesn't surface as generated from staff and an applicant. We comment, they get 3 minutes, it surfaces again. It doesn't feel like a back and forth that's collaborative. So I just wanted to advocate for as much of this kind of change to be in a collaborative process. With that said, yeah, I do appreciate adding the amendment on sunset, so that makes me happy. I would still advocate to remove C only because when looking at C, it has the most developed lots, and 2 of the vacant lots of the 3 already are in planning entitlements to develop. So I think there's the least kind of the lowest amount of vacancies or lots that really could use development. And, you know, it is the biggest area and the area with the most beloved existing landmarks. So that's my argument against C, but.
I would, to be honest, that would be fine, because you've made a great point of it is the most developed, the least amount of vacancy rate. And by the way, I do apologize a little bit. I was merging a few of your comments with other things I'd heard, and it was a little too direct. I did not mean to mischaracterize what you were saying that way, because I agree, this does need to be more back and forth, and we do need to be responsive to the public. It's just been hard because we're getting, more so than a lot of issues in the past, we're not getting a lot of in between. We're getting like people who are diehards or people who are completely against. And we technically represent all of them. So we have to keep that in mind as we look at this. Okay, so structurally, and I feel like I'm getting the looks of like, oh my God, can we get a motion and be done? We could just do a straw poll, but I'm just gonna ask, if we supported passing, and I don't even want to have to do the think through which resolution is which, but if we support passing sections A and B, we include Paul's zoning text amendments, we include Roger's point on making sure that we're stating definitively that this has to be carried forward in the general plan process. We include Heidi's points, and we include Darren's modification to the sunset.
Chair Hooper?
Yes. Am I doing this wrong?
You're doing great. You've done a great job the whole night, and everybody has. But I'd like to have a little bit more specificity on that, and maybe even get straw polls to see what the final motion that's going to be successful is. And some of the things that have been raised, I think, are probably recommendations, if they go forward with support of a majority of the commission, are probably recommendations for consideration by the council outside the ordinance.
Right.
So, and staff, you may be glad to hear, are compiling a list in the background here. So I think we can help you do that, run through, do some straw polls, help construct the final motion.
That would be great.
Does that sound okay?
I would love that. Thank you.
Can I ask that those additions and amendments get thrown up on screen share in bullets, just so we can track what all we're rattling off, please?
Can we do that?
I think we can do that. I added the decision points text into the internal notes document.
Yeah, and I've started to do and track some changes to the sunset provision, the findings to go over 60 feet.
I suggest we pull that decision point list out and project it. Can we do that?
Isabel, can you pull that up, please? I don't have a Zoom connection. Thank you.
I can paste it and send it to somebody if that's helpful. Okay, good. Can you still zoom up? Oh, that's pretty good. Thanks. So we can, they're doing some final cleanup. We can go down one by one, and I think we'll need to. But to me, like items 8, 9, and 10 would be recommendations outside the ordinance. And for item 6, when we get to that, I can speak to it. One thing is, remember, when this goes to the council, it's going to have plenary jurisdiction, meaning it can do exactly what the recommendation is. It can do completely otherwise than the recommendation. It can do it on whatever grounds it chooses, as long as they're ones supported in the law. And so, and there's some mechanical things with that you can probably infer from that, but that we can explain. So when staff's ready, I think we can run through. And who wants to take the lead? Is that Andrew or?
Okay, as long as my microphone decides that it's not going to go to sleep. So I think
just have a question of Janice, of the council member. I have a question on Petaluma Market.
Yes.
I think that's the third rail. I mean, I think it's the best market in Petaluma.
I'm
And
not disagreeing.
I have a lot of people who shop there, and
Yeah.
the parking lot's always crowded. Why do we want to say we don't appreciate it, or why do we say it's disposable?
I'm not saying it's disposable. What I'm saying is that there's opportunities to maybe expand a market, and you have that opportunity to expand. I mean, what happens if the owners decide that they want to go ahead and expand, and they may want to put housing above? I mean, they have that opportunity, and that's all it is.
But be real, because the reality of a supermarket you're talking about is 40,000 square feet. That's what they need for a new supermarket. So it ain't going to be Petaluma Market anymore. It's going to be a big machine there, and I don't think that's going to. I think that's the third rail.
Well, I'm just looking at it as an opportunity for 10, 20 years out. I'm not looking at today. I'm looking into the future and what's going to happen. And that's why I think it's important that those opportunities are there. None of this may ever happen. A lot of it's not going to happen. But I mean, it's just an opportunity that now the owners have opportunities. They can, nobody knows what people's finances are. Nobody knows what people are going to do. And I don't want to tell people what to do, but I rather give somebody an opportunity to do something. I'm not taking anything away. It's just something that they, as business, they could say, oh, well, maybe this is something that works, or it's not going to work. So I'm not looking at anything that's going to happen, maybe not in my lifetime, but it's just the opportunity to have it there. There's 40% of the public lives on this side of town, and 60% on the other. And I just think you want to look at the 40%. Yeah, I go there, so I go across town, and I just think it's just an opportunity. It's not taking away anything. It's just that.
Well, and just to build on that, I think then if we're proposing a change, and I understand your point, this might never happen, this might not happen in our lifetime, do we gain something by building some public trust, by saving some areas that people are really invested in? Arguably, the subsection of this that already has the most going on in terms of development, and putting that to a process in 2 years where if nothing might happen in our lifetimes, to just remove it just for that sake, to feel like we're being responsive, and it doesn't get rid of opportunity there.
And I'm actually good with that. I mean, I really don't have a problem with that because that can go through the general plan. I would like to see Liberty Street, those opportunities in, so maybe just change the line, which would be, is it Liberty Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, Liberty Street, and just maybe taking that out on both sides.
Yeah.
On the east and the west side, and then it goes through the general plan process.
At the risk of sounding impatient, I would like to propose, I don't know, that we strike, that we adjust sub-area C to remove anything that fronts Keller, but keep, so I'm sorry, I'm looking at the parcel inventory report. Sub-area C, overhead view, figure 14, take out 1, and then keep the Liberty side of 2 and keep 3. So I'm in attachment L, page 17, if you want to get an overhead visual. So it would take off the Phoenix and the Market, but keep the Liberty side stuff. And the
Yeah, that would be perfect. On both sides of Liberty Street. And then,
yeah, keep both sides of Liberty Street, but neither side of Keller.
and that's, I'm good with that. Because that, you know, there's another bite at the apple during the general plan process.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Well, so staff has been working very quickly to give us the straw poll options. I believe they have just added that as a straw poll option. At the risk of also not sounding impatient, I think we should go through our straw poll options to build this motion.
Okay.
I don't see this.
A question on 3, modify to add pedestrian / facade activation. This is building face only, right? Not the sidewalk?
I mean, as I understand the amendment is it would continue the pedestrian facade activation along the full frontage along Washington. So the ground floor uses and the expectations for glazing, et cetera, would
But it-
continue,
it
and
has
the
nothing to
residential
do with
would
the
not
pedest-
be allowed.
Has nothing to do with the pedestrian walking zone.
Yeah, the overlay doesn't propose or require any changes to the public right-of-way.
So how do you do that one parcel at a time?
Do what?
One tree at a time? How do you do that with one parcel at a time? It's a street tree, it's a block that needs a street tree treatment. If you solve it one parcel at a time, I'm not sure how you end up with anything.
The plan, the overlay isn't proposing landscaping or sidewalk changes in the public right-of-way. It is allowing or even encouraging changes on private land, and that's in the,
No, I'm talking about the public corridor. That's the place making the image. I'm just trying to figure out how that.
The change would have to be accomplished through a modification of the street cross-section, and that would be reaching into the street design manual that is administered by Public Works. One of the reasons why we stayed with the 80% lot coverage as permitted by right and didn't take it up to 100%, but we're allowing up to 100% with the CUP, so that additional 20%, is to be able to give us some discretion to require a wider sidewalk or something like that. So it's not a perfect solution. A perfect solution would be to modify the street cross-section to achieve the preferred street design from throughout the public right-of-way. But it does give us some ability to have some discretion to create more sidewalk through the review process.
And where would that happen, Andrew? Would that happen, you say Public Works, it would not go through would not be part of the general plan evolution? I guess what I'm saying is
Sure,
that,
yeah.
to me, the streetscape, the placemaking is 80% streetscape, and we're not even dealing with that here.
Well, right, but I mean, we run into this often, and the challenge is that the zoning code does not control the public right-of-way because the city controls the public right-of-way. So we have to have a related action or activity to modify street design to achieve a different standard.
And I'm just going to note, that's not before us tonight, but staff are telling me that in the general plan conversations, there's discussion of updating the streetscape standards, which is going to, I think that's the right place for that discussion, and it will be involved and benefit from recommendations from engineering and Public Works about things like accessibility standards that we have to satisfy and MUTCD standards for traffic and circulation safety improvements, et cetera. So I think we still need to capture the proposed modification to sub-area C.
I was going to say, I was looking at the map now. Do you want to clarify is it between Liberty and Keller, that chunk in the middle?
I got it. Yeah, so if we're looking at the parcel inventory report, I would say that we are striking all of block 1 in figure 15. So that would keep 160 Keller, 140 Keller, 132 Keller, so that gets you Keller Street Cowork and Kapu and the parking garage, sorry. And then in figure 16, strike 145 Keller, which is the Phoenix. Well, oh yes, sorry, it's got 205. I was trying to make it simple so we could say basically Keller stays and Western stays, but Liberty Street and the Washington Street mechanic shop would still be in play. Maybe I've not made this any easier, but yes, sorry. The Phoenix, 145 Keller, 135 Keller, 125 Keller, and then I'm open to, we would need, I think it also keeps it simple to say 210 Western, which is the grocery store, and then 214 Western, which is Stockholm and such.
Can we say anything from Liberty Street to Keller Street and then over to the edge and basically just keep the section between Liberty and Keokuk? That seemed to be the most area right for. Okay.
Yeah, I was saying what gets pulled out versus what stays, but yes.
Okay, yeah, that's what you just said. Got
Sorry.
it.
Let's just do a block instead of by parcel.
Yeah.
By block instead of by parcel, yeah.
I think we need to describe this clearly in terms of a subtraction, since what's in the record right now is the full sub-area C. And it could be by address, by series of addresses, if that's the clearest way. And it probably is, because addresses give us a parcel.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I can rattle off those addresses that we are subtracting from sub-area C when you are ready.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, shoot, I lost my thing.
160 Keller Street.
I mean, we
140.
can, we can write down the addresses, but I tried to capture what I heard in this image that I just put up on the screen. Because initially you said both sides of Keller from Washington to Western, omit.
Yeah,
So this
you got it.
clown-looking cloud,
What's the red cloud?
well, that's the amendment from Commissioner
Okay.
Bauer.
Yes,
So
I think your
the
yellow cloud
intending to say-
capturing, but if it would help you to rattle off these addresses. I
It's
can.
all parcels that abut Keller in sub-area C.
Is that inclusive of the market, though? I think the market
It's
is.
technically a Western address.
But it abuts.
Okay,
So I guess this overlay would have a notch going towards Liberty when it's
Right.
modified.
That's right.
and 215 Washington, I
If I
think,
could-
stays in.
If we had old poster boards, we could just.
I know,
draw it,
right?
but-
We need a laser pointer or something.
So it sounds like we're close, but I do think we want to list off the addresses.
Okay, 160 Keller, 140 Keller, 132 Keller, 114 to 126 Keller / 120 Western. These are all to omit. To omit. 205 to 207 Washington Street / 145 Keller Street.
Even though she says it.
The Art Studio at 145
What
Keller
was,
Street.
go back to 207, 205 to 207 Washington Street.
Correct. And then 145 Keller Street. 135 Keller Street. 125 Keller Street. 210 Western Avenue. And 214 Western Avenue.
Well,
Okay.
but
125.
Chairman Hooper,
125 Keller is omitted and therefore
Yes.
stays as is. Good?
So do we have it?
Well, I got a question.
Wait, Vice Mayor?
Petaluma Market, I believe, goes to Liberty Street. So you'd almost have to,
I think for ease, wouldn't
Yeah.
it make sense just to take that whole corridor and just leave it with the area that I think has the most underutilized parcels, which is the area between the shorter Keokuk and Liberty, and just take the other two off, because a majority of those, I mean, unless you want to include the auto lot or something, but I think a majority of those are in use and productive. And just so we don't get into address.
I think we're saying the same thing, because
Yeah.
it sounds like the parcel ID is what the staff is wanting. And if you're looking at the parcel inventory report, which is attachment L, page 19, that's the one we're splitting. And according to this parcel report, 006362023, which is 210 Western Ave, is the one-story grocery store with parking, parcel size 40,000. So that covers us on Petaluma Market. And then 214 Western, which is 010, is that one-story restaurant. And then Liberty Street is one-story office, parking lot, one-story commercial space with parking, one-story mechanic shop, is what we're saying stays.
Commissioner Moses has it.
And so 215 Washington's the only one that remains in.
What?
Or is that just misunderstanding that? Are you saying all those one-story you want to remain in along Liberty?
No, she was listing what has to be removed
Okay,
as
got
the
it.
city attorney has requested.
Sorry.
Okay, beautiful.
We got it.
We can slice it different ways. We just want an unambiguous record of how we're amending sub-area C, what's being removed. And I think we just got it. So thank you.
Correct. Thanks so much.
Thank you all. And so I think that means we're ready to go through, unless there's more discussion, we're ready to go through the
Let's go through
straw
it.
poll list.
Let's go through it. All right.
Sorry, are we on to?
Are we?
I think we need to clean up decision point 5. So community benefits. Well, then let's go ahead and display it then, please. So this is responding to Commissioner Bauer's request to consider sort of a more detailed approach to those community benefits to drive or to force certain benefits that seem to be prioritized over others. So while he's doing that, no, that's not, that's not the issue. We've been having trouble with this one all evening. So decision point number 6 was something about eliminating bike parking as a community benefit, but I think we wanted to add it back in. Or I was unsure, there was discussion about that, so I need clarification on what that might be.
Well, it was just, I just didn't, that's an easy way out of this, so I wanted to kind of force them to pick something a little bit
Okay.
more substantial.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
I thought removing that, because that's just very, very easy to do, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, and then while we're still waiting for the red line to be brought up, let's go on to number 7, and City Attorney Danley, if you would like to explain amendment of the proposed sunset clause.
Sure. So thanks for sharing that. So bearing in mind that this is a recommendation by the council and its plenary jurisdiction, but also that this body gets to recommend what it wants to recommend. My suggestion would be this cleanup, and the reason is there's any host of ways the council, if it chose, could before the sunset amend this ordinance. So rescission is only one of them. I recommend against saying majority vote of the city council for the highly technical reason that the council can take action by a majority vote of a quorum. It doesn't have to be all the seats of the council. And we don't want to create the ambiguity that there's some kind of special voting requirement here. And it, frankly, it would seem inappropriate for the subordinate body to suggest that to the council. And I know it's not coming from the commission. This is drafting, and I think some version control issues on the staff side because of all the work that's been going on for this. And so, and the last suggested change for me is if we wanted to, the expiration of this ordinance and the replacement by the new implementing zoning ordinance to be seamless, we'd have to say effective date, not adoption date, because of the 30-day referendum period. Otherwise, there'd be a gap. So anyway, those are the suggestions, but I mean those. I'm offering them for the reasons stated, but I mean that respectfully, recognizing that you may have a different preference. Thanks.
If you just said that it shall be incorporated into the general plan, isn't that enough to incorporate it and made part of the general plan? And whatever process that is, that will deal with that.
I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's clear enough, and it's not what I would recommend because of such an extensive process that is, that'll come back before this body first anyway. And then again, like this, this proposed enactment, it's going to be the ultimate decision of the city council. So for all those reasons, that would not be my recommendation.
And just to clarify, we're keeping in the unless otherwise amended because just they always have that ability.
Exactly.
So to state they don't is not making sense. Got it.
Well, it makes sense, but it doesn't seem very deferential to the city's legislative body from a subordinate body because they do have that power. They can exercise it whether you note that or not. So
we can't have a rebellion.
You can, but that wouldn't be my recommendation. Thanks.
So Commissioner Rakusin, that was your request or recommendation. Are you supportive of it as with the amendment as described?
With the realities that presented by the city attorney, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And then if we could go to subsection G, yes.
So what I understood from Commissioner Bauer is that you wanted 2 of 1, 2, and 3. So those are the more powerful ones. So pick 2, and then just 1 of the last list. So I wrote something after you said that, saying, you need to pick 2 of 1, 2, or 3, and then 1 of 4, 5, or 6.
Right, yes.
Hopefully that's straightforward. And I'd like to, if you don't mind, take the opportunity to make sure we understand your other amendment of the pedestrian, sorry, let me see if I can get this, nothing's working. Has nothing to do with the time. What I understood, and I don't have the graphic software to do this in real time to make it look better, but the pedestrian, God, I can't get anything to work. Never mind. The red zones that were originally shown on this drawing that were just at the corners, you'd like to have that extend along the entirety of the frontage on Washington.
Yes.
But no other change to that overlay, otherwise as it pertains to residential.
Right.
Good. And then for sub-area A, I understood it to be the lettered streets would have those connections.
Right. Yep.
But along 4th Street, it's as drawn.
Yes, because it's more residential in that area, so I thought it more appropriate for residential to be facing residential.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. I'll stop sharing.
Great, thank you, Greg. So then, if we can go back to the decision points and bring that up, please. Great, thanks. So going down the list, we'll need some advisement on decision point 1. Do we want to, would a modification be to recommend sub-area A only, subareas A and B, or subareas A, B, and C as modified. Then we're incorporating modify figure 5.2 as just described, 5.4 as just described, modify subarea C as described. Section G would be amended per the red line text we just reviewed. We would remove the bike parking as a community benefit. We would amend the sunset clause, and then decision point 8 to add committee member Pittengaro's requested amendments, which was to amend F3 so that it tracks with IZO chapter 15.070.8.2, and then change F4 so that it tracks with IZO chapter 12.025.b, removing G.4. Then remaining items of interest included Commissioner McCarelane's desire to see the overlay fully fleshed out or fully incorporated into the general plan update process, consider requiring a grocery at the Petaluma Market location, and recommend to the general plan update team incorporation of a policy to develop a specific plan for downtown and approaches. Items 9 through 11 would be recommendations that we could include we could make those recommendations to council. We wouldn't codify them in the ordinance, but we could have them as recommendations to the ordinance that would adopt the overlay.
Well, or stated more simply, I think we would just bring those forward to the council outside of as the recommendation of the body, if they in fact are supported by a majority outside of the ordinance. So if we can straw poll the whole package, or we can go item by item, or something in between.
Can I make a quick note on 9 to 11, just while we're here?
Sure.
I think given the changes we've made to subarea C, I think we can strike 10. And given the feedback we've gotten on sort of how this overlay could influence the general plan, I think 9 and 11 could be combined to say, recommend that the general plan update policy fully flesh out the overlay and/or develop a specific plan for downtown and approaches. And that would go to council for consideration into the
Less
future.
items for them to review. Yeah.
How's that sound? Strike 10, combine 9 and 11.
Yeah.
Do you need to be specific on what is downtown, what the boundaries are for downtown?
That'll be something that is also considered in the general plan discussion.
Yep.
Right. I think the general plan discussion would sort of define that, and then even the specific planning process may further define that. Because I think there was interest also in not just looking at the downtown area, but the approaches and how those might figure into the overall success of downtown.
And I would like it to be broad so that it gives discretion to that body to kind of dictate that.
Great. So I think with this, I think we fully understand what's desired, so we can shape that through the staff report to council and through recommendations contained therein. Great, thank you. So then I think with that, if we could just get some clarity on decision point 1, then I think we could straw poll all of the decision points and move forward.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So Chair, I'll leave that to you to guide us through.
Okay.
Decision on, or clarity on decision point 1.
Okay. I guess I'm just literally going to call on everybody to tell me yay or nay for this. You're just going for decision point 1. Please give me, of the 3 options, please give me the one you would prefer. Jessica?
3.
3.
I'm also 3. 1.
1.
3.
Threes have it.
Great. All right, thank you. So let's go ahead and it would be inclusion of, let me just modify this quickly. Sub-area C as modified.
This is how policy is made.
And then I think we're ready for a straw poll on decision points 1 through 8.
All right.
Well, in one, we need to make sure it still
Did you
says
mean to
inclusion
take
of
out A and B, Andrew?
What's that?
Did you mean to take out A and B?
Yeah, we need to say A and B still on number 1. It says inclusion of sub-area C, but we need A and B in front.
Oh, sorry. Yes, okay.
We went way the other way.
A, B, and C. Okay. Trust me, that was not me trying
Original
to
app.
sway your decision making. That was,
I feel
okay.
bad because it's right here.
Oh, yeah, by the way.
Yeah.
Great. So then I think we're ready for a straw poll on 1 through 8.
Yes.
Unless they need to be split out in some way. We're not trying to railroad anything.
I'm fine with 1 through 8.
else looking at teams?
Yeah.
Me too.
I'm also fine with 1 through 8. Great.
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Great. Okay, Chair, then we can use these decision points to inform a motion.
Do we do a combined motion for both resolutions referencing the decision points?
Well, the decision points would only modify the zoning amendments resolution, correct?
That's true.
Okay.
May I?
I want to hear
Call-
what staff has to say.
I have a question. Staff on this side of the room is curious if the Planning Commission knows what we would be adding from 15070A2 to the ordinance.
Sorry, say that again.
He's asking if we know what 8 is referencing, which was from the historical committee member.
And I know it was discussed a couple of hours ago, but
I
we were
don't
taking
have
notes.
I don't have complete recollection, but this is also why we recorded it.
Can we say like parentheses, check
wanna-
the
I don't mean to
tape.
throw a
Yeah.
whatever in the gears.
I remember we all seemed pretty confident at the time that it all lined up, and I saw the edits that were being made at that point.
Well, the context for the question is that the overlay has 3 parcels that are in the historic district and then a handful now that aren't. And so curious, I just want to be sure we're pulling text from 15, which is chapter 15, which is the historic section, and not sort of messing
Are you-
up something that applies
Oh,
to a
right.
SPAR site.
Is staff at this absurd hour able to give us a cliff notes on the implications of 8, which was proposed not by this body?
So the 15.070.A2, with regard to historic districts, the proposed work shall not adversely affect the exterior architectural characteristics or other features of the property which is the subject of the application, nor adversely affect its relationship in terms of harmony and appropriateness with its surroundings, including neighboring structures, nor adversely affect the character or the historical, architectural, or aesthetic interest or value of the district. In addition, applications shall be consistent with standards included in the designating ordinance. So I think it was just providing some additional detail and direction and clarification.
And substituting that for F3 in the ordinance, right?
Correct, yes, yes.
Thank you for that elaboration.
Okay.
Okay, with this, can we get back to
So to the actions you're taking, right?
yes,
So
'cause
which are,
we need to do the zoning amendment motion and then the general plan motion, correct?
Well, you need to do, you already did the ISMND, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it's late for me too. So that's good because that needs to happen first. and then the resolution recommending the general plan amendment, and then the zoning amendment, which can be taken together if the votes are going to be the same. If they're going to differ, we should take them separately.
Yeah, I suspect they will be the same. So I
Okay.
think we should take both motions together with the amendments as stipulated in the decision points. I know the chair is not supposed to bring forth the motion. Will someone propose the motion, please?
I will propose the motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Excellent. May we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Bauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Moses,
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerling,
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison,
Yes.
Commissioner Wisman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Chair Hooper.
Yes.
The vote is passed.
Excellent. And with that, I know there's more on the agenda. I would like to propose that we save the rest of that for the next meeting.
We're done.
And we call it quits. I'm not even going to do a vote. I'm calling this meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
everyone.